Hello everyone and welcome to the DSPT Oregon live stream. We're here in Chinook Casino in Lincoln City, Oregon. It's a beautiful seaside town up here in Oregon by the coast. If you have the opportunity to visit, you definitely should. This casino is located right on the beachfront. Today we're going to be live streaming the DSPT main event here. It's a 1,100 buy-in, 150K guarantee. We're going to be live streaming all 3 days. So we're going to see day one play, day two, and day three along with the final table. We're going to see the entire poker tournament. Let's cut away to the table and meet the players. Seat one, we have James. Seat two, we have DeepStacks Poker Tour Pro Mike the Mouse Matisow. Everyone knows Mikey. He's in a good mood as always. Seat three, we have Nick. Seat four, Carrie. Seat seven, we have David. Seat eight, Michael. I like the purple shirt, Michael. And seat nine, Lisa. It's an $1,100 buy-in. This is such a great experience for a lot of these local players. You can buy in, play with these world-class pros. You can be on a feature table. DeepStacks made this amazing table. It lights up. It's got changing lights on it actually. Right now the blinds are $2,550, $25,000 starting stacks. It's a really deep stack structure as as the name of the poker tour goes. 15-minute levels. I'm telling you, for the amount of play you get for $1,100, this is just sick value. You really get that main event deep stack feel for such a small price point.
Raise 150.
We are using RFID cards at the table. Each card has an individual identification chip, which is read by our sensors.
Raise 650.
We see right away a 3-bet. 3-bet by Carrie gets through. $2,550 are the blinds right now. This is going to be a long tournament. This is the first level, but you guys at home get to see how an entire poker tournament unfolds, which is something really special. I remember when I was being introduced to poker and poker tournaments, I used to watch every piece of poker media out there, and a lot of it was just poker shows that are intercut and edited. You never got to see the true grind. You just got to see key hands. This is a true grind. You see all the small and medium pots, which is what Tournament 101 is about. It's about grinding those small and medium pots.
Thank you. Check in the dark.
So there's a check in the dark. Mike the Mouse is heads up. He's bet the flop. Looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with our cards. Those must be the hands from last hand, by the way. Because Kerry 3-bet last hand, and he showed up with ace king. We will be live streaming with cards. It looks like our computer is glitching right now.
Bet 500.
So instead we get to watch body language. Michael had check called the flop.
2,000.
and leads the turn. And Mike the Mouse Matisow immediately raises 2,000.
Oh, see him. 3 jacks.
Mike raising with trips there, getting value from ace-7. Mike picking up a pot right there. $25.50 are the blinds for this DSPT Oregon event. I am always Ahmed, your host, for the next 3 days. James with King Jack.
Raise 150.
See our computers working, our RFID technology finally going underway.
Three in the hand.
So 3-way pot. It's like James checking his gut shot. I probably would have continuation bet if I were him.
Bet 250.
David now betting his wheel draw. By the way, I think it's carrying the pot that day. And his bet gets through. 3 high wins that pot. I guess the old saying goes, it's not the cards, it's how you play them. Thanks for everyone joining us. We hope to keep you all weekend as we go through day 1, day 2, day 3, and the final table. It's going to be really exciting.
Option. 3 in the hand.
Three players to the flop. Immediately, 2 players flopping top pair. And this could get James in trouble.
Bet 125. Raise 325.
So James leads with his king 3. He gets raised. Flop is king 6 deuce. He's going to get away from it.
Thought I had spin. Okay.
Looks like we kind of had our cards going for a second, but looks to be down again. Thanks for bearing with us while we figure this out.
Big blind, please.
Action to carry under the gun. He folds his 9 deuce. Folds to the button.
Option. 4 in the hand.
Oh, looks like we have a straggler in the pot. Pretty
Bet
connected
100.
board. There's a flush draw out there. Huge flop for Michael. Michael is top pair and a flush draw. Looks like he's going to bet it and take it down.
Raise 150.
Mike the Mouse Massow raising button with an ace. Gets through. People tend to play pretty tight the first few levels. They like to see a lot of flops, but just tying up afterward. And that's kind of what we've seen so far today.
Raise 175.
James varying his raise size, making it 175 from the hijack. No one with anything playable, and they're all going to fold.
Raise 250.
Lisa making it 5 times a big blind with pocket deuces under the gun. Massow calls. Nick with a raggedy ace offsuit. He calls as well.
3 in the hand.
So 3-way pot here. Mike flopping top 2.
Bet 600.
Mike betting big. He wants to play a big pot with his hand. David folds a king. Wow. Aggressive bet by Mike, getting another player to fold a dominated hand. Perhaps a little too big, but Mike's just hoping someone has an overpair, maybe ace-king, and he's trying to play a big pot against those hands.
Raise 150.
Raised to 150 by James. players in the hand. Mike Massow deciding not to fold. Calls with 7-8 offsuit.
Bet 200.
Two players with top pair. Mike fishing for his two pair. Very safe turn card for James. If I'm James, I'm betting again.
Bet 600.
Looks like he does that. Bet 600. Micah calls. Dominated. And that's the scare card. The ace comes. The flush comes in. Goes check, check. Both players with a decent showdown value.
Oh.
Thanks to everyone joining us on the live stream. We want to keep this show interactive. If you have any questions, please tweet them at me. My Twitter is @OERockets. That was my online screen name. And kind of just kept it going. You can tweet me any questions you have. I'll try to address them the best I can. Remember to follow the DeepStacks Poker Tour as well on Twitter.
Check. Bet 200. Oh, 200. Fold.
Mike charging James for his draw.
Bet 400. Fold. Big blind, please. Fold. Fold. Bet 200. Oh. Hold it around.
Single raise takes the pot down.
Oh. Raise 200. Fold. Fold. Hold it around.
main event players, just a reminder that you made bag chips tonight and play again Saturday and take your bigger stack. So you can play both days, back both days, but you would take your bigger stack to day 2.
This is a multi-re-entry event. You can play day 1A or day 1B, or even both days.
Oh, really?
You can take your bigger stack into day 2.
Oh, 50. Option checks. Check. Bet 50. Oh. Check it around. Bet 200. Fold. Flying cards.
Looks like we are having some issues with our card readers right now.
Fold. Fold. Raise 150. Fold. 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 Call 150. Heads up.
Check.
Check in the dark. Bet 300. Call. Bet 500. Call. Jack with the queen.
I got 8. 8, 8, 8. No jack.
New dealer coming in. Good luck, everyone.
Okay, I'm getting my first win. A little bit. Mind of my medication. I should be around. Moving on up the ladder here very shortly. What do you think, bud?
So it seems like we have some technical difficulties with our card reader. We're going to keep the live stream going without cards for the time being. Hopefully we'll get cards up after the next break. In this structure, there is a 10-minute break every 2 levels. Each level is 50 minutes. It's a very comfortable structure. For every 100 minutes of play, there's a 10-minute break. You don't get that in a lot of poker tournaments.
Raise to 150.
Want to compare meds?
Hold. Call. Check dark.
Two players checking dark.
Okay. Hit me. It's so pretty. It's so pretty.
Both players keeping this pot small. This pot's pretty stealable. I think first player to really bet at it is going to win. And no one taking a stab.
Hit his ace.
Ace high. Wow, I put it a straight flush draw with 3 deuces of hearts. I would put some money in with that hand. Can, at the very least, take the pot down. Show some profit.
Fold. 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 Call. Fold. Two players.
Heads up pot here.
Bet 100. Fold.
Bet and a fold. One bet's going to take it down. Table hasn't been too crazy yet. But as players start to run bad, maybe some will start loosening up or getting frustrated that they haven't won many pots.
Fold. Fold. Raised 150. Fold. Call. Fold. Two players. Okay. Did you get it?
If they are those.
Heads
Bet
up pot here.
300. Call.
It's a bet and a call.
Check. Bet 500. Call.
Top 2.
And we see player with a straight. 2K pot. Wow.
Did you get that chip out of there? Fold. Fold, fold. Card exposed. Jack of hearts. Raised to 150. Seat 2.
James so far has been the most active player at the table today.
Fold. Fold. Raise to 200. Action. Call.
The raise. Mikey making the call.
Fold.
Pot between two mics.
Re-raise to 800. Call.
Carry with the squeeze. I guess mass out to fold. Michael defending his open.
2 players. Check. Check.
Heads up flop, goes check check.
Check. Bet. 1,000. Call.
Bet and a call.
Bet 2,000.
Now Michael has bet 2,000. That makes Kerry fold. Kerry probably has something like pocket tens or ace queen. Just couldn't stand the heat. Called one straight to see what his opponent would do, and after the second barrel just decided, hey, this guy's got to have it.
Call. Check. 2 players. Check. 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 Check.
Pot being checked down so far.
Bet 100.
Kerry deciding to take a shot at it.
Fold.
And no one really interested.
I'm not sure.
Just 20 how many chips we started with? 25.
Big blind. Thank you.
Makes it more interesting if they can see the hands. I was watching it last year and you never knew what they had unless they got to a showdown.
What you saying? They know what the cards are.
Raised 175.
James raising it up to 175.
Re-raise. 475.
Nick with a
Fold.
3-bet.
Fold. Call. 2 players. Check. Bet 600. Fold. Fold.
Nick with the C-bet. He had the betting lead.
All right, players, your blinds are up.
And he had 3-bet pre-flop.
They're going to be 5,100 now. 5,100. You can't see it, or you can?
Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
250.
James raising it to 250.
Call. Fold. $250. Call.
It's like a big multi-weight pot brewing here.
Players are four-handed. Check. 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 That's 400.
Dry
Call.
flop.
Call. Fold.
But 3 players continuing.
3 players.
Am I small?
Yes. That's 1,000. Fold.
Michael betting into the field, representing a deuce.
Fold.
And we did see him play the deuce 3 earlier, so those cards are in his range.
$5,100. Call. Call. Fold. Call. 4 players. Check. That's 300. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Bet getting through. Mike winning that pot.
Fold. 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 Call. Raise. 250.
Mike the Mouse raising it up, saying, enough of these limpers. This is my pot.
2 players.
James and Mike heads up.
Check. 350.
Mike continuation betting on the ace high flop. Looks like it's going to get through.
Fold. Call. Fold. 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 Call. Fold. 3 players. Check.
Through a flop here.
Bets 225. Raise to 600.
Kerry bets and James immediately raises. It's putting the pressure on him right now.
Call.
Kerry makes a call.
2 players.
The flush draw gets in there.
Check.
It's a card that Kerry can't like too much. Looks like James doesn't like it as well. James probably had flopped something like 2 pair or a set. Straight comes on the board as well. Pretty scary board.
Bet 1100.
Now James bets and Kerry is thinking, what is this guy representing? He raised me on the flop. Flop was 8-6-5, 2 hearts. He checked when the hearts got there. And now he's betting when the straight gets there. Looks like Kerry's going to fold. The board was a little too wet for his hand.
Fold. Time actions here. Raise to 400. Fold. Fold.
Lisa raising it up. We haven't seen much out of her. This is a large raise size by Lisa. Thanks to everyone joining in on the live stream for the DSPT Oregon main event here at the Chinook Wind Casino in Lincoln City. This beautiful casino right here by the beach, the beautiful Pacific coast. I was walking by the beach earlier this morning. I'm telling you, it's really beautiful out here, especially right after the weather. It had rained at night, but this morning, it looks so beautiful and clean. I'm from Los Angeles, where we aren't used to clean air like this.
250.
If you have the opportunity to, you should come out here and check out this property. It's really, really nice. I'm actually very excited to try the seafood. There is a seafood restaurant here in the hotel.
Check. Check.
Heads up pot between Kerry and David. Goes check, check.
Check. Check.
2 checks again. Board pairing. Ace high might take this down. We see one player showing ace high. Oh, both players have ace high. That's why no one bet. They both said, hey, we got showdown value. Somewhat friendly play between both players.
Nice shot.
Lisa making the call.
Raise to 500.
Raise to 500.
Hey guys, the blinds are not to 5100. I mean, they're raising to 500. It must be 1500 now.
Everyone folds. The blinds are up. It's now 5,100. Price of poker going up every 15 minutes in this event. It's a very deep structure.
Fold. 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 Raise to 400. Fold. Fold. Shows pocket queens.
Everyone folds to Lisa's big blind, and she shows pocket queens. That's going to be a little bit frustrating. You finally pick up that big hand, and everyone gives you a walk.
Raise 250.
Mikey raising it to 250.
I was, and now I'm not.
Fold.
I know what's gonna happen. It's all gonna hit me at once. So I'm afraid. That's what I'm afraid of, and I know I'm gonna be like out of my mind. I mean, that's gonna happen. If I take any more of anything, I know it's gonna hit me at once, and I'm gonna be out of my mind. I think on the break, I would try to get a protein. How could you sleep 11 hours, take 45 milligrams of Adderall, and drink 2 fucking Mountain Dews and you can't wake up? I normally only take like 15. That's what I'm trying to say. I think I'm alive.
Fold. Fold. Raise to 300.
Sorry, you ate to get somebody escape. That'll wake me up.
Lisa raising it to 300. James making the call. Button versus small blind action.
Whole Adderall supply in one day here. And I slept 11 hours.
Check.
Very dry flop here. Lisa looks like she's going to continuation bet.
What do you want me to do? You want me to run up and down the hallway here?
Pretty big bet. She's bet 600. James making the call.
Check. Check, check.
Turn goes check, check.
That's 1,000.
And James bets out on the river.
Fold.
Lisa folds. And I wonder if she was just on a bluff on the flop. If so, I don't like her flop sizing. She bet almost pot size. I feel like she could have gotten the same information for a lot cheaper.
Push-ups, man. I could do about 3 of those. I'll take the under. Take the under, too.
Mike Massow joking with some of the players here. I think Mike's doing push-ups right now. We should be getting this on camera.
I went over. No, you matched. Oh, I matched. It's a chop. It's a chop on a match.
Use the other one.
Those are good push-ups too, man.
Yeah.
There's Mike. He's already sweating. We see this day 1A tournament field. There we see in the background Randall Flowers. Ran all in. Mike doing jumping jacks. Who says poker isn't a sport? Don't let them tell you that, Mikey.
Helps a little bit.
Raise 300.
I'm raising my blind for.
Kerry raising it to 300 under the gun.
Call.
Fuck, man, I'm out of shit.
3 players.
No, I'm in shit. Check.
Check. Check. Bet 700. Fold. Fold. Language.
No, I'm not. No more language.
Everyone folds to the continuation bet.
Yeah, that's what they told me. They want to hear more from language and mouth. Now, I have to wake up somehow. Sounds good, actually.
Fold. Call. Fold. Raise 200.
James raising it to 200. Mike splashing around on the button.
Flop them in like that, I'll just flop them in like that.
Fold. Fold. Call. 3 players.
3 players to the flop.
Check. Bet 300. Call.
I
Yes,
didn't
sir.
feel like it.
Check. Check.
Heads up flop. Goes check check on the turn.
Bet 800. Show please. You're in Sorry about that.
King queen showing down that winner. A little bit of an odd check by king queen on the turn. I probably would have bet it. Going to get value from a hand like Jack 10, a flop straight draw.
Yeah, man. Can only get 2 or 3 of those a day.
Raise 300.
James raising it again. He's been a beast so far tonight.
Raise 1,000.
Mike's saying enough of this. He's 3-bet James. Can't let him get away with it forever. It's going to work. 3-bet by Mike Matisow early in this tournament. I think overall Matisow's a tighter player in big pots. So if he 3-bets me, I'm probably giving him a lot of respect. Played with Mike quite a bit at the World Series. I'm basing my notes on the experience I have playing with him. There's a shot of Nick. Sorry, not Nick, that's David. The DSPT Oregon main event for $1,100. You can play for a 150,000 guaranteed prize pool, as well as the opportunity to play with a world-class pro like Mike Matusow. You can also make it onto a future table. It's a beautiful stage set up here in the Chinook Winds Casino. I've seen a lot of live stream tables, guys, and this one really takes a cake. It's one of the best ones out there. 5 players. 1,500 are the blinds. This is a 25K starting stack event. There is a bet and a call. Carrie making the call. Carrie and Lisa heads up to this river. There are a few straight draws and flush draw out there. Oh, looks like the bet got through. So a bet of 600 by Mike Matusow. Lisa makes a call, heads up to this turn. And there is a heart. Brings in a flush, brings in a straight flush. Mike can't like that card too much. Looks like he does. I'm putting Mike on the ace of hearts here. He's not betting this against a random player as a bluff. Lisa raises to 2,500. Okay, looks like it's dead wrong. Mike on a bluff. That's why poker is such an interesting game. You make these reads, think you're right, and find out you're wrong. I guess Mike was on a pure bluff. Perhaps getting a low board here.
I might not even call a raise.
This is a raise to 400. Lisa had limped the cutoff. James raising the button. I think if Lisa wants to play a hand in the cutoff, she should come in raising. She'll have control of the pot. She can decide how much it costs to see a flop. James betting 300 after raising it to 400 pre-flop. It was a dry flop, and he's saying, okay, it's tough for Lisa to really have anything here.
Hey, if you're watching this feed, don't be laughing about how bad I'm playing. I can't help it. I can only play what they give me, and they haven't given me a playable hand yet. Yeah, that was the best thing I've seen today. Besides this one.
Call. Fold. 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 Raise. 350.
Mike raising it to 350.
Raise. 2100.
The huge re-raise to 2100. Player shows pocket tens. Guess he didn't want action. He just wanted to take the pot down right there.
And I am steaming. Steaming.
Fold. 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 Call. Heads up.
Everyone folding to the blinds. The blinds limp and check pre-flop.
Bet. 125.
Can't have it both ways. You want me to wait? You want me to sleep? What do you want me to do?
That's good.
Carry bets and wins the pot.
That was 10. That was 10, man.
That's all you got? Can you do more than that?
Well, I've done 18 total. Or even 5 and 10. I'm working my way up.
I could do probably like 40 in a row.
You see Janine Deeb in the background, needling Mike about his push-ups.
That's 12. Yeah, I'm like growing up in the
Janine works the social media for the DeepStacks Poker Tour.
Wear those pants? They are distracting. I think I'll take a bribe. I won't tell them. We were all joking over there, right? She's like, dude, grandma laughed so hard. She goes, do you think that Freddie knows his daughter wears those pants? If he did, he'd say, Janine, you're going back to Lebanon. That was so funny. Yeah, they laughed so hard.
325.
He wears bright shirts, I wear bright pants.
Of course, Janine Deeb, the daughter of the infamous Freddie Deeb.
Small blind, please. 50.
Food run?
One more.
That's what I get? Carbs? It's just carbs. I left a banana out there.
Fold. Fold.
We just saw a shot of our tournament floor here in the Chinook Winds Convention Center.
Supposed to be like this again tomorrow.
Fold. Three players. First player check.
3 players to this flop. Checks around. Michael rocking out to some tunes.
Check. Check.
Checks around to Kerry. Kerry thinking about it.
Bet.
In general, when people check to you twice, you should just take a shot at the pot. Michael calls. Heads up pot to this river. Spades get there. Now Michael's going to lead.
Bet. 2,000.
Best 2,000. This could be a missed straight draw, too, and he's just representing the flush. Very good bet by Mike. Puts Kerry in a tough predicament. If Kerry happened to have a real hand on the turn, like a jack, this isn't the easiest call. So a lot of chips for this stage of the tournament. Kerry makes a call. What does Michael turn over? Turns over a missed straight draw. And Kerry with aces. Wow, he played it really snug. Really tricky. And it got him action.
My 2 cards usually don't add up to aces.
Good play by Kerry. Got max value for his aces against a raggedy hand. I still like the bet by Michael. It's a good bluff. We saw how much Kerry was thinking about it.
You bring me food and then you take it away?
Folds. Fold. Fold. Raise. 350. Fold.
Three-way flop. Everyone checks.
Check.
Everyone checks the turn. Looks like no one really has a hand here.
Fold.
Lines with
Fold.
pretty aggressive overall.
Fold.
And there's a 3-bet by Carey. We see the players to James's left not really standing for
Fold.
the fact that he's raising so much. They've started to 3-bet him pretty liberally. If you're going to raise so many pots, you're going to have to start defending against 3-bets. Because your opponents will adjust to you in poker. That's just how the game is played. If you start raising a lot, they're going to punish that by re-raising you a lot. And if you're not comfortable playing in these bloated pots with the hands that you're raising with, you should just not be raising that much. Here's a shot of our DSPT Oregon trophy, the DeepStacks Poker Tour,
Fold.
here
Fold.
in Chinook Winds,
Fold.
in Lincoln City, Oregon, right here on the Pacific Coast.
Call.
$1,100 buy-in main event,
Fold.
$150,000 guarantee.
Call. 3 players. Check.
3 players to the
Check.
flop.
Check. Bet. 200. Call. Fold.
Just
Heads up.
checked around and to Michael who bets, or Carey who bets, and Michael calls. Turn goes check, check.
Bet. 600.
Got your flush, huh?
Shows 10.
No. No, I had an ace.
Button's good.
Michael folds to Carey's bet.
Well, I mean, I only had two.
Carey so far has played this table pretty well. He's got a max value for his aces. He's 3-bet a few times,
Fine for one.
taking down pots.
100.
He's controlled the size of the pots when he hasn't had that big of a hand.
I was deucing.
I'm a big fan of his style so far. There he is, Carey in seat 4. He definitely seems like a thinking poker player.
Fold. Fold, fold.
I like any PLO or better.
Call. Raise. 600.
Raised to 600 by
Call.
Michael on the button.
Call.
James
Players.
calling in the big blind. David, who limped the cutoff, calls as well.
Check. Check. Bet. 1,000. Fold. Fold.
Michael, continuation betting on that flop and taking down very dry flop.
Thank you.
Raise. 250. Fold.
Nick raising it up.
Call. 7 of hearts. Deuce of spades exposed.
My hand.
Mike Massow accidentally flipping his hand over. 7 deuce offsuit. Oh no, he's making a joke. He's saying, "Oh, that is my hand."
3
There's Charlie
players.
Books over there.
Check.
Hello.
Three-way flop here. 10, 9, 6, 2 diamonds.
Bet.
I didn't know who I talked
500.
to. That was the Mr. Chris Torina. That's my CEO and president of DeepStacks. He is the man.
Raise. 1200.
It's a bet and a raise. Action to James. He looks like he's caught some piece of this
Call.
board.
Chinook wins.
Makes a call.
What do you call it? Chinook. No, Chinook. She called it torrential force winds. Torrential force winds. Walk outside. You will get blown out of your head. I like it.
It was really nice last week. Walked down the beach and had lunch down there.
Raise. 5,000 straight.
Wow, and a re-raise by Nick.
Fold.
Nick representing 7-8. Looks like James has some sort of draw.
The orange are in the pot for the first time today. Whoop. Comes another
Huge
one.
pot brewing. This is so far the pot of the table.
That's one orange.
Heads up.
Ooh, orange.
Heads up to the turn. Board pairs. If a player had a set or some sort of 2 pair with a 6 in it, it's now a full house.
Bet. 6,000.
There are now 3 orange.
Nick leading for half pot. In position. Saying, okay, you had a draw.
Times full are still good.
Wow, James was 9-8. And we saw James was drawing dead on the turn. But
Players
interesting
are on a 10-minute
check by
break.
Nick on the river. I probably would have fired a little bit. Maybe James doesn't believe you. Maybe he thinks that you were on the flush draw and were firing away, and he calls you with that 2 pair. You never just want to give your opponent free showdown, especially in position when you have a full house. And it looks like these players are on a break. That means we're on a break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Chinook Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour. Some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Let's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs set beach.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Let's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Let's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop.
But I wasn't slow playing. I didn't have a cash to slow play.
I'm listening actually. About 2200. Well, we have 17.5 and
I got that one.
9, 2200. Looks like 23,000. 22,000. About 32. Close to 40. Mike having about 23. And about 17. 18.
My check, how much?
My normal stack, 23.
Around 23.
Oh my god, he does have a lot of oranges. Can I just say new rule, we're not allowed to make the big plain color in general. Count them, I'm trying to count them from afar and they're all orange and pink.
Orange and pink.
Perfect, thank you.
Orange and pink.
No, they don't. I went for the first day and it's not turned on as far as it
Working out of it. Working out of it all day.
Yeah, well, last time
About how to use them now.
I've been running across the halls. She brought me one. Yeah, I'll wait for it to come back.
And welcome back to the DSPT Oregon main event here at the Chinook Winds Casino, Lincoln City, Oregon, here on the beautiful Pacific Coast. We're on day one of this tournament. Our feature table is Mike the Mouse Matisau.
There's a sensor that detects the flop. Raise 300.
Mike racing it up. The starting stack for this event was 25,000. So you have an idea of where people are at as their stack size is on the computer here. We were supposed to have live hold cards. We've had an issue with that. Hopefully we'll be getting it up sometime today. But so far we get to watch live poker in its purest form. We're going to play the guessing game. Looks like a couple players haven't come back for break yet.
So where is this live streaming off of? What site? Our site is on DeepStacks.com? Alright. My other half hasn't found a way to get out of bed. I did. Give her something to do. Yeah.
Raise 300. Hold. Hold.
A race to 300. Right now this table is pretty short-handed because a couple of players are still coming back for the break.
Hold around.
buffalo bird. Oh, fucking hell, my God. I'm finally waking up. I'm waking up early. Like right now, I've hit my stride. I was like, I couldn't wake up for hours.
Raise 300.
Yeah. We sold some.
Hold.
About half.
Hold. Yeah.
Alright, love you. So, DeepStacks.com if you want to watch. Alright.
Hold around.
Fills around. Mike taking that pot down. Thanks to everyone joining us here on the live stream. We're going to have some Twitter giveaways. So if you're on Twitter, stay tuned for that. We can get the details shortly. We have prizes like a signed photo, signed book from Mike Matisow, Mike Matisow t-shirt.
Hold. Hold it around. Yep, 75, 150 out of the blinds.
Blinds are 75, 150 here for the DSPT Oregon main event. We're on day 1A.
Call 150. Call 150.
Call 150.
Option. Check. Bet 200. Hold. Hold around.
Mike betting the flop, taking it down.
Oh, I'm awake, you guys. Think it's ever gonna happen?
Push-ups from the way?
Push-ups, they work.
Hold. Raise 300. Oh, 300.
Myself in the smoke.
Call.
That was a bad call I just made. Winning well. Yeah.
Oh. 4 in the hand.
10 being the worst call you
Bet 500. Call. Raise 1700.
There's a bet and a raise here. So dry flop, 5-3 deuce. This raise looks something like a straight or set. Mike flopping a wheel. I probably would have played it a little bit slower. It's tough for your opponents to have a strong hand on that flop. I mean, they pretty much have to have like a set or an overpair to continue. That flop doesn't connect with a lot of pre-flop ranges. We'll probably wait for the turn to make a play.
No, 6-4 would back off. He's forced to back off. 6-4 is an easy call. Oh, 6-4 you can't get in trouble. How come I got one card?
Raise 600. Oh, 600. Oh, 3 in the hand.
Three-way flop here. As you can see, now that the blind levels are bigger, these pots are much bigger. 1,800.
700.
Hello, Janine Deeb. You're doing a great job.
Oh, 700 full.
Oh, you're very welcome. Where's the bottles of water at? I don't want to be like that guy. I saw a container of water.
Check.
Heads up pot
Where's water?
here on the turn.
Sixes and kings, eights and kings. Take it.
One player with pocket sixes, another with pocket eights. Both players flopping 2 pair.
So awake now. I am back. Mike is back. From the dead. I literally was dead too. What were you just saying? It's either all or nothing. Yeah. But it's not, at least I didn't go overboard and take more, right? More, because that would have been trouble.
Oh,
I want to see a flop section.
call 150.
We see a couple of limps.
Oh, 150 option. Option checks.
That's flop for everyone except me.
Checked around.
Checked around on the flop.
Bet 350.
Wait,
Oh,
or
350.
any flush.
Bet 525.
Kerry betting the river.
Pair of ace, pair of nines.
Looks like David had a pair of nines. Perry Valley betting ace-8. 1 notch lower than the pocket nines.
Yep, away from the table if you
I'll take one. Jimmy!
Make sure your cards are over the square for a little bit at least.
You don't put baby in the
Oh.
box,
Well, there's a don't put baby in the box reference.
350.
We're officially in a poker tournament in Oregon now. Nick raising the cutoff to 350. David making the call. David and Michael are both players that haven't shown that they're prone to 3-betting. And because of that, players like Nick and Kerry can literally raise their blinds and not worry too much about getting 3-bet.
I hate not being. No, it's no fun.
Checks around.
I'm bored. It wasn't myself.
Bet 400. Call 400.
You got it, man. You got what you call the oinky doinky. Oinky doinky's gonna get it.
The pocket's checked out.
Make these things round. I mean, square. Second year, if we were just black.
Through the 11.
11 rounds. That means we will be here till like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh. Oh.
Listen, if I'm here by the 11th round, I'm gonna be very happy.
Mike singing to himself. Mike's a real fun guy to be around. Earlier today, he's literally barking and then made a joke about his own Tourette syndrome.
Hold it around.
We're going to be having a Twitter giveaway, so stay tuned for that. I just tweeted out some of the swag. A signed photo by Mike Matisow. We have a T-shirt as well, which we can have signed, as well as Mike Matisow's autobiography, Check Raising the Devil. I am always Ahmed. You can find me on Twitter at OERockets. You can also follow the DeepStacks Poker Tour at DeepStacks.
That's going to be a raise to 650. Oh. Mike, I need some change, please. You can't. Check. Bet 1,000.
Bet of 1,000 by James. I like this bet. It's a very dry flop. It's tough for Lisa to continue.
Might be right. You got it coming in.
James so far has been a pretty active player at the table, having a 47% VPIP.
watch the basketball games on these things? What? Yeah?
If you can see the screen.
I'll have to have a seat change. I know one thing. If you'd have moved in when that 10 came down, I don't know. I don't think he could call.
No, but you don't want to see a grown man crying.
Yeah.
That didn't come down your bed.
Fold, fold. Fold.
Thanks to everyone joining in on our live stream for the DSPT Oregon main event here at Chinook Winds Casino.
Two players. Check.
I actually hit the flush.
And so?
Damn, sir. My favorite hand is when I show it down.
You gotta pay for it.
No, that's my least favorite hand.
That's what she said.
I'm not an ace right time, man. I usually just always fold this board.
He's rag became a set that time.
Yeah, well, you know, I had a gut feeling. Couldn't help myself.
Fold. Fold.
We're up to 2.
Action folded around
We're
to
75.
Michael. Michael in the hijack.
Raise to 300.
He's raised it to 300. That's a min raise.
Call.
Everyone folds to James. Sorry, not James. Nick in the big blind.
Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble.
Nick winning that big pot off of James right before break, where he flopped a set,
Oh, Lord, it's hard to be
and James had middle pair and a gut shot.
Sitting hands and nobody's home when I'm home.
Play good today, boys.
Now that I'm awake,
C-bet by Michael takes the pot down.
looking very good for a while. Now, looking very good. Looking like I might play good today. You can never bother me, my friend. What's your name? I'm Nick.
Fold.
What's your name? Terry. Terry, I'm messing with you.
Fold.
Sure.
Raise to 600.
What's your name? David? Michael. I had her name earlier. Leanne?
Lisa.
Ooh, really know.
Call. Fold. Two players.
People just have that problem. They just can't be a second person.
Check.
Heads up pot between James and Nick.
600 to bet.
James continuation betting on this board.
Call. Check. Check, check.
Nick calling, turn goes check check. River's an 8, Nick leads, and James folds. Oh, sorry, goes check check. Nick shows jacks. Playing jacks a little bit slow pre-flop. It's a player like James who opens a lot. I'm probably 3-betting jacks. It fares to be the best hand against him, and you want control of the pot. You don't want James to just outflop you for free.
Call 150. Call.
5-way flop here. Everyone checks.
That's 600. Call. 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 Hold. Raise to 775 or 1175. Hold.
Got a pot brewing here. David raised it to 1,200. Mike making the call.
Check. That's 1,500.
Mike leading and getting the fold. Wow.
Hold. Raise. Call.
Raise from Mike. Kerry calling. Michael calling from the small blind. Lisa folding her big. Michael checks to Madisau.
Get it all raised. If I don't, me too. I'll get it all raised. If I don't, yeah, somebody has to bet. I'm
Three players.
giving you the best, the first bet.
Dealer making change. So Michael has already checked dark. Jack 9-8 flop. Rainbow. Madisau betting, and it looks like it's going to get through. Another pot for Madisau. You can hear the high-pitched laugh of Randall Flowers from across the poker room. I met Randall yesterday for the first time, and he has the funniest laugh. There he is. DeepStacks Pro Randall Flowers.
Two, I'll give him these two. Because I limped under the gun? Did that scare you? Those are aces busters there, buddy.
Call. I know, is that the check?
No, I've got you straight. I had you straight.
Three players.
Three ways to the flop. A player did fold 10-8.
That's 300. Fold. Fold.
and I'm like, what? Give me that, man. I'll take the 810. You got me crushed. What are you talking about? No, I want the 810 though. I'd rather give me the 810.
If he hadn't showed that, I would have stayed in and flopped the top two.
Yeah, and then I would have, you know,
Top two.
I would have lost 300 instead of win 300.
I told him I had a straight top.
You're welcome.
Big black blues, Mike.
Aaron, I like you, man. Let me let you know some information. Don't be folding that for a guy who wins.
So you're shooting for a straight flush every time?
No, I just those are my straight cards. Those are my flush cards.
Raise.
He mucks the 810 for a limp. So now he raise it. Now he's gonna raise it. He can raise with any two cards right here because like he knows nobody's calling but me.
But I like to see that
Fold. Fold.
picture of it.
Now if he shows you the 7-8, now we have a really good game. Now you really wouldn't have a fucking clue. I wish we could have.
His lap is so confusing.
Who's it is?
Flowers.
Oh yeah, here's the lap. That's why you have to. That's why you have to pass that one. Light flowers? Yeah.
Okay. Raise 400. Fold. Fold.
Kerry raising up to 400.
Fold.
Expect this to be a strong hand. It's an under the gun raise. Kerry hasn't been raising that many pots. He only has a 7% pre-flop raising percentage. That's the amount of hands he raises pre-flop.
Some people out and didn't re-enter. If I go bust here in the next half hour or an hour or 2 hours, I'll re-enter.
There's some talk about the re-entry.
Fold. Raise 300.
What are you doing raising? You know like I'm in auto call position here.
Call. Fold. Call. Fold. Fold. 3 players.
Deuce! Oh, there is a deuce.
Bring him. Check. Bet 1,000.
Bet $50 I might not fold.
Big bet by Lisa. She bets 1,000 into this dry pot. Perhaps just wanting to take it down. Saying, okay, it's difficult for someone to have a big hand here. Some players may even fold flush draw to that action.
Oh, it's irritating. I'm sorry. I haven't. Since I was 3 years old, it doesn't stop. You know what the sick part about it is? I got paid off one time at the main event in the World Series. Big bet. He said, well, your leg wasn't shaking. I wouldn't have called you. It's like, you made a leg read? I got my leg's been shaking since I was 3 years old.
Fold.
I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something about it.
Fold. Fold.
Oh.
Fold.
You know how many times I go through like this a day?
Fold.
Oh, it sounds awful.
Raise to 450.
Folds around to carry in the small blind.
Fold.
It's also has to do with like some medication I take.
Raises and gets David to surrender his big blind.
That Randall Flowers medication. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, but I hate smoking. I liked it. I was never down.
Fold. 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 Fold.
I'm not gonna lie. Back in my heyday, it was throw me the ecstasy. You can take all the rest.
Call. Fold. Okay. 2 players.
I look back at it. I didn't even say thank God I'm alive. I did.
Heads up pot here. Kerry and Michael.
Check.
Especially in the heyday.
Bet 300.
Michael takes a shot and takes it down.
Ace nine.
Hey, dealer.
Yes.
Why don't you do something productive?
I'll try.
You don't sit down.
I'll try.
Floor, I'm suspecting collusion.
I mean, I did give you a free shirt. Now. Not many people got a free one.
You told me not to
Did she
tell
have to?
anybody.
I know, but now I'm making them all
Actions here.
jealous here.
Did she have to pull it for you?
No.
I think what I'm going to do. Anybody
Oh.
at this table buys my book, I will make a bit of my t-shirts for $20.
Raise $3.50.
each. So only at this table will they get my shirt and my t-shirt for $40 instead of.
Nick raising it up to 350.
What everybody says is the best poker book
Call.
I've ever read.
Call. Fold.
There's no pokers. Oh, there's a lot of pokers, but it's mostly
Thank you.
I read a little bit of it.
Three players.
Very good writer, very good. Some of the stuff in that I really won't believe it. Like some of the stuff
Check.
happened to me. It's like,
Check.
out of like,
Checks around to David. He bet 600, half the pot.
I was going to.
Fold.
So far, these players have been playing pretty tight.
it's got a lot of everyone said it was the best game by far. And everybody that's ever come up to me that read my book says it's the best book they've ever read.
Well, there is the bite.
That's just
That's yours is the poker bite.
that's just
Call.
Haven't you gotten in trouble once already?
I couldn't fold the queen seven.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, really. Am I supposed to say no comment?
No, we're on live stream. We're allowed to purchase this.
Okay. That's a call. Call.
None of this will be.
Bunch of players limping.
5 players.
I really. Yeah, sometimes the ace four makes sense. 1800 see a lot of flops. I don't know what to do.
Hold.
I'm a crazy Jew.
Hold.
So what
Fold. Raise to 300. Fold. Call.
can't do it this time.
Fold. James.
No.
Michael raising it to 300. James calling on a small blind. James likes to see a lot of flops.
300. Fold.
Made it cheap, dude. Come on. When I have a hand, I can't get any action.
I had pocket eights, so I didn't like the flop.
Okay.
So there's no eight.
James saying he had pocket eights. Didn't like the flop. Not the best flop for pocket eights.
Now it makes sense. Perfect.
I kind of wish that we had flop.
Well, that'd be my luck.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
I'm gonna raise.
There's
have to
still
wait for
action
her.
here.
She might raise in front of you.
Fold.
Six.
Raise.
James announcing a raise before Lisa had folded. Perhaps getting Lisa to fold.
Call.
Mike giving him action.
2 players.
You might have better. No, not garbage. Check.
Blinds are 75, 150, so this was a 4x raise on the button.
Call.
Pretty strong raise, actually.
Check. Check, check.
Mike calls the flop. Mike probably with a king here.
Bet. 600. Fold.
He bets small. Flashes a king.
Oh, you had 9-10? I like it. Yeah, that's my third favorite.
Fold.
Service, please.
Fold. Right here. Fold.
You know what they say?
Raise
If at first you don't
550.
succeed, try again.
Fold.
They say, Mike, what is your favorite hand? Two aces. Well, what's your second favorite hand? 2 kings.
Player asking Mike, what's your favorite hand? He says aces.
Do you have a favorite hand?
What's your second favorite hand? Kings. Of course. 2 hands. The 2 biggest hands in the game.
Fold.
If you're a strong winning player, you're going to like the nuts. You're not going to sit there and say, my favorite hand's the hand I'm trying to gamble with.
You fold, you fold.
Fold. Fold.
Would I what, baby? Would I give you change?
Yes, please.
Alrighty.
Heads up flop here between Kerry and David.
Check. That's 300.
David bets and takes it down. Thanks to everyone joining in on this DSPT Oregon main event live stream. This is the $1,100 buy-in main event here at the Chinook Winds Resort Casino.
I saw that.
We're live streaming all 3 days of this tournament. We are supposed to have live hole cards for you, but we were having some technical difficulties with that.
Fold.
So this is the best we got right now, but we're trying to work on getting you the live hole cards.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Jesus, what are you doing? How much this time? 4.
Raise the 400. Fold. 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 Fold.
The action is heated up at this table. Seen a flop about 20 hands ago. Huh? Yeah. Straddles a lot. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look at one card. You know what? I'm gonna raise one card.
Raise the 300.
Mike raising after just seeing one card. This should get him action.
Call.
He's trying to loosen these guys up. They should probably just 3-bet him.
Fold.
If you're going to play the hand, just 3-bet the guy that's raising with one card.
Call.
Wow. How could you fold this?
Fold.
This is one of my best.
Okay. 3 players. Next time I'll yell at you. Check. 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 Check.
checked around, and Mike finally taking a shot at the pot on the river. Mike having a devious laugh over there.
I just thought it was pretty funny. I mean, it didn't have to be. When I raised it one card in the dark, it didn't have to be an ace. Because I would have said that was any hand, but it just so happened it wasn't. And then had backup. Really fun. You could
Mike explaining what he found so funny.
Call.
You could have tied him.
Call. Call. Call.
look like, Jim? 100 to you or 75?
Raise. 775. Fold, fold.
Whenever I hear that phrase, I always think the guy is not human. I don't know what it is.
So raised to 775 by James in the small blind after a bunch of limps. James does have a loose image, and that might get him action. A player with a loose image that's raising the spot, in theory, he should only be doing it with a big hand because he's going to get action. It looks like everyone else making the same read and folding. Oh no, Kerry makes the call. So we had it wrong. We had the action wrong on the computer. Heads up. James is in the small blind, so he's first to act. He checks. He's giving up control of this pot to Kerry. Kerry with a bet. Now James with a check raise. Wow. He says, I love that flop. And he shows. What's he showing? I see a king. Or a queen. Got it. Interesting check raise with queens on that board. Thanks to everyone joining in on the live stream for the DSPT Oregon main event. We're here in Chinook Winds Casino in Lincoln City, Oregon, located on the beautiful Pacific Coast. We're live streaming all 3 days of this tournament, including both starting days. We're supposed to have hole cards for you, but our computer is down right now. We're trying to get it fixed. So right now we get to watch closed hole cards.
Call. Fold. Two players.
Heads up, pot to the turn.
Bet 1,000. Fold.
Oh my God, you had me nutted on pairs and flushes. I mean, I was like, you got off easy. Got off easy.
Sorry guys, thanks, you got it.
This main event is a DSPT GPI Player of the Year qualified event.
Jimbo.
So you can earn GPI Player of the Year points for this DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. Here in Oregon, there's a trophy right there for the winner, for the series champion. And there is a trophy for
They call him
the winner of the main event.
laughing. How much more fun can
The 2013 DSPT World Championship TV show begins airing on the New England Sports Network, NESN, on DirecTV beginning April 12th. Check your local listings.
I make any table fun, right?
DeepStacks Poker Tour was the first U.S. poker tour ever to be regulated in Alberta, Canada to run poker tournaments. There will be stops in Calgary and Edmonton. You can go to deepstacks.com for more information. Heads up pot. Carry bets, and these two players have had a couple of wars going on. Nothing major, but there is some metagame here. Looks like the levels have gone up and there are antes in play. Levels are 100, 200 blinds in the quarter ante. I feel like the first or second stage in the tournament where there are antes is that's really where I start looking to 3-bet a little bit wider. Start exploiting guys that have lost a few chips and maybe have tightened up. I'm looking to steal pots from those type of players. You're going to see if some of the tighter players at this table are going to start opening up now that there are antes in play. There's more of an incentive to steal. David betting 800, and he shows. Just pocket jacks.
We just start right now? At this table? course you're at this table. Where else were you? Yeah, so I was just telling him.
Candies, please. 25.
If I didn't have to be here on time, I would start at like 153 or 250. This is like such a
Looks like we have a new player in the cutoff
for me.
in seat 6. We'll get your name for him shortly. Action to James.
Raise. 600.
He raises up to 600. That's 3 times the big blind.
$1,500 buying, you get 1,500 chips. $1,000 buying, 1,000 chips. 1,000 buying, 1,000 chips start off 10 and a quarter. And people played so bad. Like,
And everyone's going to give him respect for that under the gun race.
so do the chip trimmers. Playing 10 and a quarter. Nobody realized they were playing 65 big blinds each. With hour-long games. And then we used to,
Candies, please.
we used to gauge how your World Series are. Like how fast you ever do World Series. It was all depending on how many dinner breaks. Like, I cashed twice and made 5 dinner breaks. Every minute of the dinner break, you were having a good World Series.
No problem.
But again, look what it did. To the other side of poker.
People, they don't need,
Fold.
they don't need,
Fold.
they want,
But for the education period, you know, to introduce poker into the mainstream.
they want the same, if they want to see the same people winning over and over again.
Raise. 600.
No, never the same people ever win. Okay.
Michael raising it to 600 on the button.
You want another tournament?
And James folds. That's very strange for him.
When you win one season, he played
Goes.
You want to
Raise
see
5.
somebody dominate poker?
Michael shows ace 5 on the button.
Raise 300, raise 600, and level 1, and you just level 30,000.
Thanks to everyone joining in on the DSPT Oregon main event live stream. We are streaming all 3 days of this tournament, including both day ones. We're going to have hole cards for you today, but our computer is down. We're working on getting it fixed. So right now, we have closed cards instead of hole cards. But we still can track the action. It's actually really good. When you watch poker without hole cards, you concentrate on different things. You don't look at their cards. You look at the player. You look at the bet size. You look at their body language. And that's what's going to help you at a poker table. Not looking at their hole cards and seeing what they're going to do. So in a way, it's a blessing in disguise. This is a DSPT GPI Player of the Year tournament. So you can win GPI Player of the Year points. GPI, of course, is a global poker index. Heads up pop between James and Michael.
Bet. 600. Call.
Check call from James.
I played 6 coin flips.
Check.
Most people put 6 coin
Michael firing another barrel. He's putting James to the test. River is 7. So if James called on the flop with a 7, he now has a full house. If he called with something like pocket 8s or pocket 9s, he probably doesn't like this river. Michael shows his cards. It goes check, check. Michael shows a jack. Wow, he checks the river with a full house. The second nuts, or third nuts, I mean, there's quad 7s and jack 10, and that's it. Pretty nitty check by Michael at the end. There's no reason not to bet the river. Carey raising it up to 550. James calling on the button. Carey was under the gun. Carey's a very methodical player. He really thinks through his decisions. Seems to have a real method behind his madness. So far, I've been a fan of his game. He's been slowly chipping up. He hasn't played a lot of big pots. That's really Poker Tournament 101. Just try to do a lot of the small to medium-sized pots. Don't get yourself in trouble early. That's what Carey's been doing. The raise of 425. Of course, the blinds are 100, 200. Heads up pot. Joining me in the booth is Chris Torina. Did I say that right, Chris?
Yes, always. Chris Torina.
So, trying to work on his mic here. Yeah, we're going to have Chris shortly. He's working on his mic.
I bet and call him. A little bit of a big bet and call. And like he just crippled himself in a hand where like there was just no. And after that, I just. What you're only beating bluff. After that, I just wasn't gonna let him back in the match.
Fold. Fold.
We're going to have Chris shortly as we fix a mic issue. Fold. A lot of issues here on day one, but we'll have them all fixed by day two or and the final table.
Fold. All right. 3 change.
I am here.
Oh, there we go. Chris, how's it going?
Technology, man.
Yeah.
Technology.
We finally got you in the booth. So for our live stream viewers that don't know who you are, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I am the president and CEO of DeepStacks Poker Tour.
Awesome. And do you play a lot of poker, or are you just a poker enthusiast, or just the business side?
I would say that more business side, and I'm an enthusiast, but I love poker. I mean, you know, I've played several tournaments, and obviously don't have close to the results that someone like you or Mikey or Tristan or Randall have, but I definitely love the game, and you know, kind of led to me starting DeepStacks, you know, 6-7 years ago. So happy to be here and you know, sit next to a WSOP bracelet winner, man.
Yeah, well, I think that's every day in your job, right?
Yeah, but some are crazier than others. You seem to be okay. So, you know, typically when I'm sitting next to Mikey or, you know, someone of his caliber, they're usually, you know, saying some other things.
Yeah, a little bit crazier.
Yeah.
And that's putting it nicely.
Yeah, that's putting it politically correct. Well, very PC.
Well, I must say, this was the first time I've been up to Chinook Winds Casino, and this is a really beautiful resort. And you guys have put on a really good event here. It's, what, over 10 days worth of tournaments?
Yeah, this is the third time we've been up here. We actually came up here last February for the first time. And, when I first heard about Oregon poker, which, by the way, if anyone has the opportunity to ever come to Oregon, come to Oregon. It's a beautiful state. But if you ever want to, see if poker's dead or alive, come to Oregon, because there are a tremendous amount of poker players in this market, and they just love, us coming in here. But I heard about Chinook, and I'm a student of the game and from the industry side, and there's not a lot that I don't know of in terms of which casinos are out there and who's doing what. But I came out here and I just looked at the property. I was like, this is a resort destination. It's beautiful. It's it's relatively close to Portland. I mean, it's closer than Vegas is to LA, but you have to make an effort to get out here. But it's great. I mean, the players come from Seattle, from Portland. They come from Northern California. They fly in from Vancouver, BC. And the event, this year has been amazing. I mean, the casinos have different, sizes and sort of comfort levels. They don't necessarily feel comfortable guaranteeing a lot of money. So, when you're sort of doing a series that doesn't have some guaranteed events or add-on events, you're sort of rolling the dice. But, for this series to have the attendance it's had and the excitement that this event has versus the other two has been awesome.
Yeah, and the area surrounding the casino is also really beautiful. There's the Rogue Brewery.
Oh, yeah. It's
right around the corner. And I think Janine was telling us that she saw a signed photo of Greg Raymer in a random,
the most random thing ever.
Random shop or something, right?
Yeah, he walked in there, I guess, a few years ago and just happened to be in the area vacation.
Yeah, that's how much they love poker over here. They have signed photos of World Series of Poker champions. Yeah. Actually, I should get the name of that store. Maybe I'll get a free hamburger.
I know, right? Exactly, yeah. Get them to sponsor this segment or something for a 6-pack, But yeah, I mean, this whole area is unbelievable. I mean, it's, coming from, L.A. or Vegas and, frequenting locations like that, it's where it's, high stress, high energy and stuff like that. It's kind of nice to come out here and relax and, be around people that actually appreciate, coming in here and doing an event of this caliber.
Well, we have a big pot brewing here. James has been pretty loose overall. Curious taking advantage of that by three betting him semi-frequently. Kerry is a really methodical player.
Yeah, James has played our events before. He actually he got pretty close last year. I think he might have actually final tabled the OSPC, but he's a pretty solid player. I played a satellite with him in February last year.
And the OSPC, of course, is the Oregon State Poker Championship.
Yeah.
That was also a DeepStacks event. And this is a delayed C-bet by Kerry. He probably, at best, has a hand like pocket jacks or pocket tens here. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just decided to bet ace-king, saying, let's win the pot. This guy doesn't have much of a hand. And
yeah, there he goes, acknowledging it.
Yeah.
And you know what the beauty of you analyzing it that way is? The fact that we can't see the whole cards right now. So you know, everything we say is right. Or at least right now you're saying.
Well, that's my read. I actually tried to read a pot earlier, and I'm like, well, Mike's betting into this 4-heart board against a random. He probably has the nuts. And he gets raised, and Mike laughs and folds, and I'm like, well, I'm dead wrong.
We got a tweet earlier. Someone was like, man, Mikey looks, as a sarcastic tweet, but Mikey looks excited to be there. Meanwhile, he's playing, Chinese on his iPad and stuff,
Yeah. Well, he's doing push-ups and jumping jacks earlier, so.
I know. I gave him a hard time, though.
He's getting pumped up for it.
Yeah, trying to stay awake.
Yeah. The DeepStacks Poker Tour, your next stop is in California.
Yeah, it's Central California in Turlock. And Turlock's the smallest card room that we go into, or casino. but they seem to be. They always step up their game, and they're like one of the best groups to work with.
Yeah.
And it's nice because they have a lot to offer. And again, it's just I guess similarities to Chinook. It's like we go into places that are hungry for poker, and then we try to build and establish it there. So Turlock's just another example of a Chinook type poker room or casino in Central California. It's nice.
And the beauty of your poker tour is you have the DeepStacks pros, so someone can come in and for a lower price point play against a Mike Matisow, someone who's been on TV many times. But you don't see a lot of these other pros coming in that make the fields tough.
Right.
This is really more relaxed poker tournament. I play in some World Poker Tours where no one says a word for the entire day at the table.
Yeah.
This really has a home game feel. People are joking around, and people have checked back full houses on Rivers, and I feel like it's because it's gentlemanly.
Yeah.
They just feel like, oh yeah, I have a full house.
Yeah, and a
Here
lot
we
of
go.
them play together. Like they'll play in these card rooms in Portland or home games around here, and they're. I guess everyone's like rooting for each other. They're not cutthroat,
Yeah, and for someone who's coming up in poker and maybe you play 1-2 no limit hold'em or 2-5, you don't necessarily want to go play a 10K tournament with some of the world's toughest players.
Yeah, I mean, why would you? I mean, there's no like those events for amateurs or those events for recreational players has no value. I mean, that's just for all intents and purposes, it's relative dead money. So,
Yeah.
there's a good mix with DeepStacks Poker Tour events because you bring Mikey, you bring Tristan, you bring Grinder. We're adding 2 more pros in the next week or 2, which
any announcements you want to make?
Soon. One's a female and one's a male. So
Okay.
very, very well respected. But and bringing them out to events like this will be great. But yeah, I mean, listen, this isn't. We can go on a rant, dude. I mean, I can go on a rant for the 5 straight minutes about it. But this industry, this game, is not built on the Matisows of the world or the Helmuths of the world, or it's built on the 98%, 99% of the population that you were looking at here at this event that play poker day in and day out, have an affinity for it, have an appetite for it, and will make the 2.5-hour trek from places like Portland or 4 hours from Seattle to come play a poker tournament because of love.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, this is their event for the next 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, I met a guy last night at the bar. Granted, it was pretty late, and I could barely hear what he was saying, but and but
that makes it more credible.
Yeah, exactly, right. But one of the things he said was like, "Listen, I've been planning this for." Getting my bankroll ready to save up money to play all of the events of this series. This is my big coming out party. And you listen to a guy like that, you're like, man, I want people like this coming. I want players like this. I want customers like this,
Yeah. And it looks like Kerry is going to be changing tables.
Yeah, James is probably happy about that for sure.
Everyone at the table is probably happy. He was one of the stronger players at the table. He was definitely... he is playing really smart. I'm a big fan of his game. It's the first time I saw him play today.
Right. Have you been able to see Matisow play? Have you played WSOP? Have you been at table with him at the WPT WSOP
yeah,
event?
plenty of times.
Right.
The
mixed games and stuff.
Yeah, the tournament I just got 4th in the summer. He got 10th or 13th,
right.
something like that.
Right.
But yeah, Mike and I have played a bunch together.
It's funny. Mike is, I've learned a lot of poker from Mike and Tristan, especially Grinder. But Mikey's philosophy is he doesn't get involved into a pot in a marginal spot unless there's a lot of equity in the table, like when the antes kick in and things. And Mike's a relatively tight player early on.
Yeah.
So usually, he doesn't care if he's on the button or in the cutoff or anything like that. He's just going to play his cards for the first level until the pot builds, and I'm sure you know that because you played with him before.
Yeah, I actually said earlier, my note on Mike is, if it's a big pot, Mike's usually got the goods.
Yeah,
or it's a sit cooler or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's not going to look to play big pots without a big hand.
Let's see what he's showing here. 8s.
So he shows
10-8.
top pair.
10-8.
Yeah, calling 10-8 suited on the button. Look at that flop. He
Yeah,
flops
what a
top
flop.
pair and a flush draw.
Yeah.
I hope that Joker is not in the deck. I think that's the cut card.
Yeah, it's the cut card.
He knows that was right. You know my range now.
Yeah, you know my range. Mikey's the best. I got so many stories about that guy, dude. You have no idea, man. You know?
I have some idea. Mike.
You know, it's so funny. You've done live at the bike commentary and stuff like that, and you've probably done some, spot commentary. But I always get a kick out of listening to live streams. It's always about poker. I'm like, all right, dude, I get it, man. I get it. We could talk about poker, but I want to know about like what's going on with the guys at the table. Like, give me some dirt.
Well, it's usually a tough balance.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to talk smack on someone you don't know.
Oh, I'll talk smack on Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want
All right. Well, let's hear the dirt. Let's hear the dirt. Let's hear a Mike Matasow story.
Oh my God, how many Mike Matasow stories do I have without really like putting him out there like that? He's an interesting guy, man. He is. He's got the heart. He's got a heart of gold. And when I first met him like 6-7 years ago, he was kicking ass, and then he went to a downswing and he got really depressed, and he was in a tough spot, and then he kind of turned his life around in like the last year and a half. It's I love the guy, man. He's just like, he's awesome. He really is awesome. And what people don't know about him is that he is probably one of the best friends that I have in terms of like his quality of being a human being,
Yeah, he actually genuinely is one of the nicest guys.
Absolutely, dude. He'll give you the shirt off his back if he, if he's wearing one.
Ironically, he was wearing his Mike the Mouth shirt,
right.
And my brother he's a huge fan of poker. He plays in $20 buy and home game or something with his friends. Like that's it. And he watches it on TV. But Mike Matasow is his favorite player. Yeah. So Mike and I were playing a tournament at the series, and I said, "Hey, Mike, my brother's a huge fan of yours. Can you give me a signed shirt?" And the next day, he showed up and gave me a signed shirt. Yeah,
that's really cool.
Okay, 1200.
And Mike's always a blast to be around. Whenever there's a tournament, the rails always concentrate around Mike.
Yeah.
It's like Mike and Daniel. Those are like the big ones that everyone wants to see.
Yeah, it's like the guys that you first saw when you turned the tube on and you watched WSOP 03. Those guys.
Yeah, so the club coming on the board, it's a 4K pot right now. Goes check, check.
That guy's pretty solid. I played with Nicola in the past.
And Nicola new to our table. He just joined about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So speaking of Mike giving away things, we actually are going to do some Twitter giveaways.
Yeah, I saw that.
We have
good idea, by the way, always.
Thanks. We have a signed photo of Mike. We can actually have him personalize it.
Yeah, he personalized one for me earlier today. Would you like to know what it reads?
Yeah, go ahead.
To Dickhead, I love you, Mike Matasow. So
Fun.
I will be framing that one.
Nice.
And we can curse on DSPT live streams, I think, right? Is that okay?
It's your show.
It's my show? Yeah, why not?
So I was thinking that by the next break, which you guys have about an hour and a half-ish, if you follow the DeepStacks Poker Tour Twitter account.
At DeepStacks.
And tweet at DeepStacks.
Yep.
I love cheetah pants.
I love cheetah pants. Yeah, I saw Janine's interesting pants.
Yeah, right there. Her cheetah pants.
Yeah,
in the
there they
background.
are, right there.
Yeah, there
yep.
So tweet at us. I love cheetah pants at DeepStacks.
And we'll pick a winner.
And then hashtag DSPT Chinook.
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 Yep.
Yeah, Chinook?
Chinook.
Chinook.
Like the fish.
Chinook.
Chinook.
Got it. I love cheetah pants. We'll pick a winner. I guess we're on a half an hour delay, so we're gonna we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, send us a tweet. You'll be in the drawing for a signed Mike Matasow photo. Later on in the night, we're also gonna have a signed autobiography and a signed T-shirt too.
Yes.
So we got the swag is elevating.
It's out there.
Yeah.
It's out there. And Mikey's more than happy to give away his T-shirts. Trust me. Have you seen that logo on it? Oh my Lord!
He told me.
I mean, look at that logo. Look at that. Oh my God!
The best is the back.
A garage full. Dude, I used to stay when I go to Vegas. I sometimes stay at his house.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, dude! He has like 50 boxes of those things.
I can imagine Mike's wardrobe. It's kind of like it reminds me of an Ernest movie.
Yeah.
Where they go to Ernest's home and he has like the exact same outfit 20 times. Mike just has that T-shirt. He's got like a pair of blue Wranglers and maybe 20 fanny packs.
Yeah. Actually, I bought him for his birthday 3 years ago. I bought him a brand new fanny pack. He looked at it, he thanked me, and he continued to wear his raggedy one that he continues to have. So, yeah, he's got 1 or 2 fanny packs. He's got a ton of sweatpants and jogging pants, and about 50 boxes of those T-shirts.
Well, right now, Mike's hoping he has a king in his hand. That's into David. David makes a call.
Looks
Mike
like
doesn't look too happy about it. Mike betting for value.
It's called. He's queen.
Value betting. Second pair on a board where Trips was there. Perhaps getting value from a worse queen.
Listen, when Mikey bets at this stage in the tournament, he's got it.
Yeah.
He's got it. Or he knows you don't have it, so it doesn't matter. You know?
Yeah, he makes a read, but when he bets 1K on that river, he's pretty much betting for value. And that's probably the worst hand he's betting for value, that or Queen Jack. You're just like, what? Betting for value?
I play a little bit of poker always.
Yeah. Well, you got second in an event, right?
Yeah, I got second in my own event, which was the first and last event that I played.
And then you
And then I got seventh. Actually, we did an event in Reno where Tristan and I both final tabled it, and he won, and I finished seventh, and he busted me in the tournament, and I still rag him about it today. But yeah, I mean, I only have, I have small. I have like 30, 40, 50,000 in earnings. That's nothing. But I don't play as often.
Yeah. There should be a team DeepStacks last longer bet going.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah. You could track it online and maybe
whoever does the best over an event or something like that.
No, just last longer.
Last longer.
Whoever lasts the longest, right? One's got to last longer than everyone else. Whoever lasts the longest, if you pick the winner on Twitter, you get a free book.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Maybe we'll implement
or a free
that.
training session with you.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, I don't come cheap. I actually trained at the WSOP Academy about a month ago or something. That was fun.
Where was that?
Is that at the bike?
At the bike, yeah, that's right. That's right. Or during the series there, during the circuit.
Yeah,
we love the bike.
Yeah.
DeepStacks will be there last week of May.
Yeah, you guys are coming in.
Yeah, 1K, 300K guarantee.
Yeah, that tournament should be amazing,
yeah.
by the way. Actually, the bike ran a tournament in conjunction, the same weekend as a WPT.
Mm-hmm.
And the bike's main event was 1675, WPT was 3500. Bike had a bigger price pool.
Wow.
Yeah, it was just...
wow. That's a credit to Mo, man. Mo kills it over there.
Yeah,
he's got some interesting. He's got some interesting ideas. The quantum reload and those types.
He actually invented a game that ran for a while where it's like 2 cards on the flop, 2 on the turn, and 2 on the river. It's like a 6-card game, and it's like hold on, but
right.
That ran for about a year and broke eventually.
Here's Mikey.
So Mike in another pot against Nicola. So these two players probably have some metagame going on. They seem to know each other. Mike was probably on the flush draw, probably picked up some sort of straight draw with it. Of course, my read's spot on because no one can see the cards. But that's the line that makes sense. He check calls 2 streets, flush bricks, and he just folds. Yeah. So far, easy sailing for Nicola. He's come to this table from 25,000. He's already up to 29.5.
Nice. Mikey's doing well. He's got a little over 27,000.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's early. This is a long tournament, and like I was telling our viewers, some of the beauty of watching this live stream is you actually get to see the nuts and bolts of a poker tournament.
Yeah.
It's not a highlighted segment or just the final table.
Yeah.
You get to see the true grind.
Yeah, the lead-in days. You know how important that is, those lead-in days? There's so much action going on in those
Well,
lead-in days, you know, so much maneuvering.
Of course it's important.
Yeah.
That's how you get to the final table is the leading days.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah.
in terms of action, in terms of, like, getting that out there to people to see, you know? I mean, I think there's a lot of interest in, you know, maybe not seeing the 25-50 level, but you get to, like, you know, 250, 500, 1K, 2K, you know, that sort of thing. I mean,
yeah,
know,
the
pretty,
pots do get up there.
Yeah, pretty critical levels.
So we see a check by Nick. Nick has been one of our tightest players here. He actually is statistically the tightest player on the table. He is the smallest VPIP. But he's also been the most passive as well when he's had nothing. If I'm Michael, I'm probably just betting here on the river no matter what.
No matter what.
Oh, Nick calls. You
Got threes full.
Oof.
Oh, so Michael just playing it slow. He says,
yeah.
I flop a set. This guy probably has nothing. Probably gets a call from maybe like an ace high or something. Or pocket five. Who I don't know. I'm just speculating. I mean, what else can you call him there?
Right.
What else calls that doesn't bet? It's never a six.
I played with Michael in the Mega Satellite 2 days ago. Oh my God, he couldn't have like wasted any more time just getting in trip eights to my turn straight.
Well, it is a satellite. It's a faster structure.
Of course, yeah.
You can't really blame him.
No, of course not.
So you were playing a satellite for your own event that you weren't.
No,
gonna
actually,
play?
I was going to do something cool about it. I was going to, you know, I bought him for 230 or 210, whatever. And then if I had won a seat, I was going to give it to one of the local players and back him in the tournament.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do giveaways like that. That's what's really cool about you is you actually you want to give back to the poker
Of course,
community.
yeah, for sure.
You aren't just here to rake everyone.
No. And that's the thing too, man. It's like, you know, people like this appreciate that, you know. I mean, you know, they love that.
Yeah, it's how you establish a brand and loyalty to that brand.
Absolutely.
Call 200.
So min bet by Nicola in position. Nick calls.
Check.
Flush gets there, and Nicola's going to barrel this card.
Bet 425.
Making it tough for Nick. So if Nick had a hand like a queen or an 8, it suddenly shrinks. Especially an 8. It really looks like he folded a pair there.
Like maybe
a queen or an 8. It looked like a queen. The way he was really thinking about it. Maybe even a queen with a weak diamond. This was blind versus blind play, so he could show up with queen 5 there and still fold it. It's probably a good fold. One thing about poker is you get to choose who you play pots against.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. That's one of the beauties of it for sure.
And even if sometimes, so I feel like a lot of newer players or less experienced players fall under this trap. It's okay in poker to fold the best hand. If you understand that folding the best hand some of the time is part of the game, because some of the time your opponent's going to fold the best hand, it's okay to fold a weak pair even if he might be bluffing against a better player, because you probably don't fare to ever win a big pot when you have that weaker hand. And if Nick check folded a queen there, a queen weak kicker, maybe no diamond,
right?
Even if you called and was ahead, is he going to call a big bet on the river?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's okay to fold.
It's tough to be put in those spots. It's okay to fold.
Yeah, and why play a pot against a good player
Yeah.
when you can play the next pot against someone who's not as good?
Because you know that pressure's coming on the river for sure.
So we have a three-way pot brewing.
3 in the hand, check in the dirt.
Check in the dark.
We've seen that so far tonight.
Check.
David has been checking the dark. Checks to Mike Massow.
Bet 800.
He's bet less than half the pot.
And he gets the fold.
Yeah, it's a really good size continuation bet. He's giving himself such a good price to win the pot. Has to work 1 in probably 3 3/4 times to.
He bets less and accomplishes the same thing as if you bet a lot.
Yeah. Earlier today, we saw another player continuation bet, full pot, gets called, and then check folds at the end. And I'm like, well, you could accomplish the same thing
with less.
For less.
Yeah.
That's what Mike did. Regardless of his cards, he's saying, okay, it's a very dry flop, no flush draw. The pre-flop aggressor has checked to me. And Mike took control. Yeah, so the best part about Mike's shirt is the back. As we see Cheetah Pants walking by.
Cheetah Pants makes an appearance.
Yeah.
And the flannel.
Yeah,
you
Cheetah
know?
Pants and flannel.
I know, what a combination. Yeah, Mike's no blow-ups back of his...
and then the kitty game.
The kitty game's down the street with the deuce 7.
Janine's Cheetah Pants, product of her being from L.A. Flannel, product of her...
living in Denver.
Yeah, being in Denver. It's,
and being a snow bunny.
When did Janine join the team?
She joined the team in October, actually. She actually came via WPT. And, I followed her for a while in her work and thought she was awesome. I mean, she's just awesome to have a part of the team. And, listen, I mean, she's got a lot of talent. She's got a lot of knowledge, obviously. She's got...
and she knows everyone.
She knows everyone, yeah. And she knows what to, look for and ask for and what to spotlight. But she's our multimedia manager, and she runs all of the, live event media and live reporting.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
She actually, she was working the World Series main event over the summer, and I ran into her, and she was dressed up, and she had a headset, and I said, Janine, this is the most professional I've ever seen you look. And she's like, I feel so awkward. So I actually took a picture of her, and I said, I'm gonna needle you on Twitter with this picture.
We put her in a dress during our TV show at Mohegan, and the show's going to air in like 2 weeks, and I was watching it on my laptop the other day, and I saw her in this dress we put her in, and she didn't look right. I was like, no, we need to get her back into
cheetah pants
and flannels.
Yeah. Mike showing top pair.
Was it 8-9 there?
Yeah, 9-8. Might have been 9-10. Ooh, I don't know. Either way, he's taking the pot down. Of course, DSPT championship event will air on the New England Sports Network on DirecTV April 12th.
Yeah, that's the first airing. It's going to air right after either, I don't even know if the baseball season started by then. I'm sure it has, but it'll air after one of the Red Sox games or Bruins games, and then it's going to air periodically over the course of like 8 weeks leading into the summer. So.
And the DSPT also will be in Canada this year.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
You're the first U.S. poker tour to be approved in Canada, in Alberta, Canada.
In Alberta, yeah. It's funny. I say this all the time, man. I'm like, you have these poker tours that pop up left and right. Tomorrow there'll be a new poker tour that pops up, but sustainability in this industry is really about getting regulated and licensed. That's a huge oversight that a lot of these poker tour operators don't seem to take into account. In my background, I was in law enforcement for 10 years. I knew coming into the live event poker industry that you have to get licensed. You just roll into a casino and start putting cards in the air and chips on the table without, someone approving you. So I've always wanted to do an event in Calgary, and then Calgary spilled into Edmonton. And we recently received our Alberta gaming license in December. And right after that, we named 2 events. So
that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, man.
I know Alberta, Canada, because growing up as a huge wrestling fan, and Bret Hart.
Yeah, man.
From Alberta.
Bret Hart.
Alberta, Canada.
The Hart Foundation.
Yeah, there you go.
Jimmy Hart. Man, I used to watch that. How old are you?
I'm 30.
You're 30?
Yeah.
Man, I'm 37. I definitely feel older.
I feel younger, ironically.
Man, I used to watch WWF when I was like, 8, 9, 10. The Iron Sheik, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
I actually interviewed the Sheik one time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's You talk about someone off the chain, it's
Oh,
a Sheik. You'd ask him a question, and he'd just go off on. He'd just say something that has nothing to do with your question. He'd just say something.
Kind of like Mataso.
Yeah.
Kind of like talking to Mike.
He's like 10x what Mataso is. It's
I think there's a parody Iron Sheik Twitter account, man. I follow it. It is hilarious, dude. I don't know if it's him or but it's hilarious.
And afterwards, Sheik's manager, I think it's his wife, comes up and says, "Sorry, he's just, a lot of, I guess, a lot of hits to the head with a steel chair.
Absolutely.
What's happened with him."
Yeah, that was definitely the beauty of the WWF. You had all these characters, man.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Raise 600.
I like watching Mikey talk at the table, or I like listening to him talk at the table rather. When
Yeah.
Mikey's sitting there quiet and like all down and out, it gets boring.
Although it's fun when he's like biting his lip and shaking his leg. He's just on such tilt.
I know, dude. I'm surprised he's not tilting that he can't watch the March Madness. He yelled at me one time in an event. He gets up in the middle of the tournament. There's like 250 people in this tournament. We're live streaming. He goes, "Hey, Chris." Yeah, and I as soon as he's saying, I know what I can only imagine what's about to fly.
Yeah.
Why are you making my fucking life so miserable? Would you please turn the TV on to the game? Because it was college football. It was bowl season. Oh my God, you would have thought I
You should
kicked his dog or something.
When you go
His
out,
cat.
when you're done here, you should just go out there and tell him that you can't put any games on. It's just like let it ride for 5 minutes.
Just put on an infomercial and just
Yeah.
let him watch it. That'd be ultimate torture.
Or like a commercial for the game.
Yeah, right. Teasing the game that he can't watch. That's like life tilt for him. He called me the other day. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm just working in the office." I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Yeah, so here's the deal, man." He goes, Blake Griffin, man, because I'm a big Clippers fan. And he's like, "Man, Blake Griffin, you were right, man. He's become such a," and we just I look at my watch, I'm like 2 hours later, we're still talking NBA. He needs his own radio show for sports, man. That guy is a wealth of information.
Hey, maybe he could find his way on some sports radio show, kind of a modern day Nick the Greek.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
I listen to a lot of sports talk radio, and I'm like, man, Mike would do so well with his personality and the fact that he's seeing it from the D-Gen's perspective from sports betting, too, because he has that experience.
That's what Nick the Greek used to be on,
Yeah.
the football shows back in the day. You kind of miss that element as these, the NFL and MLB and NBA want to strive away from gambling.
Yeah, I don't know why that is, man. I know why it is, but come on, man. It's like,
set of
here we
three
go.
showing up. Well, when you flop a set, you should start betting it.
Yeah. That was a 2.5 for 2.6K pot.
Yeah, but there wasn't really much
not
action.
a lot of action there.
You want at least 2 streets of value.
Looks like they're going on break.
Well, we're going on break. Tweet at DeepStacks. I love Cheetah Pants. Hashtag DSPT Chinook.
And get an autograph photo of Mike.
Yeah, the winner will get it personalized. Go to deepstacks.com for more tour information. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook.
Crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get
Alright,
in the action.
hold on a second. Let me get this.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big
Awesome. So, what's your favorite type of beer? Well, we should talk a little bit so it looks natural. Yeah.
great structures and exciting stops. DSPT is the
Oh, really?
fastest growing poker tour in the
Okay.
world. Visit
Yeah.
DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
No, I shouldn't when I'm commentating. It'll. Yeah, I'll probably grab one when I get the chance. I actually. Huh? Why? You think I'm too tight?
And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where
I've been
buffet
saying there's a
is better at
why-
the beach.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, got it. I don't have. Yeah, sure.
Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's especially good for me to meet the team, and you know, I know who Tristan is, and I know who Randall is. I actually realized today, it's like, oh, that's Randall Lynn. Yeah, we used to play so much together, actually. Yeah. He's probably responsible for a lot of my tilt in my life. I'm like, that fucking guy. Yeah.
Come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the
Yeah, you seem really nice. Randall as well. Have you ever seen Amadeus? Yeah, so in Amadeus, Mozart has this laugh, and Randall reminds me of it. He's like the Amadeus of, he's the Amadeus of the poker world. Yeah, he told me that.
Great structures and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Ois Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina.
What's up?
The president and CEO of DeepStacks Poker Tour. How's it going, Chris?
Awesome.
We're here on day 1A of this event at Chinook Winds Casino Resort here in Lincoln City on the beautiful Pacific Coast. On our feature table is Mike the Mouth Matasso. We see in the background Randall Flowers as well. There's Mike right there. This is our $1,100 buy-in, $150,000 guaranteed championship event.
Yes.
For the Chinook Winds Oregon
Raise to 700.
Poker Tournament Series. There is a Player of the Year or Player of the Series going on.
So we partnered with GPI last month, and the winner of, or the highest point earner over the course of the entire tour, which right now we have 6 events announced, but we're increasing that here in the next couple of weeks. We're actually adding a European stop to it, but the winner of the top points earner is going to actually get a DeepStacks Poker Tour sponsorship. They're going to be a DeepStacks Poker Tour Pro for 2015, and they'll be treated like Matasso and Tristan, flown around the country.
Oh, really?
Yep, get buy-ins to main events. And
all right, I'm now interested.
Yeah.
So this starts with the Chinook Winds.
Yeah, it started with this event because it's 1K higher. 1K buy-ins are higher because of GPI. So the person that has the most GPI points within the poker tour gets a 2015 sponsorship.
Within just the DSPT poker tour.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct. And then for the series itself, what we now do, which is an addition that we put together this year, is that the top points earner across the entire series will get a prize package provided to them by the casino and DeepStacks, which for this event is actually a 2-day stay at the casino. There's the trophy the winner's going to get on the right, and then the series champion trophy on the left.
Yeah,
plaque.
so the series champion gets a weekend resort
Stay here. Plus, they get a dinner at the Chinook Grill.
Yeah, it's a wonderful seafood buffet.
Oh, yeah.
And there is no better place to get seafood than a place that's right next to the ocean.
I mean, yeah, you're literally right there.
I'm actually, when we pulled in the day we arrived, I said, I have to eat there. I have to have the seafood
It was
here.
amazing, right?
I haven't tried it yet. Actually.
Oh, dude, you got to go.
I'm probably going to go tonight.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
It's actually my goal to as much seafood out here as possible.
It is really good. It's really, really good. But yeah, they get that, and then they get an autographed copy of Mike's book. Yeah, but it's something that gives back to the players that are playing $100 tournaments and $80 tournaments. Like, give them something too, Give them a chance.
And for someone that is coming up, it's an even playing field. You can go play 5 or 6 or 8 of these 1K tournaments across your tournament circuit, and you can now become a name player in league with Mike Massell, Tristan Wade, Randall Flowers, Mike Mizraki.
Right.
If you have those 4 names and your name at the end, you're suddenly an elite company.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Of course, DSPT, you guys are in all the poker media out there. Suddenly, you're getting mentioned with those guys. That's
a pretty big deal. Yeah, I mean, like we're even going to do something as cool as putting them on our website as part of the Team DS team for the year.
Yeah.
But coming out here and getting treated well. I mean, they would have all the amenities that the guys get. Airfare, suites, buy-ins, that sort of thing. And if the person, hey, listen, we haven't really added this, but if the person really kills it, and we may just keep them on permanently or her permanently. So. But yes, that's something that we're doing as part of the GPI. They get a customized trophy too, which is pretty sick. But hey, anything that we can do to give back to the community, that's what we're going to do.
So the customized trophy, like a bronze bust of their face?
Like Chris Moneymakers. No, it's actually that's a really good idea, dude. It's actually a bust of Mike wearing his T-shirt with that logo. It's actually a 14-inch custom black or custom U. Like
Don't
the
say
one
dodo.
Here.
Don't say 14-inch custom black dodo. That
trophy, but it's actually black glass versus green, so it's kind of like an onyx type. So it's pretty sick. Anyway.
And not a dodo.
Not a dodo. Nope.
For everyone wondering.
Yeah, 14-inch big black trophy.
Call?
See, I don't get this type of freedom on Live at the Bike. We're a family show over there.
I know, dude.
So I can't.
We're more cutting edge over
yeah.
here at DeepStacks, buddy. We want to make it edgy and on the cusp there.
Clear checks.
Heads up high here. The price of poker did go up.
Yes, it did.
We're just coming back after a break, so the big blind is now 300. 150, 300 with a quarter ante. Mike has bet 1,000. Michael has called. And now, when Michael is check calling out of the small blind on this type of board, probably with an ace. After that sort of check, I'm betting.
Yeah.
If I'm Matisau.
Matisau just checks. Checks back. No one wants to flip. Or he hasn't checked. It's his option.
I had a flush all along. Didn't want to see king.
Okay.
So Michael did churn a flush. And Matisau might have had an ace, and just that's why he's on such.
Surprising,
steep
Michael didn't at least bet. Maybe he's, I don't know.
Of course, we're talking about Michael in the brown
in the
jacket.
8 seat, yeah.
Well, he can't bet the river because the river he suddenly.
But he checked the turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little strange.
Yeah, I would probably lead the turn. He was probably planning on check raising, but Michael's also the same guy that checked back 2 streets with a set of 3s earlier.
Right. Oh, that's right. I got a tweet about that.
So he's probably one of those guys that says, hey, I'm looking to slow play. But really, the best way to get money in the pot is by putting it in there yourself. Bet if your opponent calls, you build a pot. And
Now,
that's
don't
what
you
wanna
find
do.
that is? I mean, you teach, right? And
Yes.
I've been around these guys that have taught, and I mean that's a really like a flaw for a lot of poker players or beginning poker players. They want to like slow play and trap, and then find themselves putting undue pressure on themselves to make the right decision or the least costly mistake. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You really want to be playing more offensively than defensively in poker. You want to take control of pots. You want to be betting a lot of flops and turns when you have control of pots just in general. And if you're doing that, some of the time you should have the nuts when you're doing it to get action. And you should have a check call lead range that includes flushes, and it should also include aces up and sometimes pure bluffs and sometimes Jack 10 and all sorts of hands in there. Sometimes reverse floats, which is calling on the flop to take it away on the turn. It's an ace-high board. If Mike doesn't have an ace, he's going to fold. If he has king queen or something like that, or even two jacks, he's going to fold when you call the flop and suddenly bet the turn. Michael taking the pot down.
Yeah, Michael seems to be playing a lot of hands. I don't know. In the 45 minutes I've been here, he's played a majority.
Well,
of
he's
them.
the second or the third loosest player on the table. He's got a 35% VPIP. We'll get the VPIP stats. This is a voluntarily put in pot percentage. This is how often players are putting money in the pot voluntarily, so not in the blinds. When they call from the blinds, that is included in VPIP. So we saw James at the top of that list, Massow, and then Michael, the third loosest.
There he comes.
Yeah, he's just limped after a
cutoff.
limp from, I think, Nicola limped. Not sure. Lisa on the button. Nothing's gone her way tonight so far, so maybe this is a pot to turn that around. Okay, I think it's Nick that limped.
Yeah, I think Nick limped there.
Yeah.
That's another thing around that I noticed around here. The poker players love to limp a lot.
Yeah, I
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I give the analogy that this is poker from 1997 in this part of the country. In fact, the country is like in this part of like it's 1997. It's like dial-up internet, and of course we're kidding. We have fast internet, but it just it just seems coming from LA. It's just
it's a
world
little
different.
Yeah, it's a little less dynamic in terms of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, L.A., I moved to L.A. 4 years ago, man, and first time I walked into the Bike and then I walked into the Commerce, I was just like, I didn't even know that there were rooms that had these many poker tables in it.
Oh, it's so sick.
It's unbelievable.
And the fact that both casinos have so many games going at once.
And they're so close.
It's just insane.
I know. It's so close. I'm so pumped about this DSPT Los Angeles event because I know, like, it's just Los Angeles is just huge. So many players.
Yeah, and you're going to get a lot of people that are going to come in for that event and then drive straight up to Vegas.
Vegas,
for the
yeah,
series.
exactly.
So it's a good, like maybe bankroll booster right before the World Series.
Yeah.
Go ahead and win
Ship a
$100K.
tournament, yeah.
Win $100K and go to Vegas and free roll.
Yeah.
Free roll the entire World Series. There you go.
And what's your schedule like this year for the World Series? You're playing a lot of events?
Yeah, I usually play almost every non-No Limit Hold'em event, and then I'll throw in a No Limit Hold'em here or there, and then I'll play the main. That's what I've done the past 2 years.
It's been successful for you.
Yeah, I like to stick to the mixed games because there are multiple reasons. One is you don't get the opportunity to play that many mixed game tournaments for those stakes. How often do you get to play even a 1,500 Omaha?
Oh,
forget
for
the
sure.
10K.
Yeah.
A 1,500 Omaha.
Those are never offered.
1,500 stud high.
Yeah.
Yeah, nowhere.
Never.
I think Commerce might have a 550 stud high.
Don't they have like a $2,500 horse or something like that, or a $1,500 horse or something?
They have a 2K 8 game.
Okay. Even that.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like unbelievable.
I've played that the past couple of years, but other than that, you get no opportunities. Whereas if you want to play a 1K or a 1500 no limit hold'em, you have the DSPT Poker Tour. You have a lot in that range to play a 1500 no limit. So that's one reason. I love playing mixed games. I feel like the edges in mixed games are much bigger because
that's interesting.
A lot of poker players learned tournament no limit hold'em and went out and taught it. So a lot of education is now out there.
Right.
How much education is out there on tournament stud?
Oh, zero.
Zero.
Very little.
You look at you look at the guys that make it deep in those tournaments consistently.
Right.
It's the same pool of guys over and over again. Mike was mentioning how 8 or better, just stud 8 by 8 was so good for him at the series.
Yeah.
He won a stud 8 bracelet.
Yep.
He got a 10th and 13th in 2 other 8 or better tournaments. I got 4th in the OE. I won that tournament 2 years ago at the series. I got 2nd in the horse this last year.
Right.
Have these edges in mixed games, the guys that know how to play them, we aren't giving up the keys to the
kingdom. No, you're not.
kingdom.
Why would you?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Why would I? And that's why I stick to those tournaments. Also, if you think about it, it's easier to win a 500 or 1,000 player tournament than it is a 2,000 to 3,000 player tournament.
Oh, those the 1K, millionaire maker, and then the 1,500s at the WSOP no limits are just like wow.
You might as well play the lottery.
Yeah, they were really tough.
It's tough to win those tournaments, and obviously, if you get fortunate enough to win it, it's going to pay off dividends.
Yeah.
But let's face it, most of us aren't winning it.
Right.
But you can waste like 2.5 days and show up with a 2K profit or something.
I played the first time I went to this series was about 4 or 5 years ago. The first event I played was a 1,500, and I think it had like 3,800 people in it or something like that, maybe even 4,000. I finished 100 and low hundreds.
Yeah, and
I was there like holy cow, like 3 days or something like that. 2 days, I made like $3,000. I'm like wow.
So you played well for 3 days.
Yeah.
You obviously ran good. For 3 days.
You have to, right?
And you only made $3,000.
I know. Now, here's what I'll tell you, though.
Yeah.
Now, this is what I'll tell you. If you ask anyone that we're watching on this live stream or anybody that I used to work with in my previous life, if I told them that they were going to make $3,000 in 2 days, they'd give their left arm. You know what I mean? I mean, from that perspective. But conversely, though, you're working so hard, and working being a relative term, but you're like grinding so hard for 3,000 because you have that hope of winning.
Well, the thing about poker tournaments is you aren't always going to win it.
Right.
And you aren't always even going to win 3,000. So for you to be ahead in a series of 20 tournaments, you do need a few main cashes and you need a few final tables or something just to be ahead. So, yeah, of course, if you isolate one tournament and say, in 3 days I win 3,000, of course.
But
anyone
over
take that. But over a month,
it's nothing.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Because you're putting in 20 to 30,000 over that month.
Right.
So now imagine if that tournament was only 1,000 players. You probably would have won it or final tabled it.
Exactly. That's how sick that is.
Like the OE event I won, 450 players. The horse I final tabled is under 1,000 player field. And that's also, you have a smaller field size. Also, amongst a lot of players, as we see Massau in a pot right here.
in a hand.
Yeah, so Ace, King, Queen, Rainbow.
Yeah, against Michael.
Yeah, Mike's going to bet here. He could easily have 2 pair or a set. Michael's going to call. Right now, I'm putting Michael on some sort of weak ace or maybe like a King
10.
Jack, Queen 10. Yeah, something in that range. And Matisau now betting 2,100. Michael calls.
I like
very sticky
Queen
customer.
Jack, King 10.
Yeah. Wow, so Michael
Ace
leading.
weak.
So this looks like something like Ace 7.
Yeah, Ace 7, Ace 6.
Yeah. And Massau could have had something like King Queen. It just got counterfeited. And Michael shows. Let's see.
Oof.
Oh, aces. Wow.
Wow.
Talk about slow play.
Well, there we go to our point earlier about slow playing.
Yeah, had Michael raised the turn, he might have won a much bigger pot.
Right.
You got to give your opponent the opportunity to make a mistake somewhere in the hand, and Michael really didn't do that. He got 2 streets of value, but he never
maximized it.
Yeah, when you have top say, you want to play for the maximum, not 2 bets.
Right.
That's it. And of course, if 2 bets is all you're going to get, because it takes a second big hand to pay off the biggest hand, right?
And unfortunately for Michael, he's playing Mataso, and Mataso is never going to pay off a big bet on a board like that.
Well, if Mataso thinks Michael's trying to run him over, he can, Mataso could make that call with a lot of hands. And even if Mataso has something like King Queen, he might pay it off. But, yeah, back to my point about the World Series. A lot of players, we call all these other games, we call them skill games. Because I'm going to give you an example. We were about 18 left in the horse tournament of the series. And David Bach and I got in a limit hold'em hand.
Right.
Where I had queens and he had ace king.
By the way, nice guy.
Yeah.
David Bach.
Yeah, really nice guy. I had queens, he had ace king and hold'em. I raised his big blind. We played limit hold'em and we played it to the river, and I ended up I think I ended up calling because he called on the flop with just ace king high and turned the king, and then I ended up calling saying, okay, I beat his bluffs or whatever.
Right.
And he shows me ace king, and I show queens, and I said, this was no limit hold'em. We're getting it all in. You're winning 90% of my chips. But,
that's crazy.
Right?
Crazy.
That's the game.
That's the
I have
game.
queens, I raise. You have ace king suited in the big blind. You re-raise.
Right.
I go all in. You call. We get all these chips on a coin flip. Two pros, 2 bracelet winners. We get it all in.
Right.
In Horst, he wins 3 bets. That's it. I survive for another day. I play the next pot. And that's the difference. Or let's say I'm playing a pot and the guy spikes a 4-outer on me. He's going to win 2 bets off me. He's not going to win my stack.
Right.
Which is what happens in hold'em.
Right.
So I actually feel like the bigger skill you have in mixed games, it's such a huge edge, because the times your opponents get lucky on you, they aren't winning your stack. In hold'em, if I've aced it and you have 9s and we get all in and you flop the 9, you're going to get my whole.
You're going to get everything.
Yeah, you're going to get all my chips.
Right.
The equivalent cooler and stud high, you're going to win 5 bets off me.
Yeah, and you don't have the oh, this is a 5-way hand.
So this pot's brewing.
Yeah.
3,300. Action to David. He's going to bet. Small bet, 800. Kind of a bet for information, maybe clear the field. Lisa folds. James, the stack has now been whittled down. Folds as well.
Just wanted to see how many.
David check calls a bet from Michael. The flush comes in.
Was this the biggest pot we've seen?
No, there was an earlier pot between Nick and James. Michael bets 4,000 here, and is he going to show it? No, maybe he's only showing Matasow, but I believe him.
He is everywhere, this guy.
He obviously called the flop with some equity. So how many cheetah pants tweets have we got in?
Let me check that out, actually. We need to get those cheetah pants tweets out there for sure. Six, 7?
You got 7. So right now 1 is 7.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good odds.
I would say so. We need to leave it open for another 20 minutes or something.
Yeah. Well, speaking of winning drawings, I'm famous for winning.
I heard. We talked about it at
yeah.
dinner last night.
Yeah,
Man, do you run good.
I won a seat to the one drop. That's pretty
Jesus.
awesome. Yeah, it
was 100K?
111,000. Yeah.
Wow.
I got 33rd and 24 paid. It's like right there on the cusp.
Tough one.
Yeah.
And was it just a random drawing, huh?
Yeah, random drawing from WSOP.com.
Awesome.
Michael taking down another pot.
I mean, is this guy? This guy's everywhere.
Yeah.
Jeez. The dealer that's dealing at the table is actually a close friend of mine. She and her husband live down in Eugene, and her name's Shayna Fittipaldi. Special shout out to Shayna. I'm sorry, Shauna.
Shauna.
For I was thinking of some other Shayna, but Shauna Fittipaldi. She's unbelievable, man. She's probably one of the best dealers in the state of Oregon, and she's a big supporter of DeepStacks. So special shout out to her and her husband, Sam.
And tweet at us, Shauna.
Yeah, and 5 kids. And 5 kids.
Oh, 5 kids.
Yeah, can you
wow.
believe it?
That's crazy.
I know. It's like it's a starting 5 of a basketball team, buddy.
Yeah. So many Shaunas in your life, Chris?
A few, actually.
A few, huh?
A few, yeah.
You look like quite the ladies' man. You had like the suave thing going on.
You trying to hit on me, dude?
No.
Okay.
No, I just called you a ladies' man. Why would I hit on you?
I appreciate that. I'm actually in a very happy relationship with my girlfriend, Kat Colwell.
Okay. Well,
shout out to her.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Masso actually told me he's engaged.
Yes, his girlfriend's here, Jerry, and she's super sweet too. It's finally because Mike was very first time I met Mike. He was dating this girl named Jessica, and she didn't have all the all the ducks in a row.
Mike's dated some of the crazy ones. He really has.
But he definitely found a winner with Jerry. So yeah,
they seem to get along pretty well.
Yeah.
From what I saw at the dinner last night.
Yeah, for sure. I had to take his iPad away from him because he was like, I don't know if it was live betting sports or he was like sweating a game, but
it's pineapple for sure.
For sure. Shout out to Chinook Wins too, man. Thanks guys for unbelievable dinner last night. Open bar.
Yeah.
Filet mignons.
Yeah, it's
cooked to order chicken. Unbelievable.
Michael's showing queens. The run of cards have gone his way recently.
I'm telling you, man, this guy, he needs to go play the lotto. I have a family friend. He's basically like my dad. He goes, he's from Louisiana. I call him Kenny D. I call him Pops, right?
Yeah.
He goes, son, you're running so good. You don't have a horseshoe up your ass. You have the whole horse. You're running he's running so well right now.
I was wondering, where did the stigma that horseshoe is
lucky?
Yeah.
I never knew.
Where did it come from?
I don't know.
There's a Benny's Horseshoe Casino, obviously.
Yeah.
And
Maybe tossing of horseshoes. I don't know. I never knew horseshoes were lucky.
Yeah, it's something that...
They're like a rabbit's foot.
Yeah.
What makes that lucky?
Yeah, it's probably some old, frontiersman mantra or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So we see Michael racing again. He's just feeling it.
Very active, man.
And this is what happens. When you start winning some pots, you start playing confidently. And when you have kings, you start playing confidently, right? Right? You just start...
You turn over a full house.
Yeah, and when you're...
quad aces.
When your plays start working,
yeah.
They start working. You
yep.
know? And so far in the past round, we've seen Michael with aces and kings.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, but not getting paid off there.
Yeah, not really maximized. He definitely didn't maximize those quad aces.
He min-raised a king.
Well, he was also playing against Mike, too.
Oh, who knows? Mike can blow up. He's kind of known for that.
This is true.
Thanks to everyone joining in on the DSPT Oregon main event live stream. We're here on day 1A with Chris Turina. I'm Oais Ahmed. here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, Oregon.
Lincoln City, man.
Beautiful beach town.
Dude, how nice is it to
I didn't even
walk
know
out?
there's a beach in Oregon.
You know? I mean, you're not going to lay out
Yeah.
on it and get a tan or anything, right?
Yeah,
so,
but
how
was,
awesome is it just to look out the window?
It
and
was
see
so
the,
beautiful this
oh, it's
morning.
unbelievable.
I was walking to the casino from my hotel room.
Mhm.
It's a walk a little bit outside, and I'm glad it is.
Yeah.
Because, I remember looking up at the sky, and I said to myself, well, in L.A., I wouldn't be able to see the sky. It's too much smog.
Exactly. I got to tell you, I tell everybody all the time, you have no idea what you're missing by not living out on the West Coast. The
Oh.
West Coast of this country is unbelievable.
Of course.
Take it from me. I grew up in New York, and I lived in Florida for a long time. East Coast living's not bad, but West Coast is the nuts.
Yeah, the weather alone.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. Every time I land in LAX, I'm just like, thank God I live in Los Angeles.
And then when you hit the 405, you're like, oh, why did I live in Los
Yeah,
Angeles?
then you're getting with the cab driver. You're like, don't take the 405.
Yeah.
You know? But how about that earthquake the other day, though? That was crazy. I woke up in my bedroom. It was like rattling, you know? That was a little nuts.
I was actually awake when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in bed, and I was on my iPad, and I was like, it's shaking. I was like, okay, is this going to get any worse? Or do I feel like go run under a doorway? Or is it fine?
Did you see the local news broadcast of the earthquake actually happening while they were on air?
Oh, yeah, on
and
KTLA.
KTLA. Oh,
Yeah,
my God,
yeah.
it was hilarious. When I lived in Florida, man, they had like 4 hurricanes come through in 2004. And I permanently had like my home, windows boarded up for at least 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
Yeah, which I would much rather go through an earthquake. I know this sounds weird than have to deal with a hurricane. You know.
Yeah, earthquakes aren't that bad until they're really bad. Like
Until they're really bad,
They're either really, really bad or they're just whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, they're just going to rattle, knock a couple plates off the shelf.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Most of them don't even knock plates off the shelf. They just shake you up a little bit, whatever.
Right.
I'm asleep for half of them anyway.
Oh, I was sleeping through most of the one a couple weeks ago. What part of LA you live in?
I actually live in Long Beach right now.
Oh, I was just down there for the first time the other day. It's really nice down there.
Yeah, I just moved down there end of January.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I used to live in Hollywood for a couple of years, and then I moved to Koreatown. I live in K-Town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to K-Town a lot for barbecue.
Dude, K-Town's on the rise, man. It's a up and coming. It's the largest neighborhood in the city.
Yeah.
The food there is amazing.
Yeah, great food. Lisa Raising from the small blind, after a few limpers, she's been pretty snug with her raises in the past few levels. This is probably a big hand. Thinking queens are better. I don't even think she's doing this with ace king. Just because of her stack size, she only has 13,000. I don't think a player like Lisa is necessarily raising that big with her stack size and putting potentially her tournament life on the line with ace king. But she's so far played it like ace king. Nicola betting really small. I'd find it really difficult for Lisa to fold any hand she has here. Oh, she's announced raised, so maybe she does have the aces.
Yeah, Nicole is calling.
Yeah. No, Nicola.
Nicola? Nicola?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Nicola?
Nicola.
Nicola.
Let's give him a Nicola.
Offsuit queen on the river. That should be a safe card for Lisa. Nicola shouldn't fair to hit that queen too often. And even if he does have one pair, she has an overpair, it's still a good card. But any draw that he might have had has missed.
Mm-hmm. You think she has aces here or kings?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4,000.
She check raised a turn after 3-betting from the small blind.
Yeah.
This is a huge hand. And I just don't think she's bluffing here. This is too much of her tournament life.
Right.
This is a player that, she's put up $1,100 for her tournament. She's not going to just throw it away
Dust
on
it off here.
a random bluff.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got to fold in this spot. Like you said, she was playing snug. She raises from the small blind.
Well, he's looking at how many chips he'd have if he makes a call. Counting the stack, he calls. Let's see my read.
Kings.
Kings. There we go.
Nice.
Boom.
Good read.
Yeah. Who needs whole cards?
I know. We got Oace in the booth.
Yeah, like I said, when she 3-bets there from the small blind, it's always queens. Queens are better. And this is the type of stuff that really separates winners from losers in poker tournaments.
Being able to decipher.
Well, yeah, when someone's got
hands,
kings, you don't want to give them action.
What could he have had there? I mean, what,
a 9.
A 9?
Like 9-8, 9-10, ace-9 maybe.
Ace
maybe he
9.
had the wheel draw with a 9.
Yeah.
Because he bet the turn. Maybe even something like pocket jacks.
Could be.
But either way.
Had the ace and got there and paired up.
Yeah. Either way, when you're check raised on the turn, you just got to fold your hand.
Right.
Whatever Nicola has. Just going off that pre-flop read, but also, even if you do happen to have the best hand, you're playing a big pot defensively. You don't know where you're at. You're probably getting owned on the river. And that's what happened. You just want to avoid being in that spot. And this is why actually everyone at home watches a live stream. You learn when you watch poker.
Right.
It's so funny because when I instructed at the WSOP Academy, I remember like that day I learned 2 or 3 new things that I haven't had a learning day like that in a while.
Because you're teaching and you're learning.
Yeah, you're teaching, and students ask you questions.
Right.
And whenever someone questions you and puts you to the test, and you have to think about an answer, you start going through a lot of processes in your head.
Right.
And you learn from that.
Right.
And I remember I picked up 2 or 3 new things that it just I hadn't had a learning day like that in poker in a while. Obviously, to get to where I'm at as a poker professional, I spent a lot of time studying the game. But then you kind of hit a plateau for a little bit, or the curve.
There's a certain point you stop learning at a certain rate.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, my rate basically increased.
Mm-hmm.
I learned at this, I learned, 3 new things.
Because they're creating certain scenarios for you by the
Yeah.
questions that they're asking, and in turn you got to break that down, and then you're learning at different alternatives and different ways of playing that hand.
And not just that. I see the game differently, and they see it differently too. And seeing when someone asks you something from their point of view in anything in life,
right,
you consider that point of view, and
Yeah.
then when you start looking at things from their point of view, you're like, oh, hey, they have this valid point, or this observation, or
Right.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And right here, for everyone watching the live stream, we just learned that when the lady who's been nursing the short medium stack
Raises
in the small blind, and she hasn't raised a pot in 2 hours, you fold your hand.
Queens are better.
Yes, queens are better. It's not even ace-king.
Right.
I think it's really important to understand which players are prone to re-raising ace-king,
right,
and which aren't. And because of that, it's easier to put them on hands when they 3-bet.
Mm-hmm.
Like I did with Lisa, I just instantly knew.
You said aces, and kings might as well be aces.
Yeah, I said queens is the worst.
Yeah,
hand she
queens
shows
is the
up
worst.
with.
Yeah,
like
hand
not
she
even jacks. I think jacks she just calls.
She calls.
Yeah.
That's a tough hand to play there in that spot. Because if you're raising there, you're getting called by like ace queen or maybe ace jack too.
But when the flop comes 4 high and you have
Yeah.
jacks,
Yeah.
it's still a safe flop for you.
Hey, Brian.
We got another big pot brewing here. David has bet 5K. Nicola called.
What was the river card there?
Yeah, we don't know the river
We
card.
don't know what the river card is. There we go, the 8 of diamonds.
So both players with a king.
Ace king.
And Nicola, once again, losing another pot. Well, Nicola had the flush draw, too. Yeah, the king-high flush draw, so it was a huge flop for him. But the ace-king held. Essentially a coin flip on the flop. I'll tell you, Chris, I've done a lot of live stream commentary.
Mm-hmm.
But this table you guys made, it's beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Oasis. I appreciate that,
It's
man.
probably the best table I've seen.
Wow, that's a huge compliment. Thank you, man. We try. We try.
And I've played on a WPT final table.
Right.
I've been on ESPN for when I found table the 50K.
Right.
But this table is I love the the blue translucent light right there.
Right.
And
I like the color of the felt too.
Yeah,
kind of
the
how
color of the
transitions.
felt, yeah, it's really, really beautifully designed. And the sad part is the best part of the table, which we can't see here. It's
stand.
It's a stand. It's the logo that lights up.
Yep.
And I noticed that you have the multicolored bulb. I noticed the remote because I actually have one of those bulbs for my living room.
Right.
You
can change it from green to red. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Well, the gentleman that builds our tables is Brian Knott from offtiltpokertables.com. And
by the way, all in pot here
all
between
in,
Mike and James.
Ace 5-9-5. Okay.
Yeah, so Mike
Small.
here with ace 5 of hearts, James with a 9-5 offsuit. James kind of he's on his last leg. Really bad flop for him. He needs a 9 that's not a heart.
and that's
how she runs for James. Thanks for playing today, James.
Yeah.
Hopefully you re-enter. He could re-enter right now.
Yeah, right now
he
until level 6 and then
he
tomorrow.
Could re-enter and show up in the same seat. Maybe.
Absolutely, maybe, yeah. But yeah, so Off Tilt Poker Tables is a company that my friend Brian Knott owns. He builds he's built poker tables for the WSOP. He built our TV table, and I called him and say, hey, listen, we're going to Chinook. We're going to do RFID live streaming from now on. And, we need a table to match what it is that we want to do up in Chinook. So shout out to him, man. Good job, BK.
Great design.
Good job.
You almost see the advancement in his craftsmanship.
Oh, man. I mean, he's gotten better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually play the violin, and
sick brag.
Yeah, a large part about violins is who the violin maker is and how they craft violins. And a violin maker earlier in his career versus later, and they get better. And so when you buy a violin maker's violin from what period of his career, you can notice a difference in the craftsmanship. And I notice, it's like analogous to
Absolutely. It's the quality of the poker table.
Yeah.
I know. That's a big deal. I mean, I get turned off when I go to tournaments and the quality of the table or the cleanliness of the room and I don't know, maybe it's just the way I'm kind of wired, man. It's like, if the table and the equipment's not good, then, I don't know. But
yeah, actually, this is a very clean casino.
Yeah, it really is.
Honestly, I heard that we're doing this event in Lincoln City, Oregon. I'm like, where the heck is that? I actually Googled it the day I was departing on my flight.
You had to.
Yeah. And then I didn't know what to expect.
Right.
I've maybe seen, what's that movie with The Rock where there's an indie casino or something?
Standing Tall?
Walking Tall.
Walking Tall, right.
Yeah,
he kicks the hell out of those
guys.
Yeah.
So I seen that indie casino in that
movie. Right.
And
you're like, oh, man, what am I walking into?
Yeah, but it's really beautiful here.
Oh, it's great.
They actually have this beautiful waterfall when you walk in with these bald eagles on it, and
they do it right out here for sure. I would definitely encourage,
nice.
and I'm not saying this because I'm obviously biased, but we got Mike's in a hand here.
Yeah, it's being checked down. That river card's going to slow down the action considerably. Matisow decided to take a stab at this.
7.
Looks like he's bet 800.
800. Fold. Yeah, so I'm obviously a little biased, but I mean, I would definitely encourage people that if they ever come up to the Pacific Northwest and you want to, you know, do something in Oregon, take the 2.5-hour trip, come out here, go to the aquarium in Newport, you know, do the Rogue Brewery down there, and then come up here and, you know, experience the casino and the resort here. It's really pretty. It's probably one of the top 3 stops that I look forward to. I am really pumped about this Alberta stop at Grey Eagle Casino in Calgary and in Casino Yellowhead, but, you know, I went up to Edmonton a few months ago, and it was minus 35 degrees.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Luckily, when you guys are doing your Alberta tour, it's going to be a lot warmer.
Yeah, September, October.
A shout out to James Stein, who tweeted at me saying, "Thank you. Keep up the amazing analysis on Live at the Bike and DeepStacks. Some of us actually learn from your wisdom and appreciate it." Well,
That's
thank
nice.
you, James. John Barry saying, "I love cheetah pants."
Yeah.
Who
The
doesn't love
poker
cheetah pants?
chaplain. You see that? John Barry, the poker
Yeah.
chaplain. Shout out to Liz Tedder. She just said, "What if I wear cheetah pants tomorrow?"
Oh, what
Yeah.
if she wears cheetah pants tomorrow?
That would be pretty awesome. What would we do there? She would automatically have to get a book.
You know, this is what I want you to do, Liz. Go to the DeepStacks website, print out the logo, and paste it on the cheetah pants. And take a picture. If you tweet us that picture, Chris will send you a signed, personalized book of Mike Massey's
Yeah, for sure.
autobiography.
Absolutely. Or if you show up tomorrow with it,
Yeah,
we'll give
but
it to you.
We don't know where she's from. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you show up with the cheetah pants, you'll give her a DeepStacks patch.
Yeah,
Patch
absolutely.
it up.
Yeah, we'll give you a patch, and we'll give you an autograph, a personalized autograph copy.
You got a dream flop, actually.
Mike's trying to. Mike's.
If you'd have bet like $2 grand, I'd have called.
I think they're talking about James.
Yeah.
and he
Or
just
with
went
the
bust.
quad aces, I think.
Oh,
He was
okay.
talking to Michael about paying him off at the end. He said, "If you bet 2,000, I might have paid you there." What do you think about his goatee? It's kind of a new look. He's younger. He looks younger, in my opinion. He looks more rugged.
Yeah, I like it. It hides some of his double chin, right? it kind of
Shout out to Always for
keeps it
shitting right on
kinda
Madison.
Yeah. We have a new player at seat 5, Gary. Welcome to the table. You're on the live stream, buddy.
Yeah, man. Tell all your friends about it. There you go.
Gary definitely looks like an avid selfie and Twitter user.
Yeah, you could tell he uses the social media. You know, like that shirt though. Good earthy quality, good earthy tone.
I wonder if Nicola is the type of player that says, "All right, I'm down on the chips. I'm going to gamble or re-enter."
Right. He looks like that kind of guy. He came up to me earlier today. He's like, "Did I see you in Montreal last week?" And I'm like, "I haven't been to Montreal in a while, man."
Was that the story?
Yeah, that was a terrible story.
I thought there was like some punchline.
No, there wasn't actually.
Like, all right, Chris is
I was
taking
thinking
a
of something,
tangent
and then I
here.
was like, "Oh, fuck it."
I mean, eat a French fry while he goes on his.
Well, you open the,
by
you
the way,
open the
we have
box
an
of French
all
fries.
in.
Oh, here we go.
We have an all in by Michael. It's not that much because Nicola only has 6,000. So it's essentially a 6,000 chip bet. And
Chose the 5.
Nicola folds. Or what happened? Oh, Nicola went all in. We had it wrong on the computer. So Nicola with trips going all in. Oh, we're getting in a lot of I Love Cheetah Pants tweets right after the Massow retweet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Massow retweeted. And there we go. I mean, Massow's got all the followers, right?
Yeah, he's got like 80,000 or something.
Yeah, there we go. So we'll keep the contest going for a little bit longer. Double the number of contestants. If you want to follow more of the DeepStacks Poker Tour, follow them on Twitter. There's also live updates on the DeepStacks.com website.
Yep. And you guys can follow me at Chris Torina, too. I'm not nearly as interesting as Oace or Mataso.
Actually, like, my Twitter account is half open-faced pineapple hands, and then it's half, I tweet out about, like, I go to, like, comic conventions. I tweet out about, like, Comic-Con and...
Oh, that's why we were talking about The Walking Dead yesterday. And
Yeah.
you're like, I got all of it.
I actually went to Comic-Con one year, and I bought all the issues to that moment,
Yeah.
and I got them all signed by Kirkman, who's a writer and creator.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He had a booth there,
Mhm.
and it's like, you know, you can buy something and get something signed. It was like you could get one item signed, or whatever you buy, you can get signed. They just said, oh, I want all of it. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I just want everything. And, like, so I'm, like, swiping my credit card for this $200 bill or something.
Right.
And he's the owner of the company, too. So he's like, oh, this is, like, the biggest purchase we've had, right?
Yeah.
I literally buy every product that they
Someone
had.
actually bought it.
Yeah, bought it all.
Yeah.
And I never even heard of The Walking Dead at that point. This was before the TV series had come out, but I had just won the Eisner, which is the comics version of, like, the Oscars. Is the Eisner? It's named after Will Eisner.
You won an Eisner?
No.
Oh, you went to the Eisner.
No. The Walking Dead won the
Eisner.
Eisner.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, so,
Sorry, I lost you on that one.
Yeah. And then they had announced a TV show coming out. So they said, great, you know, it's going to be big. It's already a successful comic.
It's a great show, for sure.
Hopefully it's worth something. The what's it called? The signed copies I have of The Walking Dead. Anyway, that's my Twitter account.
My Twitter account is about DeepStacks, about hip-hop, about my days as a cop, and going to Clippers games. So, not much diversity there.
Dunk City, huh?
Yeah, Lob City. Dunk City, Lob City. They don't use Lob City anymore, but they're a really fun team to watch.
So, breaking news from the tournament floor.
Oh, okay.
Randall Flowers deflowered in the poker tournament.
No.
His bust-out hand was posted. He got it all in ace-queen against 10-7. And goodbye, Randall. Your laughter can still be heard echoing at the halls of Chinook Winds.
Yes, sorry about that, Randall.
If you guys haven't heard Randall laugh, it is the greatest laugh ever.
It's
I met
unbelievable.
Randall yesterday for the first time. We'd actually played online for years against each other, but I'd never met him. And his laugh reminds me of, I was telling you this during break, Mozart from the movie Amadeus.
Right.
It's just such a unique laugh. Massow with his game face on. Makes it bet. 8 makes it straight here. Massow with a pot-sized bet. I like the sizing. It really pressures Nick to call with a strong hand.
I showed the 8.
Oh, he had 2 8s. Okay. Kind of a pretty large bet, but it was what it was, I guess. You can also go on DeepStacks.com to find the Player of the Year points. You can follow the DeepStacks Poker Tour on Instagram as well if you want to see more cheetah pants. Oh,
Tom, yeah.
Tommy Boy won, huh?
Yeah, Tom Coral.
Yeah, Tom's actually a good friend of mine.
I like Tom. Tom's a good dude.
He's a great guy.
Great poker player.
So Tom won the event here?
Yep, last event here. He won about $40K and then a seat into
your Mohegan Sun main event.
World Championship, yeah. He wasn't able to show up, so he has a 25.
Well,
that's what it is.
I know other poker tours that say if you can't make it, you're out.
I think
you're
that's
out
unfair.
the money.
I think that's unfair.
Your stack's going to be there.
Yeah, I think it's unfair.
I think so too.
Listen, poker's a changing game. It's a dynamic game, so you got to change, and stuff comes up.
So, actually, here's a story about myself. I was playing I think it's a 3K or the 5K, Paul Minoma 8 or better at the World Series. I think it's a 3K event. And somewhere in level 2, I already had 2 times the starting stack, but somewhere in level 2 I got the call from Caesars Entertainment. Congratulations, you've now won a seat into the 1-drop. And at 2 a.m. and day 2's going to be at 2 p.m. There's no way I can play both. I have 2 times the starting stack in level 2. Can I just withdraw from the tournament? And they wouldn't let me. And I said, I have 2 times the starting stack. I'm not running an angle here.
Right. I want to go play this $100,000 tournament.
I still ended up playing it.
Right, of course.
But I literally laughed at it. They're like, you can't deregister from a poker tournament. And I said, well, I'm giving up so much EV, actually. If you think about expected value, and I have 2 times the starting stack. If I should outlast over half the field now.
Right.
I have an average stack for when half the field's eliminated. I might have been the chip leader of the tournament, and I wanted to withdraw, and they wouldn't let me. And the tournament director at the WSOP, and he literally laughed at the notion, and I said, you should use your discretion. I'm a 100K a year customer at the World Series. I play the 50K every year. I play 5 10Ks. I'm
your customer for these events. Yep.
Yeah, I'm your customer. And the past 3 years, I spent over 100K a year at your tournament series. I'm not some random guy trying to shoot an angle. I have a legitimate reason, and here's my reason. And I have more than a starting stack. It's not like I'm down half my chips and I'm trying to pull an angle and something like that. He just said no. This is the rule, and that's it. And I feel like, you're the CEO of the company. A guy says he can't make it.
What are you going to do? You're going to punish him?
You're not going to out him $2,500.
No, I mean, that's real
Even though the rule is you win a seat into this tournament. Right. You said you want to see it into this specific tournament, but he couldn't make that specific tournament, and you just credited him the money.
And it was a family situation that he had to tend to. So I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't make it. You can't
whatever,
make it.
Whatever the reason.
Yeah, whatever the reason.
And then my argument to Jack was, if I had registered for the tournament and I hadn't showed up, I could withdraw. But because I played a hand, I couldn't withdraw. But now I have more chips than the guy who doesn't show up and registers and then withdraws. And it's ridiculous.
Right.
It's, I feel like if you ever have more than starting chips in the first 4 levels of a tournament and you need to withdraw for any emergency reason, you should be able to.
It could come up. I mean, health issues or
what if you're
extenuating circumstances?
Yeah. What if you're 2 hours into a tournament and your dad has a heart attack? And what are you going to be? You're now out 3K or 5K.
Right.
Life gets in the way sometimes. And
it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And listen, I mean,
I don't be that way?
I don't understand, and I don't know, man. I have very strong opinions that I keep to myself about the industry as a whole and how things could improve, and how we, as either the playing side of it or the business side of it, how we can get better to improve the game. But I mean, there are so many weird things that go on in this industry that I just don't understand.
Yeah, whenever you have a collection of degenerates all come into one place,
trying to make decisions,
interesting things will always occur. And then when you have like 1 or 2 people that try to govern these degenerates, like a tournament director or a floorman,
it's like herding cats.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I hear you.
We're like bobcats.
Bobcats. Wild bobcats.
Yeah.
Untamed. But yeah, I'm 1,000%. I'm on that. You got to be flexible.
Yeah,
I mean,
you do need to be flexible.
You're
at the end of the day, poker is a game of people.
Yeah.
It's it's a game of people, and people have lives, and that's something that should come into account.
Yeah.
It's not a prison. One real good thing about your structure I saw is every 100 minutes of play, you get a 10-minute break. Do you know how many times I've been in a poker tournament and shaking my leg because I need to take a piss?
Yeah.
But I have too much of a work ethic to miss one hand. I would never want to miss a hand. And there's some guys that would walk away, but that shouldn't be the case. Make it more comfortable. It should not be a prison.
Don't make it stressful. It's already stressful because you got to play the tournament. You got to put up the money to play the tournament. Then you got to sit with guys like this, and try to sift through, hundreds of people. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I
agree.
remember a tweet from Greg Merson during the main event last year. And Greg Merson is of course, he won the World Series of Poker main event 2 years ago, and he's a cash game player. So he doesn't play many tournaments, and he tweeted out, he said, I forgot what a test of holding your bladder these tournaments are. Yeah.
Exactly. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to be flexible. I mean, why is every other small business out there or business owner, whether you're a storefront, whether you're a tech company, whether you're, whatever in the service industry, you have to be flexible. You have to have your ear to the ground. And listen, players look. I talk to players all the time. I'm at the events. I'm walking the floors. I'm shaking hands. I'm doing the kissing baby thing. And these players are all saying the same thing. We love playing the DeepStacks events because you guys actually pay attention to us. You actually, you built a tour for the players and not necessarily for the money. I mean, our rakes are 10%. You know what I mean? I mean, you look at other tours, it's like 15, 20, 25%. And no knock on them. I mean, a lot of the tours are sort of, victimized by being forced to do it because of, financials or in certain markets around the world, they have these gaming commissions or these governing bodies, whether state or federal, that Mikey's in the hand here.
Anything be shown a better hand.
I don't think he won the hand there.
There's a tilt face
There's
from
the
Mike.
king-queen.
Oh, the nuts.
Oof.
The nut flush.
Oof.
Actually, second nuts. 2-3 of hearts was the nuts, but.
So going back to my point, it's like you got to listen to the players, man. Players, if they don't show up to your tournaments, then you don't have a tournament.
Yeah,
it goes both ways.
The other thing is the live stream aspect. I mean,
Big time.
So many people. Obviously, everyone who plays poker these days, we've seen the World Poker Tour, we've seen the World Series, we've seen it on TV, playing at that table with the cameras on, with the lights on you.
Right.
And that's the dream.
That's
right?
the dream.
And let's be honest, that 98% of poker population, most of them won't hit that dream.
Right.
That's the numbers game. It's just a fact. But here for $1,100, these guys are playing on a feature table. That's an experience that they may never have in any other poker tour ever.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we live stream our events. I mean, with the exception of Alberta, we're not going to be able to because of the gaming commissions up there. But, in terms of like an event like this, I mean, guys telling their mother or their friends, like, hey, I'm on, come watch me. People want the same feel. And that's why I started DeepStacks. I mean, why should someone that can't afford a $15K buy-in or a $10K buy-in not get the same treatment that plays a $1K? $1,000 is a lot of money to people to play a poker tournament. You know what I mean?
Thanks to everyone joining in here on the DeepStacks Poker Tour Oregon.
Yeah, you guys are great, man.
DSPT Oregon.
DSPT Oregon.
How are we doing on our Twitter competition for a personalized Mike Matisow photo?
Let me check that out, actually.
Check. Bet 400. Fold.
Sean Kunix says, I disagree. I think it's freaking smoking hot. In regards to Janine Deeb's wearing of her cheetah pants.
Of course it's smoking hot.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No one disputed that fact.
No one disputed it. It's just the fact there was cheetah pants with flannel.
Well, we love the cheetah pants.
Yeah, of course. We would never tell Janine not to express herself with cheetah pants.
I'm actually sad I didn't wear my cheetah shirt today.
Oh yeah, you have the one in your arsenal.
Yeah, I brought 2 shirts and one was his cheetah shirt. That's what the other
I
one.
left mine at home.
Welcome to the table. Hold. Hold. Raise 1,200.
So it looks like the price of poker has gone up. 200, 400 is the limit. There's a 50 ante, and this is where poker really gets interesting in tournaments. Now the antes have doubled. There's more incentive to take down pots because of the 50 ante. When I'm playing in a tournament, this is where I'm looking to start 3-betting people because now the pots are bigger. If you 3-bet someone at 50, 100, you're going to win like 300 chips or 500 chips. Now I can win 1 or 2K.
Right.
And if you think about my starting stack was only 25K, that's about 10%, 8% of my starting stack. I do that a few times. I've picked up a bunch of chips.
And that's where I've, heard Mike and Grinder and Tristan and them talk about it, where the action really, the tournament really starts when the antes start kicking in.
Yeah.
They start.
And to be fair, the antes were their last level. It was a corner ante.
But now it's getting a little bit juicier.
New player at the table, seat 4. Let me get his name in a second.
Check. 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 Bet 1,200.
All right, how many people do we have in this entry?
We have one. We got 1, 2, 3.
All right,
4,
don't count them all out.
5. We have about 13, 14.
14, so 1 in 14 shot. Pretty good.
I like it. Should probably do the drawing soon, I would think, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to pull up a random number generator. And we'll pick 1 through 14 on a random number generator.
Perfect.
And we'll do it.
There's an app for that.
Yeah, there is an app for that.
Seat 4 is Matthew.
There we go. Welcome to the table, Matthew. Look at that. Matthew buys in for 1,100, gets 25K in chips.
Let's
and
roll.
A seat next to Mike Madison. All right, number 8.
Number 8. Okay.
Remember, this person must be following the DeepStacks poker account.
That's
Twitter account.
Alex Marshall.
Alex Marshall. Let's
Yeah.
see if he follows DeepStacks.
Yeah, let's see. He does. He does.
So
At
congratulations
to @jmarshall84.
All right.
He put the hashtag fanny pack next to I love cheetah pants. So
oh, nice.
I like it. I like it.
And you've got the DSPT Chinook.
Yeah.
He qualifies. We have a qualifier.
Ding ding.
All right, so we're going to send you a DM, Alex, and we'll get your info. Thanks to everyone else who tweeted in. We're also going to be giving away a T-shirt and a signed autobiography from Mike Manasseh as well. Thanks for everyone joining us here for the DSPT Oregon main event here in the Chinook Winds Casino Resort. This is an $1,100 buy-in main event, $150,000 guaranteed. This is a DSPT GPI Player of the Year standing tournament. If you win the DSPT Player of the Year, you will become DeepStacks Pro for 2015. You're going to be right next to Michael Mizrachi, Mike Matasow, Tristan Wade, and Randall Flowers. You're going to be there on the webpage. You're going to be traveling to all these tournament stops. You're going to be hanging out with these guys, partying with them.
Yeah.
We partied a little bit last night. Let me tell you, Randall's laugh alone is worth the price of admission.
You definitely want to win that
It's basically, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. It's pretty awesome.
We also have a Player of the Series tournament as well. So if you come in to a DeepStacks event and play all the side events, you're gunning for that Player of the Series trophy, in which you also win package to the resort, a weekend package and a dinner, 2-night stay, all the nice
all the
amenities.
good, nice dinner. Getting a lot of compliments on the live stream. A lot of fans out there mostly enjoying you always.
Thanks.
They just want to hear about the poker. They don't want to hear about the...
Is that what they're saying?
They're just saying they love the commentary.
I get that
assuming
sometimes.
they're talking about you.
On Live at the Bike, I usually do a lot of strict poker commentary and a lot of strategy. And sometimes the game gets slow, so they start talking about other things. And then I get these tweets, stick to the game, man, stick to the game. It's like sometimes the game...
You guys are brutal.
Sometimes the game slows down, and you need to talk about other things. Of course, I'm talking about the show, Live at the Bike. www.liveatthebike.com.
Yes, how long you guys been around? 7, 8 years, right? You guys have been doing that for.
I've been doing the show for 2 years, but it's gone on longer. And it's really it's a great poker show. It's actually going to go on tonight with Jeff Madsen and Melanie Weisner. And an example of the quality of the show. By the way, we have a pretty big river bet here. Massa bet 3K, and Nicola is thinking about it. This is about half a stack. He's going to fold.
Mike wins a nice pot there.
Yeah, and let's see if he shows it.
Ace jack.
He has a set of fives.
Oh, he asked him if he had ace jack.
I did Tuesday's Live at the Bike episode, and we had Jeff Madsen and Matt Salzberg in the booth with me. So we had a former WPT Player of the Year and former WSOP Player of the Year. And I was talking strategy with them. I was talking their experience on the poker tournament trail. When I was learning poker and getting into the game and learning the scene, I used to watch every piece of poker media out there. And a lot of it's like the edited Lon McCarry and Norman Chad, Gabe Kaplan stuff, which it's comedic, but that's not what poker actually is at its nuts and bolts. I actually used to watch Live at the Bike back in the day, and I would have killed to hear a former WSOP Player of the Year, former WPT Player of the Year tell me, this is my experience, these are my stories, this is what I've heard, or this is what I've learned.
Right.
And this is what I think about this hand. And just to get inside their mind and how they think about the game, all that stuff.
It's invaluable.
Even now, for me, even though I've been a professional for over half a decade, invaluable to me still.
Right.
I still pick their brains about
probably
things.
keeps you sharp, too.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's interesting because someone like Matt Salzberg has a much different approach to tournaments than Mike Massa.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the past year, Matt Sal's won a bracelet and Salzberg's won a WPT. Yet they have a totally different approach. Big bet by Michael on the turn here. This is for most of Nicola's chips. He's going to fold and show. Shows
Queens.
pocket queens. And Nicola really hanging on to that last bit of his stack. Things have not been going well for him in the past hour. But he can always re-enter.
Yep, later today or tomorrow.
I had 2 unders, I'm not gonna lie.
Mike's getting a little. There we go. He's talking now.
Well, he had a Jolly Rancher, so
There we go.
so
He was
that's
doing
gonna-
push-ups. You should have saw him try to do 3 push-ups
No,
earlier today.
we tried to get it on camera. We got the jumping jacks, but he went off camera for the push-ups. Him and Janine should have a push-up contest.
I would take Janine.
Of course,
100%.
But we got to like lay odds.
We
right?
should, right?
Like, what do you think? What do you think's a good line? 4 to
4 to
1.
1.
4 to 1. Yeah.
5 to 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 4 to 1's a good line.
I don't know. I still think Janine can do more than 12.
I think so too.
Janine's a tough girl.
She is, man. She's a tough one. She's a tough cookie. It's all that snowboarding. You know, she was like a Division I or an All-American at the University of Colorado in
Really?
snowboarding or something like
Wow.
that. Yeah, it's actually a sport there.
I can.
Like
Well, it's also a sport in the Olympics too.
well, yeah, no, I'm saying it's a college. It's a college like NCAA
Oh, yeah.
sanctioned sport.
Got it.
You know, where you get scholarships for it.
I mean, I can get off the lift sometimes. And yeah,
The 5-way hand here.
oh, it looks
Yeah,
like
here goes Mikey.
Massa with a raise. So Lisa's bet 2K. Massa makes it 4.4.
Mikey always has it here.
Yeah, this
Always.
is never a draw in my opinion. This is not 8-9. This is not 8-5. This is like 7-6 is the worst hand. This is 2-pair plus.
Right.
And Lisa with her range includes kings and the straight draw. Obviously, she can have sets as well in this spot. But I think the way that she's taken aback by that raise, just the
Right.
body language, I'm not putting her on a hand as strong as a set.
No, maybe she has King Queen here, Ace King.
She didn't raise pre, so
Maybe King Queen.
Yeah, King Queen, maybe King Jack, and maybe 9-8 or 8-5. So 8-5 got there. That's the only hand that, if Mike has 2-pair plus, that
Right.
he's really worried about is 8-5. And by 2-pair plus, obviously, I mean 2-pair or stronger
there
hand,
you
which
go.
is set.
Good pot.
I wonder if Mikey's going to show for
Set
the
of
set of
sixes?
sixes. Yeah. Oh, King 6.
Oh, King 6.
So, yeah, 2-pair plus, 2-pair or say. It's essentially the same
Yeah.
hand in that spot. And he probably got Lisa off. I'd say King Queen or King Jack. I think if Lisa had King 10,
King 10 maybe.
she's going to call one more straight because she picked up the straight draw with the
the
gut
8.
shot to the 8.
Right.
So aggressive play by Mike, but he won the extra bet on the flop by raising, and that's why.
Which was a big difference in them, how Michael played the
Yeah.
quad aces. There's
Quad
the
ace
difference
and
that you were
the
talking
set.
about. Yeah, and the set, yep.
You know,
Mike got max value out of King 6 there.
and he could have gotten a bigger bet on the turn in some of the time.
Right.
Not always, but some of the time.
And that really is like your
Yeah.
prime example of what you just folded face up. Prime example of what separates a pro with all that experience versus maybe a
Yeah.
recreational player.
Did he fold face
He
up
folded
on purpose?
face up, yeah.
On purpose, though. That's actually a penalty. You
Did he
can't-
do it on purpose?
It looked like it. To
Yeah,
me
it looked
did.
like he was folding to show.
We need a video replay. Get
Yeah.
the tournament director in here. And
I know.
It's gonna be like the NBA, right?
What's your? So now we're talking about replay in the
Yes.
NBA.
Yes.
What's your opinion on this whole shot clock debate that's been going on
What-
recently?
what is the shot clock debate?
That they're talking about.
Well, sorry to cut you off, Chris. We actually have a big pot here brewing now. Matthew has 3-bet to 2K. So we're going to get into that. Sorry, not 3-bet. He raised it after a few limps. Nicola has called over half a stack. I prefer, if you're going to call half a stack, I feel like you should go all in.
Just put it in.
Just put it in, get Lisa out there and clean up your equity. So now this is heads up. Matthew's a new player at the table. We don't know much about him. But how can Nicola even put in this amount of money and fold?
Yeah, you can't.
You can't play.
Should just put it in.
You
See
can't
what happens.
play flop it or fold it with that stack for half your stack in any
Right.
form of poker at any stage of the tournament, no matter what your stack size is. And he calls. So we can see the hands. Oh, sorry. So Matthew needs to call the all-in, which we're sure he's going to do.
Okay.
So he's got
Jacks.
pocket jacks.
And 4-6. Fours.
Nicola with pocket fours. I'm probably folding the fours after such an aggressive raise.
Right.
7-ball me 110.
And no 7, no 4 for Nicola. And thanks
I
for
don't know
playing.
why you just called there pre-flop. You just
Yeah.
should have put it in. And
He's probably
see what
hoping
happens.
that Matthew had ace king. Well, good seed for Matthew already.
Yeah.
Just winning a nice medium-sized pot. So the shot clock
The
debate.
shot clock, yeah. What's your take
So
on that?
what is a shot clock debate?
The shot clock debate is putting basically a clock to everyone's time to act, is from what I understand.
Oh, the shot clock in poker.
Yeah, in poker.
Got it. You're talking about the
Yeah.
NBA transition. So I've read multiple things on it. I read what Paul Newey said, who, for those that don't know, Paul Newey is a very successful businessman who I believe he sold a financial company to AIG for $230 million. He plays all the high rollers, like $250K. He played on the EPT 9 cash game, the 1,000, 2,000 no limit hold'em. This is who that guy is. And he said if you put a shot clock in poker, it gives the pro an advantage. I play these high rollers against the top pros, and I feel like they already have an advantage over me.
Right.
And now they're going to be put in spots that they're more comfortable with than I will. I'm not going to play tournaments with shot clocks. I understand that. And actually, Marvin Rettenmeyer just wrote a piece.
Yeah, I saw that.
Where he said that it's going to isolate against amateurs coming in. The intimidation factor. I agree with all of these. However, I think there is something on the other end of people that take too much time. So something's got to be done. I don't think a 30-second shot clock is the answer. Maybe a minute shot clock. Maybe a 2-minute shot clock. I think nothing's wrong with a 2-minute
I think
shot
that's reasonable.
Yeah, a 2-minute shot clock. And as Marvin said, maybe the culture of calling clock on someone should be more accepted now. Because generally the clock's not called on someone if you tank for 4 minutes. Maybe, like, I've called a clock on someone maybe twice my entire career, and it's been long, like 10 or 15 minutes. But I always found it, like, unsporting to call the clock on someone. Some people will do it after 3 or 4 minutes. I think 2 minutes is a reasonable amount of time. And I think if you have a time bank chip,
right,
like you need more than 2 minutes, you want 2 more minutes, you throw your time bank chip to the dealer.
Right.
So for those big river decisions.
I think there could be a healthy compromise. I think the aspect of what's not being considered in the shot clock debate is the impact to the casino and to the floor and to the dealers.
Yeah.
Of another thing that they have to take into account on top of all the natural things that come along with a tournament. You know,
for sure. One suggestion I saw, I think Andy Frankenberger wrote it, was maybe allow the dealer to call clock. But I think that's a little bit out there. So bet by Matthew of 2.2. David makes a call. Turn 2 pair. Looks like Matthew had a king. Sorry, river 2 pair.
River 2 pair.
Yeah.
He had ace king, Matthew.
Kind of a bad beat.
Yeah. I think the shot clock is not necessary. I think there needs to be a healthy compromise. But I also think that it shouldn't be looked as, like you said, to call the clock on someone has a negative connotation to it.
Yeah.
But it should really be implemented like where in professional sports you get to throw the red flag out if you want to do a challenge, but you only get so many a game, right? I think that gets a little dicey, but I just think the impact of having a shot clock to the tournament director, to the floor, to the dealers, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, I think this is something that's actually really only prevalent in in higher stakes tournaments.
Yeah.
And actually, that's one reason I love tournaments at this buy-in level. You don't get these guys that tank every hand.
Right.
I'm telling you, when I was playing the one drop, there's so much tanking, it's ridiculous.
Really?
I think I timed it in one level. We saw 20 hands. It's an hour and a half
Wow.
level.
Wow.
It was like
That's ridiculous.
it was tank for form. There was this one guy who's like some Poker Stars online pro from Netherlands. I had no idea who he was. By the way, Gary raising it to 6,000. We haven't seen much from Gary. Raymond, a new player at the table. And looks like Gary's going to take it down. Yeah, this guy was tanking so much, it's ridiculous. And as a limit player, I'm a poker player, but as a guy that plays a lot of limit events, I pretty much know what I'm going to do almost right away.
Right.
Which is a bad thing in a way because you do want to think through decisions, but I feel like most good players know what they're going to do right away anyway. It's kind of like that first instinct type of thing.
Agree.
And for someone to like continuously tank over and over again, or for like nothing hands, it's like 4 big blinds in the pot and the guy's sitting there for 2 minutes,
Right.
and then he checks. And
Right.
you're like, really, buddy? How many
Right.
tournaments do you play online at one time?
I agree. I think I do agree with that in terms of good players, top elite players have already pretty much mapped out their decision process or their decision-making process. You know, getting those scenarios kind of laid out, figuring out what they would do in this spot. I think a shot clock sort of interjects something that's not necessary.
Yeah, but it is in the higher buy-in tournaments because I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. Some of these
Then maybe
guys.
you just integrate it during those and just
Yeah,
leave
like
it out of the
the Aussie Millions high roller, I think, is either the 100K.
Right.
I think it's the 100K that did it. They had the shot clock.
Dr. Raymond, he's a chiropractor here in the Pacific Northwest in Seat 1.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you know Raymond.
Oh
huh?
yeah, he's played numerous DeepStacks events.
See him. Ace 9, 2 pair.
It's funny because something needs to be done, but shot clock is not the answer. So
I agree.
It really comes down to you know what it is in my personal observation. It's players that come from the online background that do this. The live guys never did it, like Matisal,
Yeah.
Mizrachi. You don't see them, and these guys have won millions. Like Michael Mizrachi is one of the all-time winningest poker players of in
Yeah.
the history of poker tournaments.
I agree, and
he
definitely
doesn't
agree
sit
with
there
that.
and tank.
No.
Phil Ivey doesn't sit there and tank. Negranu. These guys don't do it. It's these online guys, people that learn the game online, and for some reason they think when I come to a live tournament, I need to balance my thinking
Yeah.
time or something. Like what Doc Sands is notorious for it, and it's just ridiculous.
Right.
I remember I was playing with Tom Schneider at the World Series, and he was just bitching about Doc Sands because he had just played a tournament with him. He says, like, he'd sit there for a minute and then fold. Like, this is pre-flop. It's been folded to him, and you just sit there and then
just
fold after a minute. And you're like, what are you thinking
why?
about?
Yeah.
Like, if you have 9-5,
They're
just
automatic
fold it.
folds,
Just
yeah.
fold it,
Right,
you
right.
know? Isn't it better that you see more hands per hour?
You know what I think? I don't know. This will never happen, and I don't know, maybe not in our lifetime, but I like to be proven wrong from time to time. But I think that it would be nice to see some sort of, not unionization, but like a kind of like a competition committee for poker as an industry. Like with the TDA, the TDA takes into account a lot of good things from the player's perspective, but you don't have like a competition committee. Every professional sports organization has a competition committee where
Yeah.
they meet every year to figure out what they can do to improve the game and to make it better for everyone.
Yeah, we used to have the PPA, but
Right.
I think that's died from my understanding.
I'm talking about a real effort to form something that.
Ironically, wasn't it Howard Lederer that headed that type of movement back in the day?
I think back in the day he tried it. Yeah.
And it went on for a couple years, and they changed a lot of the World Series rules and structures. That actually, the current structure of the World Series is a product of what they did.
Right.
And I was actually thinking about that, something along the same lines as you are right now. The other day, that because I played in a poker tournament, and afterwards I realized it's a really high rate tournament, and I said to myself, a tournament should never be this high rate. This is just robbery.
Right.
There should be something like a poker players union, and their PPU approved tournaments.
Look at what the NFL does. Okay, they have their competition committee. They have the NFLPA, and then they have the commissioner who's basically the representative for all the owners. You can do a hybrid of of that sort of association where you have the MGMs of the world, the large, like the Borgatas, sort of be the association, and then you have the Poker Player Association where they meet to compromise as, and kind of unionize. Look what happened in Northwestern, man. These college athletes just got approved for unionization where they can potentially get compensation. I mean, if poker is going to be considered a serious game, there's a lot of money people are investing in it, companies, players like yourself. I think it should be given that sort of attention. But again, I mean, I think there's been so many black eyes with the industry, with the whole online thing and scandals and the Chipgate, this, that I really think that this game definitely needs it now. I mean, how cool would it be to come to an event like this and know that you're getting sort of that same sanctioned experience, knowing that you're going to be like, okay, I know that my rights, the competition of the game, the purity of the game is protected from an event. I know that when I go to a DeepStacks event, I'm getting a 10% rake, but if I go down the street to a Heartland event, I'm only getting another 10%. So I know I can budget. But if I have to go to a casino to get, for a $600 event, get charged $70 juice.
Or even sometimes $100 juice or something.
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes I see these tournaments. It's 140 buy-in, it's 40 juice or 35 juice. I'm like, that's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Just robbery.
There needs to be a group of people that sort of take the lead on that.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that, and I said that I feel like it has to be Negreanu or someone of that stature, because Negreanu right now is the number one ambassador for a game.
But here's the issue. Here's the issue though with let's say like Chris Paul is the union president for the NBAPA. Okay, he's not representing the Clippers. He's representing the players.
Correct.
Okay, the problem is that when you have a Negreanu or you have even a Matiso who's sponsored by a company, or Negreanu who represents PokerStars, those lines become a little blurry in terms of agendas, in terms of like what is better for the player from a perspective of what's better for the company that I represent. There has to be an unbiased. I'm not saying Negreanu is not a great choice. I think he's a great choice.
I feel like someone like Negreanu would separate that. And if he wouldn't separate it, he'd say, I'm not going to separate it, choose someone else.
Choose someone else, yeah.
But maybe Negreanu doesn't have to be the president, but I feel like if Negreanu got together with like Matt Lance and Jason Mercier, they said, we're forming this committee, a lot of players would follow them.
Right.
And that's how a union would get formed, because you need people willing to jump into the union. Right?
Absolutely.
And then they can go to...
I feel good about this. I'm going to do this. They give it the stamp of approval.
And maybe part of TDA rules is rakes, like amount of rakes.
It should be not to cut you off, but I completely am on the same page. You and I are on the same page. There needs to be a just a industry-wide standard. Okay, that here's the structure, here's the rake. Okay.
Well, structure. Okay.
Structure can fluctuate, but I'm just saying, like, where people are getting value for their buy-in.
Yeah.
Okay. Where it's like, okay, I know I'm going to get the not the same experience, but I know that someone is looking out for me.
Yeah, exactly. And
not just the casino.
And poker is also trickle down and trickle up.
Right.
If people are just getting robbed at $100 buy-in tournament consistently, and over the long run, no one can beat the tournament because of the rake.
Right.
That money is being taken out of poker players' hands.
Which, when it's taken out of your guys' hands, it essentially gets taken out of
the poker economy,
the poker
and the trickle
economy.
up
Right.
of the poker economy.
Right.
Actually, as talking to Ted Forrest just last month, we were playing in a 40-80 Omaha 8 limit game, right? And Ted was saying the problem is that why there aren't more tables of this game is the next biggest Omaha 8 game is $4, $8, where they rake $6 a hand and $2 pre-flop if there's no flop. So right away they take the small blind away, and if the button limps, they take away the small blind and big blind. Let's say the button limps, small blind folds, and big blind checks, they take away $6.
That's
They take away
unbelievable.
Small blind, big blind right away.
That's unbelievable.
So someone who plays that game can never grind up.
Right.
He can never grind to 40-80. And now that's money that's just being taken out of the poker economy over and over and over again. And that's just an example of...
Completely agree with you.
Sure, the casino's making money, but the player, it's being taken out of the poker economy, and you just can't have things like that.
No, you can't. It's not sustainable for the industry as a whole. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It just isn't. Gotten a little away from the action. I've been keeping an eye on it, though.
Yeah, it's
Not much
been a bunch
going
of
on.
small
Yeah.
pots since that all-in, and then the ace-king hand was a little bit of a cooler for Matthew.
Yeah.
He kind of had the guy right where he wanted him, and he just happened to hit two-pair.
The running two-pair.
Yeah, just running
the 9-7,
two-pair. Yeah,
7-9
the king four
ball.
deuce rainbow flop. You have ace-king against 9-7. You like your spot.
Right.
So have you got a message back from our
yeah, we actually
winner?
we did actually. He says thank you, and he gave us his address. So
Nice. So you're going to send that out to him?
Yeah, we're gonna have that sent out.
We're going to start the next giveaway, which is a Mike Massow T-shirt.
I like it. Show the logo though. Got to get the logo out there.
That one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
it'll be there. Let's see.
Bet 800. Fold.
Yeah, it is. It looks nice. It's so fucking cold outside, man. I walked from here to my hotel like 3 times. I thought I was gonna die.
Fold. 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 Call.
That's some limped around action.
Check.
What a surprise! Michael's in the hand.
Well, he has quieted down a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
Check. Check. Bet is 1,000. Call.
We have a bet of 1,000 and a call. This is a draw-heavy board. This is the type of flop that connects with a lot of hands people play. Queen 10, Jack 10, 10-7, 6-7, random hearts. It's a very wet turn. A lot of draws come in on this turn. Michael has bet 3K. Raymond has called. And look at this. Flushes and straights getting there. And how fast Michael grabbed chips.
He went right after him.
Yeah, I'm giving him a strong hand. And I think he wants to show. No, he didn't. But the fact that he wanted to show, it makes me more confident in my read. So we have our next Twitter giveaway. Enter now to win a signed Mike Massow shirt. Must follow the DeepStacks Twitter account and tweet no blow-ups to @DeepStacks. You will be entered to win the Mike Massow t-shirt. We're going to keep this competition running through our dinner break and so the level after. So you have a couple hours to get in. And it's all free, guys.
It's all free.
It's all free. It's just on Twitter. No blow-ups.
No blow-ups.
Because the back of the shirt actually says no blow-ups. I guess when you win, you can send what size you want, right?
I guess. I think he
Yeah.
only has larges and extra larges.
So there are Mike Massow size.
No kid sizes.
Yeah, no kiddie sizes.
Two players. Check. That 2,000. Fold.
Michael on a tear.
Shows the Queen 9 of hearts. Another thing we could include in this, the Poker Player Association, in this new unionization or this new union, we can include whether we're going to be able to use cell phones at a table or not.
Yeah.
I mean, like...
Well, sorry.
I mean, I'm being a little lighthearted with it, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, that's another... It just popped into my head. I just saw Raymond in seat 1 on his phone. You know, it's situations like that. You're like, what are those type of rules? You know, let's figure those out. You know? Anyway, I'm pretty outspoken about stuff like that.
Well, I remember the last TDA convention. The rules committee, it met during the World Series, which is ridiculous considering every legitimate poker player
Is playing
and can't come.
Right.
Because that's our job. We have to play to make money.
Right.
And it's the busiest time of the year for every poker player. And then they made this first card off the deck rule, which a lot of people were against. And that rule is instituted by the TDA, so tournaments governed by TDA rules follow that rule.
Right.
But if players were there to talk about it, maybe that rule wouldn't have been instituted. That's a rule that it helps tournament directors manage a tournament, but players don't enjoy it.
Right.
We can talk more about that after this commercial break. We're going to go on a 10-minute break. We'll be back, and thanks for tuning in. See you guys in 10 minutes. Bye.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Chinook. Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Selects Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Selects Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook. Oh.
Shane, darling, don't Shane. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Selects Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Selects Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook. Oh.
Shane, darling, don't Shane. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Selects Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Selects Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook. Oh.
Broadcast like when we ran.
Shane, darling, don't Shane. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Next thing, you're just gonna hire yourself.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world?
No, I actually enjoy it. It's better than commentating alone. Commentating alone's the worst. It's like it's kind of being in solitary. Yeah, you're just talking to yourself.
Great structures and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSPT main event in Oregon. I'm Oais Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina. How's it going, Chris?
Doing well. How about yourself, Oais?
It's been good. We're here on day 1A of this tournament, the main event here at the Chinook Winds Casino. Mike Massow's been on the feature table. He's grinding his starting stack up from about 25,000. Starting stack of 25,000. He has about 37 right now. We actually got word that Tristan Wade has 130,000, so he's probably the chip leader right now. Definitely making a run at winning this first place in this $150,000 guaranteed tournament. Let's get away to the table. Here we see the tournament in the background and our feature table right here. Action getting underway. There's Michael, who's been very active and celebrating by drinking a beer. Actually, you were mentioning to me, Chris,
Yes,
how
I'm drinking a beer always.
How good the beer is.
The beer in the Lost
Yeah.
Coast, as it's affectionately known up here.
I actually
It's
have
beautiful.
a friend.
Delicious.
He's actually an ex-roommate that lives up in Portland now. He when he moved out here, one of the first things he did was he joined a Brewmasters Club.
Oh, brilliant.
You know what? He's actually, I told him to come visit, and he said he's going to come tomorrow, so I'll see if he can bring some of his beers. That'd be fun, too. What's it called? Try some of those out. We see some action here. Michael entering this pot. That's Michael in seat 4.
Very wet board there.
It's a wet board, but it's also an action killer board. If both players have high cards, they can't really give much action. And actually, Mike Massow taking the pot down, he probably read his opponent for not having any piece of that board and is betting regardless of his cards. And that's what a seasoned pro would do. Just kind of bet in position, take the pot down when you read that your opponent's weak.
And picking the pots to do it in.
Exactly. Good timing, good positional bet. We're actually running a Twitter competition right now for a signed Mike Massow t-shirt. Tweet at DeepStacks, no blow-ups. You must follow the DeepStacks poker account. So if you don't follow them already, go ahead and follow them. The main event here in Chinook Winds in Lincoln City, Oregon. Dr. Raymond raising it up.
1,500.
Makes it 1,500. The price of poker has gone up. It's now 300, 600. So these pots are going to get big. Anytime a starting stack is 40 big blinds or under, that's when pots start getting really big. And these are the pots that matter. Like, even if you're someone like Matthew, for example, he's in seat 4. It says Matthew has 16,000, so he's gone from 25 to 16. He still has over 20 big blinds, and that's still a playable stack. But every pot Matthew plays now is going to matter. It's going to matter for everyone, even for Michael, who has the most chips at the table. He has 50,000 chips, but if he loses 15,000, he's suddenly down to not as many big blinds.
Sure.
And with the blinds going up in 50 minutes, his stack is going to diminish in value as well. This is one of the beauties of seeing a live stream from the inception of a tournament all the way through the end. We see how play changes as the structure moves up.
It's like a storyline.
Yeah, it really is. Every tournament has its own story.
Right.
It's so interesting, especially when you make it deep in a tournament, you understand the story of that tournament more than anyone else, obviously, because you've been there the whole time.
Right.
Some guys are chip leaders day one, and you see them flunk out right away in day two, and then you see the guy in day two who had no chips make that run. This is a GPI, DSPT GPI Player of the Year
qualifying event.
Qualifying event. So you can get points for the DSPT GPI Player of the Year. If you haven't heard of this, you should check it out on DeepStacks.com. We'll get into it in a second. We see a pot underway where Raymond has raised it to 5K. He has 3-bet Michael. And this is what I mean. Pots matter. Michael's really looking at this. Raymond only has 8,600 behind, which makes this play even stronger. I don't think Raymond is on a bluff.
He's got it. I've played with Ray before.
Yeah, I think he's got tens or better here. Ace, king, ace, queen. That's the range of hands I'm putting him on.
Good as body language. He's just ready. He's there.
Raymond's announced all in. So I like this jam by Raymond with his entire range. Even if Raymond had ace queen, I think he should be going all in here.
Aces.
He shows ace queen.
Ace queen.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
I just called it, right?
Yeah.
And he's doing this because he's balancing his range. And he's playing his entire range that way. The range is all the hands that he's playing that way. If you only have the nuts, then your opponent is always going to call with better. Or, I mean, not the nuts, but if you have, like, 2-pair plus, your opponent can play against you correctly. If you run bluff some of the time, now your opponent might not play correctly because he might fold a better hand once in a while.
Makes sense.
$300, $600 limit right now with a 75 ante. $150,000 guaranteed for this poker tournament.
Mataso looks like he's ready for a nap.
He looks like he's ready for some Chinese action.
Yeah. The only way he's not on his iPad right now is either it got stolen or it ran out of juice. That's the only two reasons why he wouldn't be on his iPad right now.
So Chris and I were talking about a poker players union before break. I don't know where we were cut off in that conversation exactly, but I think we both agree that there needs to be a union that represents the players and represents them accurately, and also protects players. Not just take into account what higher buy-in players want, but also what lower buy-in players want.
Right.
You need players of all levels. I feel like the majority of representation that is out there, and there's not much,
right?
But it's for higher buy-in players.
I think there's a lost demographic in this industry, which is to your point about the lower buy-in players. I mean, we talked earlier in the broadcast on how, why DeepStacks is around and what was the inspiration behind it. I mean, the grinders that are playing 1-2-2-5 that, go and travel to play $200 events and play satellites and, feed the proverbial poker beast are getting ignored. And I think that they need some voice in this matter. I mean, why should the Phil Ivies of the world or, the world famous poker players only benefit from certain things because they play, high rollers or whatever? Why can't the 1K? Because, I mean, if you look at it, it's all based on relativity. I mean, a guy in Oregon spending $1,500 who's, working 2 jobs and saves the money, it matters to someone like you that maybe plays a 50K, right?
Yeah.
Or a 5K or something like that. It's all relative.
Yeah.
You need something formal, and that's why you could talk about, well, why isn't poker taken seriously, or why don't we get any attention? Because there's this thing about how people within the industry don't really.
It has a pop between the two mics. I expect Massow to show with decent showdown value, something like pocket sevens or ace jack high. He's beat by a deuce, so Mike probably had ace jack or ace 10. Because I can't imagine Mike just checking back 7 high with no showdown value and try to take the pot away. But Mike knows his lack of aggressiveness lost him that pot. The flop was king queen 9, and Michael would have just check folded. And that's one of the great things that DeepStacks provides. Look, if I want to go on TV for poker, I gotta go to these major locations and play 10K or higher buy-ins.
Right.
Or I think now at the 3,500 level you might be able to get on TV, but you're still playing against the Marvin Retzenmeyers of the world, which are just top class players.
Right.
I think your Mohegan Sun main event is just great value. It's a location that is easily accessible.
Right.
It's not a lot of money, and it gets a pretty good turnout.
Yeah, and it's about getting mileage on your buy-in. I mean, you have a $2,500 buy-in, and you're getting 400 or 500 big blinds starting stack. I mean, that's pretty sick, or 600 big blinds. But to my point about that, I think and I could talk about this in nauseam, but I won't. But I just think that if poker is going to be taken seriously, and the people that build the industry, both from the player side, the casino side, as well as the marketing media side, and small businesses within it, need to really make an effort to unionize or formalize some sort of an association.
Yeah, and hopefully it's a step in the right direction. I think it all stems from the shot clock discussion,
right,
as well as the first card off the deck rule discussion,
right,
which I know a lot of players were not in favor of. I wasn't in favor of it because I feel it isolates recreational players. They're guys that look. Poker used to be a thing. Get together in a room, you have a cigar, have some drinks, and you
Right.
play and you gamble.
Right.
And now it's becoming too technical and too XYZ rules. And I play a lot of cash games, and there are guys in cash games that will never play in tournaments because they say there are too many rules. You know, just play.
Yeah, just play.
Just, oh, you got to bet the nuts in this spot. Like, who checks the nuts? And you know what? If someone's stupid enough to check back the nuts, I don't want that guy to have a penalty. I want him to keep playing. I want
Right.
more hands with him.
Right. But I do think if you look at, less is more. I'm a big proponent of less is more.
Yeah, there should be one rule.
There should be one rule.
Checks and raises are allowed, and that's it.
Checks and raises are permitted.
Yeah, that's it. You can check raise,
Yeah.
and that's the only rule.
Yeah, you could play the tournament.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, this guy, Ray, Dr. Ray right here in seat 1, he is going to be a force in this tournament. He final tabled the Pac West and finished, I think, 4th or 5th, and he got pretty close last year at the OSPC. But now this year, I mean, he has chips. He's going to be deadly.
Well, we saw him play ace-queen pretty aggressively. I liked his play. And I said he should have ace-queen in the spot some of the time. He ended up showing it. And that shows me that he's a player. Not
Yeah.
some guy that, I'm going to wait for aces, I'm going to wait for top pair. He's a guy that's going to try to win the pot any way he can.
Yeah.
He's like, I have ace-queen, I can hit the ace or the queen, or I can bluff at it right now and take it down. And he bluffs
Right.
at it. I actually think in that hand, Michael showed ace-queen as well. I think he folded ace-queen face up, and the other guy showed
the ace-queen.
Yeah. Because we saw 2 ace-queens kind of jumping around the table there.
We got a five-way to the flop here.
For all those that want more information on the DeepStacks Poker Tour, you can check it out at DeepStacks.com, as well as the DeepStacks Twitter page. Follow Chris Turina on Twitter as well, because his life essentially is DeepStacks. But he does have one really good rule at dinner: no poker talk.
No poker talk.
Just he loves to talk about HIV and AIDS, but no poker
We're
talk.
talking about the Dallas Buyers Club.
Yeah. I think that's actually a very important rule for poker players.
Oh, man.
Because it falls too much under, this hand and this EV and blah, blah,
It's
blah.
just too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. I when I first met Mike, all he was talking about was like bad beats or this hand. I said, Mike, if you're gonna hang out with me, dude, you gotta like have other interests. Let's talk sports.
I actually have this saying I say to my friends is, poker players are some of the most boring people to hang out with. Actually, most of my friends are non-poker players, like my
That's
close
good.
personal friends.
I like you even more.
Because I've lived with poker players before.
Sure.
I've run in poker friend circles, and it all becomes about let's prop bet everything. And hey, I don't mind prop betting once in a while, but
not everything.
It doesn't have to become about egos.
Yeah.
And I felt like it becomes about egos, and it becomes about how bad they're running.
Right.
Never about how good they're running.
It's always about bad.
How bad they're running, or how skillful they're playing.
Right.
Right. They're never running good. They're either playing skillfully or they're running bad. And then they always talk about hands, and it's just like, come on.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about hands. I fell in that trap for a while when I was running in a group of poker friends. For a while, I just realized it's like all I do is like call everyone donkey and talk about poker hands, and I had to get out of it.
But it's not just poker. I mean, I find myself doing that too with the business side of it because I live and breathe and just work on DeepStacks and our initiatives. But I mean, listen, it's good to shut it off. I like to hang out with people that have no idea who Mike Matasso is.
Yeah.
I have a circle of friends that have no idea who he is, which is great.
Raymond makes a bet.
Lisa is tight as a gnat's ass, man.
She
has not played a hand since the Kings.
Well, sometimes your stack size dictates how you have to play.
But she's been at this stack size. I wasn't here for the early portions of the time. I don't know how she.
Actually, earlier on, she was playing really
Really?
loose, and She just happened to run bad.
Gotcha.
And you'll see some people, as I think we saw Nicola earlier, he kept playing loose, but Lisa has correctly become tighter, and that's to her credit. She's waiting for her spot. She's not getting impatient, which I really like.
For her current stack size.
Correct.
Right.
You know, there's 1,500 in the pot. She has 9,300 chips.
I mean, she's in definitely no pressure to, play marginal hands. That's for sure.
But what she needs to be aware of, she needs to start reshoving lightly. That means when a player opens,
right,
she needs to start shoving lightly. She needs to start just shoving buttons and things like that, because she needs to stay ahead of that 1,500 a round she's paying. Otherwise, she's going to get too short, and she'll just have no full equity. Meaning, when she goes all in, people are just going to call her because her chips are too small.
Right.
So she needs to be aware of that as well. And Michael's a pretty loose player to her right. When Michael enters a pot, she should just try to shove in on him, and pretty wide with a lot of hands. Something like Jack 10 suited, I might just shove over the top of Michael's raise. It has pretty good equity against whatever he comes in with, and he's going to fold most of the time. Also, one thing I do when I'm in Lisa's spot is I target who the tighter players in the blinds are. So Nick is actually a tight player in the blinds. Nassau's a tight player in the blinds.
Right.
They're going to call. If I go all in and they show up with ace-9, I think they're still going to fold, which means I can go all in with a lot of hands, because the equity gap between the hands they're calling with and the hands I'm shoving with is so wide that I'm going to profit so often. If I have 9-8 suited and I shove and they're folding ace-9, they're going to shove a lot of the times they dominate me. And they're probably correctly folding ace-9, because their stack size or medium stack sizes, it dictates that they shouldn't take big risks for that amount of chips,
Sure,
because they'll become shorter stacks.
Sure.
So understanding motivations for players in tournaments is also key, because you understand what they can and can't do.
But not to cut you off,
Yeah.
but in her case, isn't it also a situation where if she waits too long, that she really gets into a trick bag herself? I mean, right now she doesn't sort of impose fear or fold equity in terms of getting her opponents to play.
She does have fold equity. If she went out in right now, everyone would fold.
I don't even know how many chips she has. I can't even tell.
She has 9,000 chips.
9,000.
So
she's fine.
She has 15 big blinds, but she does need to steal the blinds within the next round. Otherwise, she's getting too small.
Yeah.
So it's good to tighten up.
I didn't see that orange. She has an orange there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 5K.
But
just so for the people at home, the 5K is the orange, the pink is the 1K, the blue or purple is 500, then you got the grays 100 and the 25K.
Yeah.
Or the 25 greens.
There you go. And almost like when I'm in a spot, if it's folded to me on the button and I'm in a spot, I'm almost going in blind. Because you need to have tighter players in the big blind and small blind. I'm probably trying to target Mike's and Nick's blinds, because I don't think they're going to call 9,000 chip jams that loosely. Anyway, we'll see how she plays it out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what she does. I've only had like half a beer, dude. Which, by the way, is amazing. I just got a Hop Valley IPA.
And they aren't even a sponsor.
They're not. It's really good, though.
We're having a Twitter contest
Yeah,
right
let's
now.
give this
It's a
T-shirt
giveaway.
away.
Well, tweeted out 2 pictures of the shirt, a front and a back. You can check out my Twitter at OERockets.
I like that Twitter handle, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
What's the significance of it? What does it mean?
Hold on, we'll get into that right
here
now. We have an all-in and a call.
Oof.
Ace King against tens. So classic coin flip.
46K pot right here.
Yeah. So Raymond and Michael getting all in.
Put it in with Ace King. Oh,
And there's the ace for Michael.
Wow.
And the way he's been running,
Wow.
I figured he's a favorite.
Wow. Oh,
And
there's
that's
Ray.
it for Dr. Raymond.
Damn.
But you know what? He got in his chips good.
Wow, the ace ball on the turn.
Well, and that's what it takes to win some tournaments.
Mhm.
Is you just need to win those flips. And Michael continues to run good, and now
Wow.
has a lot of chips. He's going to be a force to reckon with in this tournament.
Absolutely.
At OE Rockets. So it's actually my AOL screen name from 8th grade.
8th grade, huh?
OE Rockets.
Which was what, like 7 years ago?
Yeah.
You are 30.
Yeah, it was. It's funny. I remember it by NBA seasons. So the season right after the 96-97 Bulls was when I made the screen name.
Nice. That was a dynasty.
Yeah, and I used to be a big introvert. So, but I was really tall. I'm 6'2". I'm 6'1.5" technically. And I think I was like 6 foot in 8th grade or something.
Oh,
you know?
so you were like a beanstalk.
Or
Yeah,
like
you're
5'10" or something.
Yeah.
So I was really good at basketball back then. So how I made friends was through basketball. I came into school 2 weeks late. My name was I went to the basketball court, and some guy was picking teams or team captains, and this guy's like, I'm going to pick the new kid. What's your name? And I mumbled some semblance of Oace. And he's like, well, something. I didn't hear you call me Oe. And that was became my nickname,
I like
Oe.
it.
And my favorite basketball team's the Rockets.
Nice.
So OE Rockets.
Nice.
That's how OE Rockets was born.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's.
So you're a basketball fan.
Yeah, a huge Clutch City fan.
Oh,
Huge
wow.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
We're about to turn this whole poker commentary thing into a basketball debate, buddy.
Yeah, don't get me started on how under-repped Hakeem is.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. I would put him up as top 3 best centers of all time.
I think he's the best center of all time.
You think so?
I think it's not even close. But
Better than Wilt and Jabbar?
Well,
it's hard to say Jabbar. He's better than Jabbar.
Yeah,
Jabbar was
the
just
cap
he's
really, really good.
Yeah. I don't even consider Wilt Chamberlain to be an elite player. I consider him to be top 10.
And as
all
dominant as Wilt was, he only won one championship.
Yeah, yeah. I do like Hakeem the Dream, though.
Yeah.
Or Akeem versus Hakeem when he was added the H to his name.
And Hakeem is the all-time leader in blocks, and I think that even when did blocks become a stat? I don't know if they did.
I think it was like something like late 70s, or we got to Google that. Yeah, look that up.
If it was late 70s, then it was his entire career. It might have been Jabbar's career that they didn't keep blocks as a stat.
I think it was Jabbar's career.
Yeah. But
it's like when sacks, like in the NFL with sacks, they become
it was a 2K bet and a call. Another bet and a call. So we're seeing a river. It's been a bet and a call on every street. Wow, 2 pair over 2 pair.
I actually grew up a Knicks fan. I grew up in Midtown Manhattan.
I'm sorry for you.
Yeah, well, that I'm a Knicks fan?
Yeah.
My favorite team of all time was the Patrick Ewing teams.
I
mean, that was amazing.
Ironically, the one time you guys made the finals, Ewing wasn't even there, right?
Marcus Camby was.
Yeah, the Ewing effect.
Yeah.
Because he was injured.
He was injured, yeah. Marcus Camby, it was against the Spurs.
Yeah, I remember that as an 8 seed.
But now I live in L.A. and I go to a ton of Clipper games. I'm loyal to the Clippers.
Actually, Clippers have always been my number 2 team.
Really?
Because I've always gone for underdogs.
God, number 52.
Yeah. And
here's a pop quiz for you.
Go
What
ahead.
college did Piakowski go to? Piakowski.
I have no idea. I'm bad at colleges.
Nebraska.
Actually. Nebraska. Okay.
I know random shit like that.
Yeah, I actually don't follow a lot of college basketball, so I'll watch the tournament once in a while. But
I'm more of an NBA guy.
Yeah, I don't know who went to what. Like, people are like, oh, Bobby Hurley was so sick in college. I'm like, yeah, he was a bust in the NBA, so what?
Right.
And the one college player I do know is Scotty Brooks, because he went to my alma mater, UC Irvine.
Oh, wow, UC
And-
Irvine.
And
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
Completely underrated.
Mike Massow taking down another pot. And really what we've seen from Mike today has been tournament 101.
It really has been. It's been textbook.
Yeah, he's playing a lot of small ball.
Yep.
He's not playing big pots without big hands. And he's playing a risk-averse strategy, but still maintaining aggression.
It's funny, on the break I went to go talk to him about the quad aces hands against Michael, and he even said it himself. He said he completely misplayed the hand. Not him personally,
Yeah.
but Michael. He's like, he just didn't get enough value out
Did
of it.
Massow say what he had?
No, he was talking to another player, and
It must have been a king.
It had to have been. He had to have
King,
had the
queen, or
piece.
king 10 or king
Right.
jack. Is one of
Pushing to dinner break.
Yeah, he's
There's a
going
lot
to
of
start
equity on the table.
attacking these shorter stacks and these medium stacks that are tightening up. A lot of people tighten up because they want to maintain their tournament life.
Right.
And they don't want to get in those sticky spots. A player like Massow is going to start accumulating chips.
And I think another dynamic to think about, too, as people are watching it at home, that I just thought about, it's 6:30 Pacific. So these guys have been playing since a little after 12.
Yeah.
So right around now, these guys have been grinding for 6 hours. They don't want to bust and then have the decision of, rebuy and start all over again.
Well, I feel like a lot of guys. We have a new player at the table, too.
Next to Michael.
Linnea.
Linnea.
Yeah, I hope I'm saying that right, Linnea. As someone named Oase, whose name has been mispronounced my entire life, I do apologize, but I will feel for you if I mispronounce your name. Thanks for joining us on this DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Oase Ahmed, joined here in the chat, or in the commentary, by the CEO of DSPT, Chris Turina, the avid poker and basketball fan.
Yes, big time.
As much as I know you want to talk basketball, I'm going to try to keep this as much on
Poker.
topic as possible.
I know. You can see I'm over
But,
here just
I
thinking. My lasers, I'm hitting you.
I had, growing up, I had every Beckett. I had every playing card.
Oh, my God.
Michael showing a fold of pocket fours against Nick. Nick has been so tight. It's a solid fold. And Michael has quite a few chips now. Hey, we need to update Michael's stack. It says 15,000 here.
Funny little tidbit, the 4-4 is the grinder's favorite hand, the hand that he won Borgata in, and also the part of his handle on Twitter, the grinder 44.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's his favorite hand. My boy. That's definitely my boy. Michael Miz. Everyone misspells his last name. I know you played the 50K final table with him. That's where
No. I played it the next year.
Oh,
but I have a piece of trivia for you.
Okay.
Who is the only player to have beat Michael Mizrachi heads up in a tournament that wasn't chopped? Because he played Scotty Wayne and they chopped it on the WPT.
Okay. Who's the only player to beat
Mizrachi heads up? Every other time Mizrachi has been heads up in a tournament, he's won it.
That's a 6 stat, by the way.
Yeah.
Oof. Can you give me a hint? Is it a WSOP event?
It was a WSOP event.
Okay, that's good to know. Have to think about that for a second. Maybe we could ask the people at home.
Well, they could just Hendon mob it, right? I feel like.
All right, well, who is it?
All right, I'll give you a hint. You had dinner with this person last night.
What? Got it. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Which tournament was that?
It's a 2500 OE.
Oh, that's right.
I played Grinder heads up.
That's right. Actually, I do remember that. Because I think at that same final table, Tristan, the 6-max was going off in the main stage, and you guys were in the secondary.
Yeah.
And I was sweating both, because I'm also Grinder's agent.
Yeah.
And I was sweating him.
was in the six max that I think did Moorman win that or
Not Mormon. No, it might have been actually.
It's an English player.
Yeah,
I remember.
I think so. That was a sick final table.
And all in here, Lisa finally getting all in. I like her aggression. It looks like she has King 10 suited. And what does Gary have? We don't see the hands.
Ace
Gary
10.
with Ace 10. And Lisa flopping a flush draw.
Here we go.
She
Best
needs a
flop.
club or a
That's great flop.
king. Still needs a club or a king. I'm rooting for Lisa.
Ooh.
Oh, so close. Well,
I
the cards didn't go her way
Yeah.
tonight, but I still think she played well. I think she played well, and sometimes that's how poker goes. You
Yeah.
can play well and get unlucky.
Right.
And I hope Lisa comes back tomorrow or later tonight in this tournament because I think she does have a fair shot at winning it. I saw her game. I thought she played pretty
Nice.
well. And good pot to Gary. He wins the flip.
New
or-
player at the table. Kiss my bass. Okay.
I think Lisa just kissed his bass. Sorry, Lisa. I still love you.
The producers had to tell us that there was an all-in. We started talking about poker trivia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there watching both Tristan and Grinder
Yeah.
play that tournament.
Oki got third. I remember because English fans were so crazy. Like, when there was a 4-bet, they'd start singing.
Yeah.
They go, in your eye, in your eye, in your eye, in your eye, in your eye. And so we sit there, and it's like a soccer match is going on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or a European football
Yeah.
match. You're just like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're like, limit, bet, call,
You had
showdown.
your tournament was the unsexy tournament.
Yeah.
I see Michael took the class in chip stacking.
Very nice, color coordinated.
Yeah.
And Gary winning 2 in a row. Someone give this man a kill button.
I know.
Thanks for tuning in on our live stream of Day 1A. We're going to be here all weekend through Day 1B, Day 2, Day 3, and the final table. You can tweet at me personally, at OU Rockets. You can tweet at Chris Torina. And you can tweet at DeepStacks. Please tweet at us. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I want to hear any comments.
Yeah, if you have any questions for us or anything, yeah, fire away.
Alex Marshall saying, thanks, great job with the live stream.
Awesome. Thanks, Alex.
He won our shirt.
Yeah.
John Berry saying, I listen to OU Rockets and Live at the Bike, and by extension, this DeepStacks broadcast, because I need to constantly learn. Too old to retain it for long.
Awesome.
And John also weighing in on your question, should phones be allowed at the table?
Oh, okay, great.
He says, no talking on phones at the table, but if they want to play Candy Crush, I'm happy to let them.
Candy Crush.
Love distracted players.
That's a good point.
You know what? I think if someone wants to talk on the phone at the table, I don't care.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care. And do you know why? When they're on the phone,
right,
they're so distracted, they're only going to play quality hands. And you can just read them. It's
right.
Anytime you can easily read
They're
your
distracted,
opponent,
yeah, right.
it is to your advantage. And I play in cash games where people are on cell phones all the time. It's just amazing. I raise their blind and they look at their cards and they're kind of half on their phone and they just half muck it, or like,
Sure.
They're kind of they aren't squared away at the table. They've got their
Yeah.
side to the table. 'Cause
Right.
They're on the phone and they're looking away and they're talking about whatever. They're in an argument with their wife, whatever. They're just
Distracted.
mucking hands and I'm sealing their blinds and that's what I want. Or they're calling and then they just check full flop. The guy on the phone is not going to check raise bluff you.
He doesn't have the attention span to.
He's not going to try to run a reverse float. He's going to play his cards face up.
Well, I mean, you look at it from the player's perspective in terms of like the advantage and disadvantage and how you can sort of
Yes.
take
Very fair.
I look at it from a sort of organizational perspective because that's how my brain fires, right? So I look at it. You have a player on the phone, then you have players texting, and you look at collusion. You look at is it really taking away, that sort of thing. I know it's.
Let's take it from another organizational perspective. As someone who runs poker tournaments, you want the most number of entries in your tournament, there's got to be a handful of players that say, I don't want to play poker tournaments because of all these rules. I have a life. Maybe I have a small business to run. I need to be on the phone.
Right. I don't disagree with texting at the table
Yeah.
because when I play poker, I'm always on my phone because I have to stay sort of connected with what it is that I'm trying to do outside of the game.
Okay, so how is texting different than phone call?
It's not. But I do think, well, in terms of distraction, there isn't a difference. But in terms of the quality of the playing environment, I think there's a huge difference.
Really?
No, absolutely. You have someone talking on the phone while you're in a hand and you're trying to concentrate, or you're locked up in a hand and you got a guy next to you arguing with his girlfriend.
Well, it's the same thing if you're playing on the table with Mike Matusow. Right?
That's true.
He's just
true.
talking and you're like,
that's
oh
true.
my God. Dude.
I agree with you on that one.
No,
I can't
but
dispute that.
Sometimes it does happen.
Yeah.
You want to think, and you just say to the guy, hey, man, and they'll honestly, when someone's at the table on the phone, they understand their distraction, and they happily get up and walk away if you ask them to.
Yeah. We have Shauna Fittipaldi just showed up.
Oh, this
the
is
dealer from the feature table.
This is
she's
Shauna.
She's checking out the commentary booth. Good job, Shauna.
Pitching those cards.
Calling out the bets.
Shauna, can you pitch a card through a banana?
We'll give you $20 if you try.
On the
if
show.
you get it, yeah, right
on
on the show we'll film it.
Here, but Chris is going to hold it.
I'm going to hold it.
we aren't even kidding, by the way. Yeah. Do we have cards? Gift shop downstairs, 75 cents. Right?
I don't think we have any playing cards here.
She's actually interested in our proposition.
Hey, she'll want to make $20 for sure.
Should get Will in here to tape it, too.
I know. We should get that on live updates.
Oh, she's going to get a deck. She's
there
doing
we go.
this. You're on.
Here we go. We're going to have to get this filmed on live reporting and put it up on the YouTube channel.
Yeah. Well, we'll cut to the camera right here, too.
There we go. Eldon in seat 9, new player at the table. I played with him in the 230 Mega yesterday. Very nice gentleman.
He has limped. Matusow has made 2,000. Matthew has re-raised to
6.3.
6,300. Now, Matthew has 8,700
Mike
behind.
falls.
I think Mike has set him in.
Put it in.
So these folks are getting all in.
Mikey
Mike
with the Rockets.
Pocket Rockets.
Versus Kings.
Pretty much a cooler.
This is a big. This is all in from Matt's
it's all
life
in
for 15K.
Matthew.
Yep.
Pre-flop cooler. No one can get away from this. Matt needs a king and a king alone.
Oof.
Ooh,
that looked like a king.
Matt needs a king.
And
no
the
king for
ball.
Matt. And Matusow says, kitty game down the street, fella.
Here we go. Tristan coming to check in on the action.
Yeah,
Mikey moving to 51,000 in chips. He is going to be a force, folks.
Yeah, Mike has chips. Tristan has chips.
You give Mikey
and,
chips, it's going to be
Michael
dangerous.
with chips.
Yeah.
This is making for a good day, too.
Yeah. Mikey with chips in a tournament with this kind of structure is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, especially if Mike plays his A game.
Mm-hmm.
Mike's the type of guy, and I've played with Mike a bunch in poker tournaments. Sometimes he plays his B game, and he knows it. Mm-hmm. He knows he's playing bad, but it's because you lost a big bet, sports bet or something. He's on some sort of life tilt.
It just gets him off his game.
It gets him off his game, and he spews. And he knows when he spews. He even says it, man, I'm playing so bad, and calls off. And then I seen him on his A game. And on his A game, he's amongst the best.
Oh, I think, in my opinion, when he is playing his A game, like you said, I think he's one of the top 5 players in the world. And obviously he's one of my best friends, but I definitely feel that way.
Yeah, of course. And it's just so funny. For someone like Matusow, it's a game in between the ears, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like a pro golfer in a way.
Yeah.
You know, he's a guy that he could come in and win the Masters any year. but it's that 1 year that he
Yeah.
does it right that he's going to win it.
Yeah, and sometimes he's his worst, enemy or opponent. He kind of like, I've never really seen anyone outplay him consistently.
Yeah.
You know.
And I guess that's kind of part of the theme of his autobiography. I've never read it, but
I've read portions of it. It's pretty interesting, dude.
yeah, I'd
mean,
like to read it.
if you
You know what?
if you don't want to know about poker, read the book.
If I win the giveaway later, I'll read it.
Yeah, you don't have to win always. You can ask Mike for a book.
I did. He
Ask
said,
him to personalize
He
it.
said $25.
$25, yeah.
The DSPT Oregon main event going on right here in Chinook's win. Chinook wins. I got
For
that
everyone
wrong.
listening to this, he has had a hard time for the last 2 hours enunciating Chinook wins.
Chinook wins.
Just call it CWCR, man.
CWCR.
Yeah, Chinook Wins Casino Resort.
CWCR.
There we go.
Action to Manasau, who just had pocket aces. Just saw the big hand between Mikey and Matt, aces against kings.
Yep.
And those hands play themselves. If the hands were reversed, it's going all in.
It's going. It's getting
just a cooler. No one can do anything about it.
So Gary raises to 1,800, and the new player at the table, Linnea, calls.
Yeah, this is the first we've seen from Linnea. Michael also in the pot, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. And Michael, for the amount of hands that he plays, by the way, he's playing 40% of hands today. For the amount he plays, he's played them pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Gary just auto-calling on that one. And Linnea folds.
Jack on the turn. And Queen of Spades on the river. So a couple of backdoor draws get in there, and it scares both players into getting to showdown.
Well,
Gary's saying, I didn't check.
Michael needs to work on his poker etiquette.
Well,
He's
no,
having a hard time with cards.
I don't
He
think it's-
assumed he checked?
I don't think it's etiquette. I think he thought check was there. And, okay, there is showdown.
King Jack.
Against
Jack
Jack 9.
Looks like Gary's winning this pot.
Wow, Gary called the flop with King Jacks. That's pretty strong.
Wow.
Michael, I like Michael's bet on the flop. He flops a gut shot with an over.
He fired right off.
And then he flopped pretty good equity. And he knows he's not folding the flop to a bet, so he's betting himself. And that's it's a good line. And then on the turn, he turned top pair. He can't really put his opponent on a jack.
Right.
By the river, he shuts down. And he got to showdown, you know. I like the way he played it. Just happened that he ran into a little bit of a cooler. Action to Nick.
Nick's been relatively quiet.
Yeah, he's been tight all night. And he's a tighter player. Which obviously is an important note when you're playing at the table. When you figure out who the tighter players are, you know who to stay away from when they get aggressive. You know whose blinds to steal. It goes both ways.
Right.
When you know the looser players are, you know who you can re-raise light and get away with it because they have a looser range of hands. 4 ways to the flop. So we still see kind of that home game mentality.
Yeah, call.
even at this stage in the tournament. And this is what I was talking about. At this price point, you get that type of play. You get people who are here to play cards, but not necessarily I guess compete very excessively.
That's a good insight to that. They're here to play cards but not necessarily compete to win.
Yeah.
That actually makes a ton of sense, actually. I don't know. I find, even myself, I mean, I find situations where I enter tournaments, no matter the buy-in, where sometimes I just feel like I have no business ever winning this tournament. You know what I mean? And it's not a good way to think, but you know, you enter certain tournaments, you're like, I'm just never winning this tournament. And sometimes,
well, you need to have that mindset that you're going to win. I think mindset has a lot to do with success.
I completely agree.
And if you think you're never going to win, you're probably going to win a lot less than you.
I think it's more of like a feeling, like whether it's like I'm just not, feeling it today, or I'm just not playing well, or something like that. You know, you're having a hard time with that iPad, buddy.
Oasis,
you guys can't see this, but Oasis is trying to set up his iPad for the last 3 minutes, and it looks like two monkeys fucking a football.
Yeah, that's an image I'll never get out of my head.
Yeah. But as the
I don't
CEO,
know why
I can use the word
I didn't know why you showed me that video last night. It's just, wow.
It's disturbing.
Yeah. So Mike's
starting to play a lot of hands, like more hands for sure.
Now, I like this bet because it's a very dry flop against a tighter player. But Nick calls him, and that's the information Mike needs, that, hey, this guy's got a hand.
Annie's 100, blinds are now 4-8. 100 Annie's, blinds 4-8.
Blinds going up. 100 ante, 400, 800. This is a serious level now. The average stack is probably around, I'd say 32,000 in the tournament. So about 40 big blind stack. Remember to tweet at DeepStacks, no blow-ups.
Yeah, we still got that contest going, or promo.
We're going to have the contest going through the dinner break and the first level after.
I like it. And then we got a special giveaway today, a new apparel company from some poker friends of mine and supporters of DeepStacks that they just launched there in South Florida, called Love the Grind. We got some nice, beautiful T-shirts here to give away.
And Nick taking down another pot.
Nick's opening up a little bit.
Yes, he is.
I think he's
hearing
you say critical level and important.
Well, I think Nick has gotten some big hands. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's opening up, but I think his aggression is a product of his cards, more so than his playing style. But who knows? Maybe he's playing the classic Dan Harrington style, tight early, use that image to start representing bigger hands and running people over. This is the second time that we've seen Michael fold and show. He's really got to work on his
etiquette,
his mucking.
Someone needs to teach him how to properly fold.
I'm not gonna say etiquette, but yeah, how to properly
fold.
Mike raising the button. Nick calling from the small blind. Mike making it 3.5 the big blind. This is what a lot of players would call an old school type raise. You see the newer school players raising 2 to 2.5 the big blind. 3.5 the big blind just seems absurdly large. It's definitely an older school style of poker.
I think Nick just moved all in.
No, I think Nick checked.
Oh, he checked? I saw a hand wave.
Yeah,
okay,
I think that's
check.
Hand wave check. And overcard, Nick most likely has a jack here. He called on the flop. It looks like he has queen jack. So Mike ran into it. Nick turned a flush draw. Huge board for Nick. And this is a small ball style that Mike's playing. He raises, he continuation bets, doesn't work, gives up. He doesn't try a multi-street bluff when he feels like he's going to get called down. And he definitely felt it there. I know a lot of aggressive players that might have emptied the clip there and lost 20,000 chips when they didn't need to.
Now, what are you seeing in the big buy-in tournaments, in the 5Ks, 10Ks, and above that you're seeing? Are you seeing small ball used more often? Or are you seeing those multi-street bullets?
It really varies player to player and their style. And someone like Faraz Xhaka, he's definitely capable of firing barrels. Really, I've seen a lot of river play be honest. I've seen a lot of guys fire 2 barrels and then shut down on rivers because they don't want to now put 80% of their chips at risk. They've put 20% by bet, but they don't want to make that big bet.
Big bet.
I think 2 barrels are pretty standard for a lot of players. And that's why if you defend with, let's say you defend with pocket 8s and flop comes 9-5 deuce, you check call bet, and turn comes a 3, and you check and the guy bets again.
Right.
You have essentially second pair. You can't beat a 9, you can't beat any over pairs, but the guy could just be 2-barreling you knowing that you have a 9 or a 5. And you got to be able to call that second barrel and reevaluate on the river. So it does vary player to player.
So you're not seeing it more often in a big buy-in tournament versus maybe a tournament of this caliber?
For sure you are, because in a big buy-in tournament you have, as a general rule, you have more educated poker players. People that have studied the game to where they understand the value of aggression.
Right.
And aggression over multiple streets. For example, I remember at the LAPC, this was last year actually, at the LAPC main event. That's a 10K buy-in tournament. I got seated on my day 2 table and I have about 20 big blinds, and I'm in the cutoff with ace-10 suited, ace-10 of hearts, and I raise, and the button 3-bets me. I'd never seen the button before, but he's a European guy. He had a lot of chips, and he looked pretty aggressive. And I just jammed the ace-10 on him, and he folds. And then a few hands later, I have king-jack, I raise, he 3-bets me, and I jam king-jack on him. And in this tournament, I would fold both hands to 3-bet.
In this tournament?
Yeah, in this tournament. Because I don't expect I'm getting 3-bet worse when I have ace-10.
More sophisticated? Are you thinking that's more sophistication, more knowledge, more experience on those levels versus no one's really?
It's more of a product of style. I think the European with a lot of chips is looking to put me to the test constantly, and he's not even playing cards. He wants to put me to the test constantly. Conversely, look at Michael. He has 80,000 chips. He's not putting people to the test pre-flop. He's not forcing them to play big pots. Like that guy. I actually did research on him afterwards. He's actually a professional tournament player. He had a bracelet. I just had never heard of him. But I made the live read. This guy's he's a European. He's aggressive. We see this board get checked down.
Lydia's in it. When did she flip over?
This is actually a board that I might get aggressive on if I was in the pot, just reading everyone else's week. And that's something that you'll see in a bigger tournament. You won't see hands like this get to showdown as easily. You won't get to see as many flops because there's going to be some guy 3-betting constantly. He's going to make sure you aren't seeing flops easily. He's going to make sure your decisions aren't that easy.
Right.
And that's what you see in bigger tournaments. And it's tougher. It's tougher for everyone because of that. So knowing how to counteract that style of play. And that's one of the differences. When you move up, you start seeing different styles of play. And since you almost never see that style in this tournament, when you go and you face it, you don't know how to defend against it. You don't know how to play against it. And that's a learning process as well. And you see it constantly. That's why guys jump up to the bigger stakes, either in tournaments or even in cash games. Then they get hit on the head, they come back down, and they play their bread and butter game, get back up there, and they come down, and it takes a few tries before they get used to how they play at those levels.
All right.
Are we going to do this banana thing? Don't worry, we're here
Sean is
all
sitting
weekend.
here and trying to
We're here all
negotiate this
weekend.
banana cutting with the deck of cards.
Yeah. All right, sometime this weekend, you should even go home and try practice a
Yeah.
little bit. All right. Don't worry, there are plenty of bananas from the buffet we can get.
Yeah.
This one might go stale by the end of the
Yeah.
weekend.
We don't make it too soft.
Yeah. We should actually put the banana on her head and make it like a William Tell type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
that'd be dangerous.
Yeah, just like
Can you imagine? I'll get a paper cut.
cut out your eye.
Yeah, I can keep my eyes closed though. Maybe wear goggles.
Or glasses. Like,
Or
yeah,
glasses.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, Michael just moved all in for 76,000.
And look at that. He's puts the player to the test with the nuts.
Okay,
But
there we go.
see, if he's doing that only with the nuts, it's an easy fold.
Right.
But there are guys, and I guess Dario Minieri made it famous on TV, but there are a lot of guys, not a lot, but there are more guys at that level that play that type of style than there are at this level, where when they move all in, they could have nothing. They could have a gut shot. They could have a flush draw. They could have middle pair with an ace kicker.
Right.
Just such a wide range. But they're going to make you fold a weak pair, maybe even a weak top pair. Like if you have a queen, king queen in that spot, you don't like your hand.
Right.
The guy just moved it all in on you. In this tournament, I'm folding king queen there. In a bigger tournament, I might have to call it off.
Interesting.
And that's the difference you get in the plays. You don't get to showdown as easily. You got to bluff a lot more. I remember I ran into Michael Mizrachi right after he had final tabled the 100K WPT at Bellagio, the 100K high roller. It might have been the 25K, the one that Marvin won. I think it's the 25K.
25K, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. And I said, oh, good run and all that stuff. He said, he turns to me and says, man, when we're 16 left in that tournament, I swear to God, I've never bluffed as many hands in my entire life.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. He was telling me I was like check raising rivers and things like that. Looks like Chris is stepping out for a little bit. I'm Oais Ahmed. Thanks for joining us on the DeepStacks live stream. So Mike was bet 5K is not an all-in bet. We had a little computer glitch right there. Sorry about that. Thanks for joining in on our DSPT Oregon main event live stream. I'm Oais Ahmed. This is a $1,100 buy-in event at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort here in Lincoln City. It's a 3-day tournament with 2 day ones. We're here all weekend. We're going to broadcast you every stage of this tournament, including the final table. That's Mike Massow, a DeepStacks Poker Tour Pro. We're currently running a competition to win a signed Mike Massow t-shirt. Tweet at DeepStacks, no blow-ups. DeepStacks is running a number of promotions this year, one including the DSPT GPI Player of the Year. All their DeepStacks main events have a Player of the Year point standing, and the winner will become a 2015 DeepStacks Poker Tour Pro. That's pretty exciting.
I'm back.
And Chris is back?
I am back. I had to handle some administrative stuff.
You're having too much fun here.
Man, I'm having too much
Yeah.
fun, dude. I
You're-
like
you're
it.
You're gonna quit your day job. for live stream commentary.
I know. I'll just come do live commentary with you at DeepStacks events.
Yeah. You should also come to Live at the Bike sometime.
Hey, I
do commentary
I
with
live
us there.
15 minutes away, man. I'll have to
Yeah.
pop in for a few hours for sure. You know, just got a text from one of my boys like, "You have such a soothing voice."
You do have a soothing voice.
Thank you.
I'm jealous, and I'm not hitting on you.
You're all full of compliments right now, always. Did Mikey end up winning that hand that I stepped out on?
No, he ended up folding on the river.
Oh, gotcha.
You can tweet at me at OE Rockets. I want to hear what you guys think. I want to hear some questions. You can tweet no blowups to at DeepStacks. You must follow the account to be eligible. Send you a Mike Massow t-shirt.
Yeah, autographed.
Autographed. Personalized. Send us your name.
Yeah.
We'll get Mike to sign it. Michael involved in a pot with Nick. Goes check on the flop. When Michael checks back on the flop, I'm probably betting.
Jack 10.
If I'm Nick, what happened?
I don't know what
just
happened.
Check down the whole way. It just
God.
just
You
showed a
missed
10.
the 7 there at the end.
Yeah. Nick's going to take some aggression. When my opponent checks back on a flop after having pre-flop betting lead, I'm pretty much betting all turns that's not an overcard. So the flop's queen 10 deuce, he checks back. I'm betting every turn that's not a king or ace, or maybe a jack. Like, something that hits a big hand.
Right.
But I'm just going to bet the turn, and if he calls, I'm probably betting again on the river. Putting him to the test with a weaker hand, like a middle pair, like a 10 or maybe even pocket 8s or pocket 7s on the queen 10 deuce flop. And conversely, because I'm going to show that aggression, you're asking about how it's done in bigger tournaments.
Right.
If you have pocket 7s on the queen 10 deuce, you check back and the guy fires. Let's say the turn's a 6 and the guy fires. You may have to call it 2 streets there. Or you may even have to turn your hand into the bluff if an ace comes on the river. Stuff like that. That's a lot of turning hands into bluff, calling down with weakish hands. Because if I'm just betting the weakness versus my cards, suddenly 7s is a monster against someone who's always betting turn.
Right.
And I'm defending hands all the way from like deuce 3 suited all the way up to 9-8 suited to whatever. So I could have none of that and I'm still betting. It's tougher to put me on a hand, and I'm going to show aggression with that hand, especially if I have 8-9 high or something. So
Great insight there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And that's how it really goes. It's a leveling game. It's something that it really becomes a chess match at those levels.
Right.
It kind of becomes who's zigging while the other is zagging,
yeah.
type of thing.
That's a very distinct difference between that level of poker tournaments or play in terms of what we're seeing, in the mid-majors, so to speak,
Fold. Fold. Fold.
That's actually why I prefer tournaments at this buy level, because it's easier. But why play 10K?
You don't have to worry about zigger zagging.
Well, I actually enjoy that game, but why put 10K and play against the best when you can play 1K and play against
right,
farmers and things like that.
Right. Farmers
and people wearing Kiss My Bass hats.
I know. It's funny, we had dinner last night. We were talking about dating sites. And Tristan Wade, who's a very single young man at the ripe age of 29, likes to use the app Tinder. Are you familiar with Tinder? It is basically the most rapid way of meeting the opposite sex. You either like the person's photo and the quick little profile. So he's sitting there, Tindering.
He was tindering at dinner.
At dinner. And then we were talking about dating sites like Christian Mingle.
Yeah.
And then Lizette, who's our production staff member that you're seeing on the stream running around the stage, brought up farmersonly.com, which is a dating site for just farmers.
Yeah.
They actually have legit commercials.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Randall said there should be Tristan Mingle.
Tristan Mingle.
we'll use that quote for when we hand out the Tristan Wade signed picture.
There we go. Yes,
Tweet
we got to
Tristan
give.
Mingle.
We got to give. Yeah, Tristan Mingle. Yeah.
That'll be like a day 2 thing when I'm sure he's going to end up on the feature table
Yeah.
with all the chips he's got.
I'd like to check out live updates and see how many chips he has.
He had over 130K last break.
Yeah. Let's see how he's doing now. You guys can go to deepstacks.com and
Meanwhile,
click
we
on
have
the
a big
live
pot
button.
brewing. Mike putting Linea
Ooh.
essentially all in. He's made a big bet.
And she folds.
He's bet 7,500. Oh, we want to see Mikey's
I
cards
wanted to
there.
see that hand, Mikey. Come on, buddy.
But look at Mike. He's saying she's got none of this.
He's locked in. Oh, wait. So I'm going to tell you this right now,
That's
buddy.
the game face.
Look at him, dude. The goatee is on point. The smile is tucked away. He is on his game.
I'm glad to see it. I've always been a Mike Massow fan.
Yeah, man. Good dude. Yeah, look at that look. The eye of the tiger, man.
Hey, there's Shauna right there.
There's Shauna. She's going to be cutting a banana later, or attempting to, with a deck of cards. All right. The latest update as of a few minutes ago, well, not a few minutes ago, but Tristan Wade wins in a monster pot off of Brent Sherman Sr. So let's see how many chips he has. Okay. That was the hand he went over 127,000. No updates so far.
Wow, huge re-raise here. So Eldon limped under the gun. Mike made it 2,500, and Eldon makes it 11,000 with only 8K behind. Anytime I see what I consider to be an amateur player make this type of raise, he only has 8K behind. I'm giving him credit for aces.
Mike folds ace jack.
Yeah, the ace
it's an
jack's
auto
a snap
fold.
fold. Even jacks is an auto fold. I'm just folding against him. That hand is huge. It's ginormous. In a way, he's better off going all in, honestly. Or check calling, or just check jamming a flop or something. He's better off doing that to
Right.
show more profit. Mike getting away from it. Mike Massow with he has a stack of 37,000 right now.
Fold. Fold.
Hey, Brian, I think
Raise 2,100. Fold. Raise. Well, it's going to be 5,000 straight because you said 5,000. 5,000 total. Fold.
Eldon, another 3-bet. This guy's going in beast mode. 2 3-bets in a row. And maybe Shannon's his dealer.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone tuning in to the DSPT Oregon main event. Here in Chinook Winds. There we go. Chinook Winds Casino Resort here in Lincoln City. I'm Oasis Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina. $1,100 buy-in main event. $150,000 guaranteed. And this is a GPI DSPT Player of the Year tournament. You can learn more about that at DeepStacks.com. this tournament's a pretty big deal around these parts. This hotel is sold out for the weekend.
Yep, we had a relatively small turnout today, being a Friday and most of the working class, but tomorrow's expected to get over 150 players, so we'll have well over 200. But definitely people have circled the calendar for this one. One of the floor staff came up to me and they said the rumor was that some of the players did not want to play today because of the 3 pros playing today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so.
That's kind of funny.
They may not have much of a choice if Mike and Tristan continue to play the way they're playing right now, seeing them in day 2.
I'd expect they want to play with Mike.
I would imagine so.
Maybe they just want to buy his book.
Yeah, or get his T-shirt.
Which you can get if you
like that segue.
Tweet no blow-ups.
No blow-ups.
The DeepStacks poker account.
There you go. You guys obviously can't see what Oace is doing right now, but I got here about 2.5 hours ago, and he had steak and fries in a box with aluminum foil, and he has been picking at it for at least that entire time. You are the slowest eater I've ever met. That thing would have been gone in about 7 minutes with me.
Yeah, I do commentate and eat. Remember, you must follow the DeepStacks poker account, Twitter account, to be eligible.
We got some people there tweeting no blow-ups.
Yeah.
They want that Mike Matasso shirt, that's for
One
sure.
guy just tweeted, I love cheetah pants. Hey, Steve Davis, you're behind.
Yeah, buddy, you're about an hour and a half behind.
Hey, you might be watching it on YouTube a little bit behind the stream.
There we go. These guys do not talk at this table. These guys are locked in.
Yeah, Mike was talking earlier, but I guess people are tired. They're just waiting to go to dinner.
Yeah. Dinner sounds really good. Speaking of dinner, and I'm not saying this because I've eaten there, and I know, but I do 100% think that the Chinook Grill here is one of the best restaurants.
The seafood
Yeah.
restaurant?
Oh, man. Actually walked up to the casino today and saw a sign for tsunamis. Evidently, this area here has gotten tsunamis in the past. It's pretty gnarly.
That's crazy to think of.
That is crazy to think of a tsunami hitting us right now.
I have a tweet from Chris, at Tau Chris, asking me, do you have a Stradivarius? No, I do not own a Stradivarius. They're only like 200 in existence or something, and they're all violins. They're like
I know
cellos and different string instruments, but no, I do not own a Strad.
That would be amazing.
Awesome. Yeah.
That would be amazing. That's for sure.
I think if I combine my net worth, I might be able to like put a down payment on a Strad.
You have all the money in poker, I heard, though. That's what Mikey says to everyone. You have all the money, though.
And then he always talks about how he's broke.
Yeah.
It's like, you have all the money, and I got nothing.
I got nothing. I'm always broke. Everyone's always broke. You know?
So, not Mike in seat 2, Mike in seat 8. Give him like 80,000.
Check.
Mike in seat 2, give him like 40-ish.
Mikey has like...
Check.
get Lizette to kind of eyeball the stack? Because Lizette could do it live. That's true. Or we could ask Janine or Nick taking down another pot. Someone's saying that we should patch up the cheetah pants. Yeah, we should put a patch right there on her thigh.
We should, really, right?
Yeah.
The cheetah pant thigh shot has been a popular view from our viewers.
I see why you hired Janine.
Janine was an auto hire, buddy. She was a snap hire.
Of course, of course.
Of course.
When you have someone at her level with her experience available.
Done. Book it.
Looks like we have a three-way pot. Gary had raised it on the button to 2,200.
Check, check.
This is a flop that tends to hit. Wow, Mike immediately raising.
Whoa.
Looks like Mike has set himself all in here. One player with aces, it seems like. Let's take a look at the cards.
Yeah. Mikey won. Oh, Mikey had aces or
No.
set of eights. Wow.
So Mike flops a set of eights against pocket aces.
Our action is a little bit behind. But we definitely got Mikey here with a win with 3 eights. Gave gave Gary the proverbial, sorry about that, buddy.
Well,
shaking. Mikey's on fire right
Yeah,
now.
there was nothing either player could do. Mike flopped a set. He's going to go with his hand. And Gary had aces and not that many chips behind.
Right. Mikey's got 109,000.
I don't think it's 109,000.
No, you don't think he's over 100?
No, that looks like 50 in orange. Probably 18 pinks. Probably like 80,000. Almost 100 though. So for day 2, we should have people tweet in Team Tristan, Team Randall.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, actually.
Team Mattisau.
Yeah, whoever wins, and whichever team wins. Yeah.
Yeah, whichever team wins, and then you're in the drawing for. Maybe if your team wins, you auto get a picture signed.
Love
or
it.
something. Yeah.
Or maybe a buy into a future DeepStacks event.
That too.
Whatever
you want to give away, Chris. You're such a giving guy.
I'm a giving guy,
I
buddy.
keep pushing Chris to give more and more away.
Who wants to win the table that they're playing on today? We're going to give that away.
Yeah. Just pay for the shipping cost.
Yeah. And for the cost of the new table I'm going to have to buy.
Who wants to win Mike Massow for a day?
Who wants to go to dinner with Mike Mattisau and have Mike Mattisau talk about Mike Mattisau for 2 hours?
Well, on the Pineapple app.
Yeah. And sports betting. So play today is going to end at level 13 or 8 players, whichever should come first.
So probably level 13.
Probably level 13 today. And then tomorrow get down to Chinook Winds. Day 1B kicks off at 12. Expecting a huge field for the Saturday flight.
Yeah, and if you're in the area, jump on down here, right?
Yeah, man. Come on down, dude.
They have shuttles from Portland.
They do. They do. They have shuttles from Portland. They have shuttles from the Newport area coming up. That's a resort town just south of Lincoln City.
Yeah, so you can
come out and have a beer with us at Maxwell's. We went out to Maxwell's last night. You didn't get to join us, Oasis, but
yeah,
we burnt the midnight oil last night, burnt the candle on that end, and had a good time with the locals.
action going underway. Blinds at 400, 800 with 100 ante.
What's your opinion of looking at your cards before it's your turn to act or while it's your turn to act? What do you do?
I generally look when it's my turn to act.
Right.
I'm always looking at other players. Sometimes when I'm under the gun, I'll look at the table, and because there are people that look at their cards,
right,
and I'll look at that initial reaction before I even act. And it really depends on what other players' tendencies are and whether I'm doing that or not.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing like that initial reaction in their eyes or their body language, and that's a big part in what I'm looking at.
So I see that as like, I don't know, the beginning of a slippery slope for a poker player, that doesn't have that experience or the skill set to like really process all that information. Like you need every piece of information possible at the table, so give yourself the opportunity to see what the players are doing and reacting to their cards and just wait and be patient, I never understood how players look. If they're like, 7 away from acting, it's like, why are you looking at your cards until you know what's the action, I don't get it.
Degenerate in you.
Yeah, you just want to know.
It's also important because sometimes you've pre-made a decision based on your cards.
Right.
So you're looking at it from that point of view. You're like, well, I'm already folding here. I have 9-4 offsuit.
I'm not vested in this hand.
Yeah. Whereas maybe you don't look and you see something and you're like, you know what, I should 3-bet this guy. And you look down on 9-4 offsuit and you say, well, I'm going to 3-bet him. And I've done that before.
I'm sure.
I actually remember a hand where I 3-bet with 9-4 off and the guy had 10s.
Oof.
Flop comes jack high. And I flop absolute error. He checks, I bet, he calls. And the turn, I turn a gut shot. And I just go all in and he, tank folds. And then I tell him my aces. It's great. He's actually a buddy of mine, and we went to dinner later, and I said, I had aces. Of course. What else do I have?
Raise, 3,000. Fold.
The real Bob G just tweeted at DeepStacks, what's second place? 2 Matiso signed shirts?
Yeah.
And then Ego fan tweeted, DeepStacks, no blowups with a champ at your size, and put a photo of him with a wrestling belt with Matiso at the World Series this year, with Matiso on his iPad. Probably the only thing that's different from what he's wearing today to then is that the shorts. Yeah.
That's hilarious. What's on that belt?
I have no idea.
It's like a backwards R.
I don't know. It's an interesting little belt there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the old WCW belt, but...
we have a lot of tweets for the no blowups.
Yeah, people really want the shirt.
Yeah, man, we're going to have to...
The picture, they're like, nah, we don't want the picture. The shirt...
We're going to have to pick a winner here shortly.
Yeah.
Oace.
So we'll do it... we'll announce it when we get back from dinner break.
Perfect.
And then we can start giving away some other shirts. We got a lot of swag.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to give away, guys.
And we got a lot of swag all weekend. You can check out DeepStacks.com for more live updates during this event to get the news on Tristan.
Yeah.
And you can check out Randall Flowers' Twitter account for the news on how it's to be on the rail.
Yeah, and sweating March Madness games.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely visit the website. We just went through a redesign about a month and a half ago, and we love the new website. So check it out and follow the tournament. Mike's in a hand again against Gary. I think, to your point earlier in the broadcast, I think Mike's starting to realize who he can play against. If you noticed, he's playing
and look at this
a lot
bet.
of hands.
This is such a big bet. He wants to pressure Gary off even a weak ace here. Mike flashes an ace. It's an interesting bet size because if Mike's going for value, I don't know if Gary's necessarily going to just call that with one pair, that bet.
Right.
Maybe he wants to blow Gary off a flush draw or charge him maximum for the flush draw.
Maybe the latter.
Yeah.
Probably the latter. But he is definitely locking up with Gary and Lydia more often, I think. I don't know if it's just a product of him having cards, but maybe now that Michael's not getting too involved, the mouth is starting to pick on certain players, to your point earlier.
Yeah, Mike, it looks like he has around 80,000.
Yeah.
We need to get that stack size updated. Michael raising it to 1,700. Action to Eldon in the big blind. This is a blind versus blind confrontation. A little bit above a min raise. Ace-7 deuce. Pretty dry flop. Michael's going to bet. It's kind of one of those flops. He's either got an ace or he doesn't.
Shows a 7.
Michael shows a 7. But really, the fact that he hit a 7 is irrelevant. He's just betting his opponent's hand. And he's saying, hey, you're pretty weak here. It's tough for you to have anything strong on Ace-7 deuce.
Big blind, please. Thanks. Fold. Raise. 1,600. Fold, fold.
So raise to 1,600.
Call. Heads up. $2,100 is the bet. Call.
Heads up pot between Mike and Gary. Mike firing again. This is the second time Mike's made this sort of turn bet against Gary. Putting Gary to the test again. And Gary folds, and Mike quickly mucks that time. I think Mike was on a bluff. I think he picked his spot in Gary, and he bluffed the guy. He just felt like he could run him over.
I don't feel so bad. You heard about the story about the guy? Thought maybe I stuck out on you. At his tips over there, you see 3 looking at it for a while. It's crazy.
Small blind, please.
And always want, it's like, oh, 10 didn't come on the river. He goes, I stacked it all off to you. We're like, huh? Then they said,
Raise. 2,100. Fold, fold. Fold. Call. Fold.
Double check.
These players will be going on dinner in 6 minutes. Mike getting pretty active, and he's playing pots against Gary. Pretty dry flop. Expect Mike to be trying to take this pot away. It's a very dry board. You want to just pressure your opponent. You have the chips. See what Mike shows down. I was going to say, for him
Queen
to check.
Jack.
Yeah, for him to check, he must have pretty decent showdown value. I think not betting the jack at the end is a mistake. You can get your opponent to call with worse, specifically ace high. You're looking to value bet a jack against ace high there. It's a thin value bet for sure, but it's a value bet I feel like is a necessity because your opponent's probably going to put you on a steal or an ace as well. And sometimes your opponent will even call you with king high there.
Good point. Definitely missed a bet there. Not that Gary would have called, but possibility.
Gary might have called.
More likelihood that he calls than
we
bonus
don't know
showdown.
whether he's going to call, but in general, we want to give our opponents the opportunity to make a mistake. And by not betting, you don't give him that opportunity. By betting, you will give him that opportunity.
Fold, fold, fold.
Linnea showing a big hand. Pocket aces. Thanks to everyone joining in on our
thanks,
live
guys.
stream.
Welcome.
So, being from New York, what is your favorite football team?
The New York Jets.
The Jets. You guys just got Michael Vick.
Yes.
Excited?
Yes. I'm excited because we don't have to rely on Geno Smith again, even though Geno Smith played really
well. You'll need
well
Geno Smith for 46 games, right?
because Vic gets hurt.
Yeah, you'll need him for 46 games. So that's good. That's a good.
Right.
thing.
I like the acquisition of Eric Decker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I definitely like the defense. The defense with Sheldon Richardson and Wilkerson and those guys, I mean, they have a really...
Well, the defense has always been good.
Always been good. I mean, that's Rex Ryan's bread and butter.
Yeah. Decker will see how he does as a number one.
I agree. I think he's going to be in for a rude awakening.
Of course.
Because you don't have Peyton Manning throwing at you anymore.
Three-way flop here. Action to Nick on the button. I like a bet here by Nick, regardless of his holdings. Two players have checked. I think Massow would have bet if he had any piece. Linnea's a shorter stack, so it's going to be tough for her to continue or run any bluffs.
Nice bet, and he shows the set of sevens.
Actually, I think with a set, I kind of like a check back, to be honest, because
Let him catch up.
I'm reading my opponents for complete error. That being said, there is a flush draw out there, and in case they have it, a bet isn't bad either. It's not like he made a mistake.
Could go either way in that spot.
And, well, you know, he just became a free agent. It's Deshaun Jackson.
I know there's some scuttlebutt about him becoming a Jet.
Or is there a name for Jets fans? Like
It depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
No, there isn't. Not like Jets heads or anything like that, you know. Nope.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
Not like Beliebers or anything like that.
Beliebers,
You
yeah.
know? No, but...
or the Smileys.
They definitely don't call us Super Bowl winning fans. That's the one thing we don't get called.
Yeah, and that's since Broadway Joe,
Oh,
right?
my God. 37, and that was 8 years before, or 7 years before I was born.
It's been a long grind.
I know. Who's your football team?
The Ravens.
Oh, how convenient. The Ravens are good.
Well, I was...
Also known as the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I mean, I was a fan of them even when we had Kyle Bowler, so...
Oh, wow.
It's not like I'm a front runner. I actually never had a football team because L.A., we don't have a football team. I actually grew up in Taiwan for a number of years, so it's not like I have a city where I watch a lot of football. And when I got into football, I was living in Orange County, and we didn't have a football team, but I played a lot of Madden. And I sucked at defense, so I always picked the Ravens.
Oh, because they had a sick defense.
Because they had a sick defense. And then they had Jamal Lewis, and I liked the power run and all that stuff.
Oh, man,
so,
Jamal. He's crazy.
That's when I became a Ravens fan, was through Madden in the early 2000s.
I could see that, yeah.
And it's actually a little bit after their first Super Bowl. So it's not like, oh, I saw them win the Super Bowl. I'm like, yeah that's my team. I just...
Like 2002, 2003.
Yeah, like
became a
really
fan.
when Ed Reed got in there.
Yeah.
And I was born in Miami, or the Miami area, so kind of a U of M fan.
You've
too.
been everywhere. Miami, Taiwan, Houston, L.A.
Yeah, I've been a little bit of a nomad. These players getting ready for dinner break.
Yeah, everyone's wrapping it up.
And this is actually the best time to get really aggressive because
Everyone's checked out.
yeah, everyone's checked out. They want to go to dinner. They're like, okay, I have 25,000 chips. I have 30,000 chips. I want to go to dinner with this amount. They
Right.
don't want to lose big pots. Yeah, I'm actually excited that we got Steve Smith.
I think he's going to be a huge acquisition for you guys.
But
Another weapon.
It cracks me up because we got rid of Bolden and then we get Smith. I think Smith is a worse version of Bolden.
Well, he's smaller.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And which makes him a worse possession receiver, right? Just by default. He has a less area to catch the ball, like a
Right.
smaller area.
Yep.
So it looks like they're on dinner break and they're
Yeah.
doing a race off.
Yep.
So we're going to be back.
Don't forget
in
about the promo.
In
Don't
an hour,
forget about
right?
the promo. Yeah, hour dinner break, and we're
So
going
you
to come
have-
back and we're going to pick a winner.
So you have another hour
Yep.
to tweet no blowups at DeepStacks. You must follow the Twitter account.
Yep.
I see a lot of you guys tweeting. I hope you're hitting the follow on the DeepStacks Twitter account. And follow me for fun.
And follow me for no fun.
Yeah, follow you for no fun.
For no fun.
We'll see you guys back in an hour.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best?
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Don't crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Don't crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solettes Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solettes Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solettes Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solettes Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Let's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Let's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Let's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Let's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Let's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Let's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Don't crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Chinook, Chinook. Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solettes Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solettes Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solettes Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solettes Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structure, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solettes Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solettes Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Shane, darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Waiting too closer to end of the break before moving chips. So those players are back. These players are back. No, you. This whole table is trading places with that table down there. Why? You didn't like the camera focused on you?
Is it on right now?
Might be.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Shane, darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook.
Darling, don't cliche. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Don't crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Don't crochet, Cachet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook. Oh.
Cachet, darling, don't cachet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook, Chinook. Oh.
Cachet, darling, don't cachet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Shane, darling, don't Shane. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Yeah, they knew you guys were getting tired of the other table. Oh, hi.
Shane, darling, don't Shane. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Main event players, 180, 500, 1,000, 100, 500, 1,000. Shuffle up the two.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm always Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina. How's it going, Chris?
Great. Dinner was awesome.
Yeah, we have day 1A of this $150,000 guaranteed main event. Let's cut away to the table. We actually have new players we're going to meet. Seat 1 is DeepStacks Poker Tour Pro Tristan Wade.
Fold.
Or creative.
Creative, yeah.
And he's very creative putting an 8 in there.
I know.
Notice
I
that?
know.
Yeah. He is
It's like a license
one of the
plate.
chip leaders in the tournament with 93,000 in chips. Seat 3, we have
Raise,
Sylvia.
2,300.
Sylvia with 48,000 in chips. Seat 5 is Taylor. Taylor with 45,000 in chips. He's in a pot right now. Seat 6 is David. David was at our last table as well. David was 91,000 in chips. Seat 7, Patrick. Oh, I love that goatee.
Tough.
Yeah.
Parked his motorcycle next
Yeah,
door.
looks like a biker. Patrick with 22,000 in chips, also in a pot. Dan in Seat 8 with 52,000 in chips. And Chad with 130,000 in chips, Seat 9. The limit is 501K. So
Fresh faces.
Yeah, fresh faces. Before we went on break,
yes,
we had a Twitter contest for a Mike Manasow T-shirt.
Hashtag no blowups.
Or not hashtag, but it's just
or no blowups.
Just tweet no blowups at DeepStacks, and you had to follow DeepStacks as well to be eligible. We'll get into that right after this hand. We see David betting this turn. The flop was King 7-8. Turn is a queen. Sorry, King Queen 7. Turn is an 8. No flush draws out there.
Call. Players all in.
What's the river? Let's see what happened here.
4 clubs.
Wow, that's a really blank river.
like over 100,000. Not 100, but maybe 80,000. A ton of orange.
Yeah, he's got a ton of orange.
Gonna see a fold. We might have had Patrick and David's chip counts reversed.
Yeah, he has a.
All right, so let's count down.
We have 36.
36 entries. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get my trusty app. Number 5.
Number 5. Okay, let's go down this way. Number 5. John Barry.
Ooh, John Barry.
John Barry.
All right, let's make sure John Barry follows you.
Poker Chaplain. Let's see if he follows. He does.
Boom, John Barry. Congratulations. John Barry's an avid viewer of my other poker show, Live at the Bike. He tweets all the time, and we love his interactivity. And congratulations, John. I'm glad it's you, buddy.
Good job, Chaplain.
So you're going to now get a DM from the DeepStacks Poker Tour Twitter account. $501K is the limit here. There's Shauna dealing. She's telling me on break how she gets anxiety dealing on this feature table.
Yes. She has a hard time with that.
She's saying how, oh, you should see my game downstairs. I do it so clean. And on the table, I'm flipping over players' cards. I'm missing the mark.
Raise to 2,300.
She can get over those
she seems
butterflies.
She seems to be doing a good job, though.
Yeah. She's on her game, for sure. I'm liking this table a little bit more. Always, I'm not going to lie. These guys look like a little bit more active.
Yeah.
Tristan's at the table, which
but
I like.
no Mikey.
No Mikey, though. Tristan Wade, our Director of Poker Operations for DeepStacks. He's the person responsible for our structures, our event schedule. So props to T-Wiz, as we call him here, or T-Bone.
Well, right now he's directing his own poker stack.
Yeah, for sure.
How did you get mixed up with Tristan?
I got a DM on Twitter in 2009.
Okay.
From someone saying that this is an up-and-comer.
Yeah.
And he's crushing South Florida. He crushes online, and you should talk to him. So we connected, and about 3 or 4 months later, he signed with DeepStacks. He's been with me for 5 years, and he has graduated and got promoted to director level.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Moving up on the company.
Yeah, man.
Patrick raising it to 3K, 3X, the big blind. Tristan folding. So we want to do another giveaway.
Yes.
You have a shirt.
Yes. So for a little shout out from my boys down in South Florida who started this new company apparel line called Love the Grind, or lovethegrind.com. We have a shirt here.
Here, let's put it up. Brian, can we get a shot of this shirt? Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Love the grind. We're going to give this shirt away.
Cool little spade on the back.
LTG.
It's actually pretty nice quality cotton, too.
Yeah, it's nice. It's kind of a lifestyle apparel. They just launched on Wednesday, so we wanted to give them a little bit of love. So we should do a little bit of a giveaway.
All right, so tweet at DeepStacks Poker Tour. Tweet Love the Grind.
Love the Grind.
To get entered into the Love the Grind T-shirt sweepstakes.
There you go.
We'll make it hashtag. Hashtag Love the Grind.
Yep.
And none of that LUV crap. Just LOVE. The real word
Yeah,
love.
LOVE, the grind.
Yeah, not DA. The word the. Like your 8th grade English teacher would make you say it.
Right.
Call. 2 players.
Heads up pot here. Tristan getting involved in the pot. He 3-bet a button open. This is what's known as a hit or miss flop. It's tough for your opponent to have connected with this flop because with 2 kings on the flop, it's tough for your opponent to have a king in his hand.
Call. Check. Check.
Check, check on the turn. So when Chad checks back here, he's checking back with some showdown value. This could be anywhere from ace-queen high to a pair. And Tristan might actually just have ace-queen high.
There you go. Yeah, you want.
So Tristan checks. Tristan's, it looks like he's given up on this pot. Check, check on the river. What did Tristan show down? He showed down pocket 5s. Getting pretty aggressive with his pocket 5s. A little bit of a different playing style than Mike Matisow.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to watch Mr. Creative play.
Fold. Raise to 3,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Patrick winning another pot.
Tristan likes to mix it up from time to time.
Yeah.
He's a pretty solid player, though.
Yeah, when the button raises, you put him on a wide range of hands, and 3-betting from the small blind, you're basically just pressuring that hand to play a pot against you, and a loaded pot. If he has a hand that's not too good, you might just win it pre-flop. I actually heard Vanessa Selp say once that she tends to almost never call the small blind when the button raises. She either 3-bets or folds.
Huh.
And I've actually seen her do that with 9-8 suited. A hand that a lot of people just flat the small blind with. You're like, oh, I have a good hand. I can, it's a good multi-way hand, whatever. Right. I've seen her just 3-bet that and play aggressively post-flop.
There's Mikey.
Yeah, no blow-ups tonight
No
for Mike.
blow-ups. Isn't the word blow-ups, shouldn't that be behind?
It should be behind.
Shouldn't that be behind? Tristan, always on the phone. So last night was an interesting dinner. So I caught Tristan on Tinder.
Yeah.
Which is, a dating app or a social networking app.
It's called a dating app, but it's really a hookup app.
It really
right?
is. It's to find people that you think are attractive that live close or are close to where you're at. So he's Tindering last night. And
in Lincoln City,
In
Oregon.
Lincoln City, but he had to set the radius to like 70 miles because we're nowhere close to.
people that have
people
cell
that
phones.
use Tinder.
Yeah.
So he, so Randall gets on him and calls him Tristan Mingle. So we're going to do a promotion either later tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, the Tristan Mingle promotion.
Yeah, for sure. We might have to give an autograph copy or an autograph photo from Tristan. Hashtag Tristan Mingle. But for now, we're going to focus on Love the Grind.
Love the Grind. Hashtag Love the Grind.
That's
at
it.
DeepStacks. You know what? Since Tristan is Mr. Creative,
Yes.
when you send in the hashtag Love the Grind, put in your most creative poker phrase. And we'll do a random drawing for the shirt.
Okay.
Whoever has the most creative poker phrase, we'll give them a Tristan Wade signed photo.
Love it.
All right.
Love it.
So tweet us your most creative poker phrase.
And if you're a female, we'll put his Tinder profile name as part of that. Looks like Taylor, I think, won that hand. Oh, Patrick again. with the
Patrick
queens.
is queens. It looks like he c-bet the flop. It went, and it got checked down on the turn.
Shauna running the show, asking for color ups.
See, she's been good.
Yeah.
She said she's doing this tournament as a favor to you.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you know her personally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we met about 3 years ago. I met her husband. They have 5 beautiful children, and we just hit it off.
Oh, you gave her a shout out earlier.
Yeah, I gave her a shout
okay.
out. Yeah.
I thought she was watching at home. She's out there dealing.
Yeah, she's out there dealing. Her husband's watching.
Ah, I got it.
2,300.
Taylor raising out to 2,300.
Looks like we're getting a call here from Mr. Harley Davidson.
This is a spot where Patrick can consider leveraging his stacking as Taylor's. He could just make it 8,500 here and force Taylor to either play for all his chips or fold.
Check.
And the thing is, Taylor is probably folding even hands as strong as Ace-10 pre-flop.
There's a good bet here by Taylor.
Yeah, it's a board that...
Realistically, you can have it even if he has 5s in his hand or 6s.
Exactly. And not just that, the bet size, he's bet 2,500 into... The pot was around...
6K.
Yeah, 6K. So he bet less than half the pot, and we see he just takes the pot down. It's really interesting for me because I haven't seen a poker tournament in a while where C-bets just work like they do here. I'm like, what is going on? Where are the reverse flows? Where the check raises? Where are the 3-bets? Like
they just work.
Yeah. I remember when poker used to be like that. You could C-bet and win. I didn't know this still existed. I actually said when I got in, I was a little, not frustrated, a little bit saddened that I had to commentate this tournament and not play it. Because this thing is sick value, I tell you. And if you guys want to come in and commentate for me, I will gladly go play it. But really, guys, come in and play this tournament.
Absolutely.
If you're in the area.
I was just talking to some of the floor out there, and we had 8 satellite winners from today, and there's 40 satellite winners playing tomorrow, and they're expecting over 150. Wow. So
anytime you have 40 satellite winners in anything, it's just amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's kudos to the efforts of the poker room staff, you know, and the players showing up. Scary little
Check
turn.
on this flop. First person to really bet here is going to win. I expect Taylor to bet. He seems like the type of player that's going to just attack boards. He's a thinking player. He understands the range of hands his opponent has and how they connect with certain board textures. And he's just going to find out where Dan's at.
Yeah.
This is absent of Taylor's cards.
Good bet.
And the bet's going to win.
Same bet size that he made to win the pot from Patrick.
Yeah,
so you can tell Taylor has some.
He's got some moxie.
Yeah, some moxie and some experience under his belt.
which is once again I see this play. I'm like, how is this working?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great bet and it's a great play. I just see people try to trap players that do that a lot, or take control of pots themselves. But Taylor winning 2 in a row.
We got Sylvia there in seat 3.
There she is. I
And,
like that hat.
I do too. Doesn't say "kiss my bass," but
Yeah, kiss my bass when the. That's the winner so far. Best hat of the tournament.
That's the hat.
Right? Yeah. Action to Chad.
action's on Tristan. He calls or he raises.
Yeah, he sees a limp from the small blind. He's just gonna abuse this.
And Chad calls. So it's blind versus blind in this situation.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Chad because in a tournament like this, you have one of the best players to your left with chips. Tristan can just bet here so liberally and just put Chad in a difficult position. Instead, he checks back.
Do you like that check there in that situation?
I would have bet my entire range if I'm Tristan. Because once you check back, it caps your range. By capping your range, I mean you pretty much never have the nuts when you check back. Pretty much never have aces or an 8. And when you have a capped range and your opponent's range is uncapped, the uncapped range can essentially attack you and put you in difficult positions. Like if Chad just bets out
4K.
No, 4 is callable. If he bets out 18K, Tristan has to.
No, I
fold.
was saying 4K. He bet on the on the turn.
But if Chad bombs this river, and it looks like he's going to, it's gonna be so difficult for Tristan to call. Well, that wasn't a bomb. That's a. Wow, is that quads?
Oh,
no, trips.
Wow.
Tristan probably had a real hand. He called so quickly. He might have had something like pocket jacks, where he didn't like the queen, and that's why he checked back. But he definitely had very significant showdown value. I gave you the hardcore analysis there.
Yeah, that was really good. I've learned a lot actually. You know,
Yeah.
over dinner I was thinking a lot about what you were talking about. It makes a lot of sense. Your analysis is spot on.
Oh, thanks.
Here's Taylor.
2300. Fold.
For me, commentating live streams has I never thought it'd make me that much of a better player, but I'm astonished about just how much better I've gotten just commentating on people playing, because I see their hole cards, I see their body language from a aerial view, I see their decisions.
Right.
And when I'm at the table playing, I'm just better because I'm like, oh, that type of pattern or that type of body language, I've seen it before on other people. I believe a lot of gestures are universal.
I agree.
In the world, and it just becomes, I don't know, it helps me improve. And same for the viewers at home. You guys are seeing the same stuff we are.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at the same shots. We don't know what they have.
Yeah. Taylor, once again, with that bet sizing, it's worked for him so far. It's a very raggedy board. Looks like Taylor has gone for the delayed continuation bet.
Yeah,
That's
his bet sizing is good, though. He's consistent with that 2.5, 2.6K range.
Yeah, and once again, he's playing in a field where he's almost never going to get check raised unless the opponent has nuts. And because of that, he can just get away with liberally betting flops and turns and never worried about being blown off equity or being bluffed. So we've seen some players so far in this tournament. Obviously, Tristan has chips.
Yep. Patrick.
Taylor. Yep. Patrick. Michael from the other table.
But going back to body language and things that are universal, I completely agree 1,000% with that. You know, in my previous life when I was in law enforcement, there were things, indicators that you would look at from people that you see just, you know, people under pressure.
Yeah.
Or under stress in that situation dealing with the cop or something. It kind of relates to this where you're in a stressful situation or a perceived stressful situation based on your own confidence or, you know, lack of confidence in a situation or skill and lack of skill. But, you know, a lot of the nervousness and the fidgeting and, you know, looking away and
yeah. Yeah, and you can immediately spot someone like Taylor is definitely a seasoned player.
Right.
He's got a very good composure to him. He's not giving a lot off.
Check.
Although his timing on that flop, I'm giving him next to nothing.
Bet 3,000.
He instantly checked. Looks like
he was going to go there for his orange chip. Dan's out of the way here. So just heads up.
Heads up.
this is a really good turn for Taylor to lead. If he called with a 6, something like ace-6 or even 5-4, 5-7, 7-9, a bunch of straight draws and middle pair, it's a good turn for him to lead because an 8 is part of his range.
Check.
And if Tristan has an overpair, it's tough. I mean, Tristan's going to continue, but especially on that river.
Surprising. I'm surprised Taylor didn't fire there.
Well, Taylor didn't fire because so if Taylor doesn't fire, he pretty much is saying, I have decent showdown value. And he's concerned that Tristan might have, like, the 2 10s or the 2 jacks. And look at him. You can see he's, like, annoyed by this bet. He's really annoyed by this bet. And the thing is, Tristan is the type of player that if, let's say Tristan just has queen jack high, he's going to take a shot at this pot now.
Right.
He's going to put Taylor in a tough spot because Taylor's range is capped. Taylor almost never has an 8 in this spot. He almost always has a medium strength showdown value hand. A 6 or a 3.
This is a relatively big pot here, 25K.
Pocket 7s. Yeah, this pot is a starting stack.
Nice bet by Tristan there.
Yeah, Tristan makes
Nicely
a big
played.
bet.
Nicely played.
And Tristan told the story and stuck with it. He bet the flop, which he would happily bet with pocket 10s. Check back the turn because the 8 paired, and then bet the river. And this is the type of pot that would never make it on TV, but look at how important this pot is.
It was a huge, yeah,
That's 25K in Tristan's stack, and let's say Taylor called and won.
Right.
That'd be 25K more in Taylor's stack.
Yep.
But in 25K less in Tristan's stack, and
it just changes the ebb and flow of
the entire tournament.
And more importantly, the table that they're dealing with. Because, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Tristan is the most skilled player at the table.
Yeah.
You know, WSOP bracelet winner, and et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know. I think if he doesn't win there, I think that could have dented or, you know, a little bit of his armor. So I think that was a critical pot, but I agree with you.
Of course, it changes what he can do.
Yeah. And he did it against the right person, too, because Taylor was winning, you know, the last 3 or 4 hands. So.
And the sizing was about a quarter of Taylor's remaining chips. So it's not an easy call for Taylor.
Fold. Fold. Raise. 2,200. Fold. Fold. Raise announced.
Tristan raises to 2.2K.
Yeah, David in the big blind. He's going to fold.
Yep.
Oh, no, he 3 bets.
I 3-bet the 12. There you go.
We've seen David all day. He's played pretty well.
Yeah. He plays pretty snug.
Yeah, but he keeps himself out of trouble, which is a good thing. Shout out Chad in C9. He has a lot of chips. We have him at 95K, but it looks like he has over 120, I think. Those oranges are 5Ks, the purples, the pinks are 1Ks, purples are 500s. Folds all the way to David in the small blind. I'm actually surprised Taylor folded his button. David has raised. Action to Patrick.
We get a call here.
Yeah, so we have a pot brewing. All diamond flop. Patrick always looks like he's nervous when he looks at his cards. But
for a tough-looking guy, he definitely looks
this
nervous.
body language to me
there we go,
says
rubbing, soothing himself.
It says to me he doesn't have a strong hand. Look at how he's fidgeting his thumb. It looks like he doesn't know what to do. And when you have a strong hand, you know what to do. Just even the blink rate of his eyes, you can tell he's thinking versus Hollywooding.
Yeah, and there's a fold.
Because
Spot on again.
Because if, like, let's say Patrick flopped a really big hand, and he was taking that long, he's Hollywooding. But that blink rate in the eyes told me he was thinking. And I'm sure you saw that as well.
Sure.
In your career as an interrogator.
Interrogator. Where were you on the night?
Yeah. Were you ever in the interrogation room?
I was actually a detective for 7 years. Six and a half years.
So you were in the interrogation room.
Yeah.
Ah.
Done several interviews. It feels like eons ago, but it definitely serves me well in other aspects of my life. This is definitely a table that I'm interested to see how Tristan does in terms of controlling it. You know, because this could be a situation, he has a lot of stacks at the table. This could be a situation where he can really push to a big stack in day two, you know?
Yeah. Well, he relatively already has a lot of chips.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Patrick has raised it up to 2,300. Sorry, Taylor raised it up. Patrick called. And Dan in the big blind calls. So three-way to this flop. Very dry board. Now, Patrick's going to lead out. And this is what's known as a donk lead. Because you're betting into the pre-flop aggressor. There is a flush draw out there. We're going to see if Taylor reads this as weak and tries to make a play here. I think if Taylor had a lot of chips, he'd definitely be making a play without a real hand. But sometimes you can even read your opponent for weak. And it looks like he flopped a set.
Flopped the full house there. Flop three fulls there.
Yeah, three's full and just bet out into both players. So it wasn't a weak play. It was trying to build a pot play. Hoping someone had a king. Hoping someone had a flush draw. But no one had anything. Action to Sylvia. We haven't seen much from her so far. She raises, Taylor calls. Folds to Dan in the big blind. Gets out of the way. Heads up pot. We're going to quickly find out what kind of player Sylvia is. If she's an aggressive player or a passive player. Well, this is the type of flop that probably hits Sylvia's hand. She raised from a fairly early position. And there are a couple Broadway cards. Taylor making the call. So both players saying they have something. Offsuit 3. Sylvia checks. Taylor checks back. Now
That could slow her down a little bit.
One-liner to straight.
Do you like a bet here from Taylor?
Yeah, I like a bet, and I think he has it too. Especially this sizing. I think he just has it.
Ace queen.
Yeah, he's got 2 pair. That wasn't necessarily it, but it was a big enough hand. You see a lot of players check back in that spot, but Taylor turned.
It was a good play by Taylor
on the river. Yeah,
I think he could have done that. I think maybe he couldn't have done that maybe against other players at the table, in my opinion. I think he would have checked back in a situation if he had been playing maybe Tristan or Chad in that spot. That's my opinion.
Yeah, a player capable of check raising the jack. It's a strictly exploitive play versus game theory optimal. Patrick raising it to 3,000 in the cutoff. We're quickly finding out who the more active players are at the table. Patrick's been involved in a lot of hands. So is Taylor. Three players to the flop. Ace 9-3, 2 clubs. Everyone checks to the raiser. Who checks back? Chad can consider leading here because it's kind of a more advanced read where you're saying if Patrick checked back, he probably doesn't have an ace. So you pretty much are just betting to get through Tristan.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume when Tristan checked again, he has a hand that he can go to showdown with. And by that I mean a pretty strong pair. Maybe a 10 or an ace. Straight draw got there if Tristan had Queen Jack. Although I don't really see him checking Queen Jack on the turn. I see him betting it.
Right.
Wow, and Patrick reaching for
right.
chips. Going right for chips. And maybe Patrick checked back a hand like Ace 10 or Ace Jack.
Yeah, maybe he's got 2 pair here.
Yeah, I'd give it Ace 10 more readily than Ace Jack. But this is a big bet. 8,300. This represents more than 10% of Tristan's stack. Another 26K pot.
And look at the body language of Patrick when he has it versus when he doesn't have it. It's not touching his face. His hands are covering his cards.
Well, he's also not put to decision.
Yeah,
he's made
exactly.
His decision.
Very easy.
Tristan's going to make the call. I think Patrick's got it.
2 pair?
Set of 9s.
Oof.
Check back the flop to trap. Yeah, we read the body language, but Unfortunately, Tristan didn't see it. And maybe Tristan had some sort of two-pair himself, which he just couldn't fold. Hasn't been a very warm welcome for Tristan at this future
No,
table.
I think he's back down to maybe 70,000, 75,000.
And that's the most frustrating thing. He was up to 130,000 earlier today.
Right.
And when you lose those chips, and you're at 70,000 at this mark, just like, what the heck? I'm running bad. I'm playing bad. Something like that, and it gets into your mind. Whereas, conversely, if he was at 25,000 all day and just got up to 70,000, you'd be like, yes, 70,000. That's so many chips.
Right.
The psychology is interesting. So we see a new player in seat 2. Welcome to the table, Sheila.
Sheila.
Just as a reminder, we were running the Love the Grind t-shirt contest. Tweet at DeepStacks, Love the Grind. Hashtag Love the Grind to be entered into our t-shirt contest. Also, if you include your favorite poker phrase in the tweet, we're going to run a contest for what we think is the most creative poker phrase. We're going to give you a Tristan Wade signed photo.
There you go.
Taylor banged 4,000. This multi-way pot. Patrick with the min raise. A little bit above a min raise. He raises it up to 9K. So this is going to put Taylor in a tough spot. Taylor might just fold the 10 here if he has a weak 10. He goes all in. This looks like a draw to me. There's a call. Oh, it's kings. Wow, Taylor playing kings really coy pre-flop.
Yeah.
And Patrick was
Patrick.
top. Actually, wow.
Wow.
So that just makes Patrick drawing dead. He does not have a diamond in his hand.
Wow.
Wow, good play by Taylor.
He got his opponent to put it in with what he thought was the best hand in that spot.
Yeah, actually, ace-10 is a fold in that spot.
Absolutely.
I really think it is. I'm definitely not raising the flop. And then you can get away by the river.
Well played by Taylor, that's for sure.
Yeah, we see Taylor getting some chips, and he's going to be a dangerous player. Patrick with the top pair, top kicker. It's tough to get away from for a lot of players.
Just getting some tweets in that there was a 5.3 earthquake in Los Angeles a few seconds ago.
Oh, wow. Kerry back to the table in seat 4. We saw Kerry on the live stream earlier today. I was a big fan of his game. I thought he had played really well. There he is in seat 4, Kerry. Taylor is stacking those chips. That's the sweetest thing.
When you're still stacking when the the next hand's going.
Yeah, that's when you know it's a good pot, right? David racing up to 3,500. And he's going to take it down. I think David has about 45,000 in chips. Thanks for joining us on this DSPT Oregon main event. We're on the live stream. I'm Owais Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina. We are on a 30-minute delay. We started the broadcast with hole cards, but we had a little bit of a computer malfunction, and so we're live streaming without any hole cards. But thanks anyway for tuning in. This is a DSPT GPI POI event.
a lot of acronyms there.
Yeah. Any other 3 or 4 letter acronyms you want to throw in there, Chris?
WTF.
Yeah.
SMH.
Basically, what it means is for the DSPT main events across the entire DeepStacks Poker Tour.
1K or higher.
Across the world.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go to Canada, you're going to go to Europe.
Yep.
You can gain Player of the Year points and enter in the DeepStacks Poker Tour Player of the Year competition.
Yep.
And the winner will become the 2015 DeepStacks Poker Tour Pro.
Yeah, they get a sponsorship package, which includes airfare and accommodations at select DeepStacks events, buy-ins, swag, and then they're going to get a custom poker table and a custom trophy for their win. So
a 12-inch black,
14-inch big black trophy.
Big black trophy, yeah, the 14-inch big black trophy. There we go.
So yeah, it's going to be a nice little add-on there towards the end of the year. So we're going to be going to Malta in November. So hopefully we'll have a close race when that we go out there.
Yeah, the next poker stop is in California. For you guys.
Turlock, Central California.
So you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so Turlock Poker Room and Casino in little Turlock, California in Central Valley is hosting a 1K buy-in with us at the end of April with the main event starting the first weekend of May. So that's going to be a pretty sick event. We already have close to 30 people satellited in.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's going to be nice. It's the largest buy-in they've ever hosted, and it's going to be a great event. Tristan's going to be there, which is going to be nice.
But will there be Cheetah Pants?
Cheetah Pants will be there. She will be there.
Action to Kerry. Kerry looking like he's got his 3-bet face on. He's moved all in. He was nursing a medium stack, about 2,400, 24,000, 24 big blinds. It's a very deep jam. And this is the rest of Sheila's chips, too.
Yeah.
We hear Mike Massa in
Mike
the background.
Massa talking about March Madness.
Action to Sheila. This is a tough decision. It's for all her chips. It's her tournament life, and she's going to fold.
And Kerry wins.
Yeah, Kerry scooping a pot.
Kerry's got the proverbial Oregon uniform on. The long sleeve with the skull cap and the heavy beard.
I wonder
gotta
if
keep
she's
warm,
from here.
man. You got to keep warm around these parts. We went out last night. There were 30-mile-an-hour winds, and it was pouring.
You know, people in clubs in L.A. dress like that now.
That's true, but they're called hip.
Yeah. The hipsters.
The hipsters.
The wannabe hipsters.
Yeah.
I don't know. When did the lumberjack look get in?
I don't know.
Action to Chad. Chad folds. Tristan folds. Carry on the button. Taylor looking at Kerry's stack. He's looking at the raise size. And this is a spot where Taylor can 3-bet.
I like
Yeah.
Taylor's game, man.
Yeah, he's 3-bet, and
Yeah.
now this puts Kerry in a really tough spot. Taylor has to really consider shoving or folding. He could call, but post-flop play is going to be so tough for him.
You either fold here or you just put it all in, right?
Yeah, I'm probably only flatting very, very strong hands, something like aces or kings, and that's it. But I think when Taylor raised the button, he raised with the intention of getting it in.
And he folds. Nice play by Kerry there.
Yeah, and although Taylor lost the pot, I still like the play.
Right.
And sometimes you can make a good play in poker, and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
But it's still a good play.
Yeah, Taylor's trying to, impose his will and, make sure he's not getting raised by Kerry.
Yeah, it's a term that's called leveraging a stack. By putting in only 4,500 in chips, Taylor is leveraging Kerry's entire stack. That re-raise represents Kerry going all in or Kerry folding. And so he's putting Kerry to a 25K decision for only 4,500 chips. And it's a common play that you asked me, what did people do at the higher level?
Right.
That's something that they do. And they do it a lot more frequently than at this level. Because so far in this live stream, we've only seen one player do it.
Yeah.
I might go for this DSPT Player of the Year. I'll play the event in Central California.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a drive for
And
me.
come to LA.
And then, I go to the bike all the time.
There you go.
Sheila moves all in. She has a 14 big blind stack. Blinds going up. 600, 1,200 now. Thanks to everyone joining in on this DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Oais Ahmed, joined here by Chris Torina. We're watching day 1A of this 150,000 guaranteed poker tournament. We will love to keep this show interactive, and we've been giving away free swag all day. You can tweet at DeepStacks right now.
Yes, at DeepStacks.
Love the grind. Hashtag love the grind.
Love the grind.
Put in your favorite poker phrase if you want. And the most creative phrase will give you a signed photo of Tristan Creative Wade. I swear, I think if someone just tweeted at us at DeepStacks, Tristan Mingle, hashtag love the grind, you'd win both.
Tristan Mingle.
So for any Michael Mizrachi fans that are watching, do you think there will be some Michael Mizrachi swag being given away sometime this weekend?
Possibly.
Possibly. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned. He just opened his new dealer academy, Mizrachi Dealer Academy.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you could take classes online, so we might have to do something with that.
Yeah, it's the first online dealer.
Accredited,
school.
too.
Yeah,
Accredited.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, shout out to Grinder for putting his name to something that helps better the poker economy.
Yeah, and he used to be a dealer, right?
Yeah, that's where he started. He was a dealer in South Florida.
Dan and Chad heads up. Flop goes check, check. Turn is a jack of hearts. Puts a flush out there and the straight.
What a board.
Goes check, check again. And now queen of hearts. So now there's a royal out there, quad, straight flush, royal flush, full houses, straights.
Check.
Everyone's scared of the board.
Everyone's got black cards. And the
Jack
ball wins.
Jack wins.
Shout out to the producers for these beautiful shots. Good job.
I think people are all about the hashtag, but no one's really giving us a poker phrase.
I know.
I'm getting this DeepStacks account and a lot of traffic today.
I know.
Yeah. You can also check out more DeepStacks news at DeepStacks.com. You can get live updates for the other tables going on. Mike Massow still in this tournament field. We saw him earlier today on the live stream.
And you're probably hearing him in the background.
Yeah. Blowing up.
Yeah, blowing up and yelling at the TVs about a game.
We gave away a signed Mike Massow photo as well as a signed Mike Massow T-shirt. And later today, we're going to give away the grand prize, the Mike Massow autobiography.
Autographed autobiography.
Yeah, autographed too. Maybe personalized.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Just make sure you tell him what you want to put down, because if you leave it up to him, he'll do what he did to me, to you.
3 players to the flop. Taylor had raised a hijack. Patrick calls on the button. Chad in the big blind. I must say, Patrick's play has surprised me. He's played really well. He's trapped his opponents.
Patrick or Taylor?
Patrick.
Patrick?
He trapped Tristan with that set.
Right.
So Taylor and Patrick getting in another pot.
Yeah.
Taylor's played so far the best at the table.
Agreed.
And that also could be a product of the cards he's got in, but he did trap with kings and doubled up. Taylor checks the turn. Patrick bets. And Taylor is going to get out of the way.
Kept firing. Nice hand, Patrick.
Yeah, it looks like Taylor just made a standard continuation bet.
Yep.
Got called and just decided to shut down. And that's really a mark of a good player. A good player is, they kind of have that timing down of when to shut down and when to continue. There's a shot of our tournament room here in the Chinook Winds Casino.
Beautiful tournament area.
Yeah, this convention center is really nice.
Yeah, it is. They do a good job of keeping it clean, keeping it stocked. The bar.
Oh yeah,
that we have.
You know, one thing I'm shocked at this. By the way, I'm really shocked. They treat the players so well. I'm not used to a poker room doing what they do here. There's free food on dinner break.
Yeah.
That's unheard of.
Did you see what they were serving?
Are you kidding me?
The noodles, the shrimp noodles, and egg rolls, and
they had these like little roast beef hors d'oeuvres.
I must have smashed like 13 of those.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I think I had 8, and I think I ate too little.
Yeah,
they're
so good.
Yeah, they were, and that's a premium meal. Like usually, free food's crap. Like,
yeah,
they really
stepped up their game. They
take care of their players. They have giant buckets of ice water, so you can go get your own water bottle and whole tea, coffee.
Yeah, and they're bringing the coffee cart around and asking you if you want coffee or
cider.
Tea. Yeah.
Wow, I was actually shocked how much they took care of their players. I was expecting, hey, everyone, jump to the buffet for dinner
and wait for 2 hours.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It makes sense because then the buffet gets a lot of traffic coming in, and they make money. But no, they weren't looking to just make that money. They're treating everyone really, really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, Chinook's definitely done a great job. I'm definitely impressed and pleased with the amenities. As long as they keep bringing out that roast beef.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Can we order some in here? Is
I
there,
know.
Is
Is
there
there any
roast
extras
beef?
anywhere?
Yeah. Tristan in a pot. Heads up against David. Flops 9 high. Both players check. Tristan checks. David checks back. This board gets worse and worse for Tristan to bet at.
Check, check.
Wow. Tristan kind of slow playing. He missed value by not leading the turn. I think that's a mistake. There were straights and flush draws out there. And you just got to hope your opponent has something. You can't just check and continuously hope they bets. And we saw that David had a flush or a straight draw.
Right.
And Tristan missed the street of value there. But maybe he's involved in the game above the game.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about something else or thinking.
Definitely a check raise.
Check raise. It's funny, I met Tristan when he was 24 years old, 25 years old.
Okay,
and
so
he was his number one goal was to get his first 6-figure score.
Oh, so you met him before the bracelet?
Oh, big time.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
big time. I met him before he even cashed for anything, substantial in a tournament. And in that year that you won your bracelet and he was in the 6 max, he final tabled 2 tables that summer. Won over 800,000.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good, man. He had a hell of a summer, and then later that year he went to, or a year later he went to Europe and won his first bracelet.
6,500.
Well, congratulations to him on that.
Yeah. Where's your bracelet? Do you keep it at do you keep it on your bedside on your nightstand? Do you look at it in the bathroom?
It's actually it's wrapped around a certain part of my body 24/7. I don't know what you're thinking. I was talking about my ankle.
Oh,
yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you make your chicks wear it around the house naked?
No, it's actually
like Dan Blazarian. You just have like 7 chicks.
Yeah. No, I don't own a chicken farm of any sort. It's actually in a safety deposit box.
Nice.
I wouldn't know what to do with it if I had it around the house.
You'd be so worried about losing it or damaging it. You're never wearing it out, though, right? Like you don't wear it at other tournaments.
I wore it.
What is the rule with that? Always. What is that? I know it's unwritten rule. I get it.
The unwritten rule is
you don't wear it out.
You just don't wear it because the guys that do wear it look so douchey that you're just like, I don't want to be that guy.
All right. What about this though? You won the tournament the night before. And you're playing the next day's tournament. You wear it there.
Yeah. You got
you
a week.
have 1 day. A week.
1 or 2 weeks. If you wear it for 2 weeks, or maybe even the rest of that series, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay.
But then I mean, I don't have a problem with it in a
then
nutshell.
You tuck it and then you put it away.
But yeah, you put it away. Like I remember, I was playing in a cash game at the series, and this guy had a bracelet, and I said, "Oh, when you win your bracelet," he's like, "Oh, I won the limit hold'em on Thursday." I'm like, "Okay,
oh, nice,
that's fine." It's 5-6 days ago. Congratulations. He's like a 70-year-old man. It's probably the best moment of his life.
Awesome.
Maybe after his grandkids being born or whatever. And kudos to him. Wear the bracelet. But don't show up next year wearing it, because then I'm like, all right, buddy.
Right.
We got it.
I was always curious what the written rule or unwritten rule about that was, because
I think pros are less likely to wear it for a longer period of time.
Right.
Like the guy that he's a poker enthusiast. He plays for fun, comes and wins his limit hold'em tournament. He's probably going to wear it for a week or two because he's so excited.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, I was so excited when I won my bracelet, but I wore it the next day when I got it and then tucked it away. That's it.
Nice. I mean, there's no sense of bringing it out. I mean, you're going to show friends and family and stuff, but I don't think bringing it out to wear at another poker tournament. You know.
It's funny. One time I had a buddy come stay with me because there's a poker series going on in L.A.
Right.
And you know, there were a couple other buddies in town, so I hosted a home game at my place where we're playing like dealer's choice, like, you know, 50 cent, $1 or whatever, just splashing around. So we go back to my place and they're like, "Oh, let's see the bracelet," and I actually had it on me at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I take it out and they're like, "Oh, what else do you got?" So I went back in my room and I got every piece of like thing that you could win at poker that I had.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like wearing like my full tilt like F-Tops jersey,
right.
my WQ final table jacket, you know, my bracelet.
Right, you got it all on.
And then I had do you remember the Andy Block cowboy hat?
Yeah, of course.
So I had a replica of that from Full Tilt. So I put that on and I just took the most ridiculous picture ever because here I am,
nice,
decked out in all this gear wearing the bracelet.
Nice.
No, I don't know what I do now because now I have like a plaque because I won the World Championship of Draw Poker. So I have a little plaque with my face on it.
Nice. With your face on it?
It's a picture of it. It's a winner's photo.
Nice.
Yes, my face is on it, I suppose. Thanks to everyone joining in on our DSPT Oregon main event. Can tweet at us to win a Live the Grind t-shirt.
Yes.
Hashtag Live the Grind.
Love the grind.
Love the grind. Sorry.
Love the grind.
Love the grind and live the grind.
Yeah.
So
they're both synonymous.
Love the grind at DeepStacks. You must follow the Twitter accounts. If you don't already, go ahead and follow us. I'm always Ahmed, joined here by Chris Torina.
Having a good time. We're having a good time.
Yeah, we're having a great time. Last night, Chris was like, you know what? I'll jump in for like 30 minutes, plug my stuff. But
Pop in, pop out.
Pop in, pop out. He came and he would not leave. He asked me if it was okay to
stay.
And I was like, buddy, you're the CEO of the company. What are you asking me for?
Well, you know, everyone has their thing. You know, I want,
Free raise, 12,200.
Kerry getting aggressive from the small blind.
No, 7,200.
He's 3-bet to 7,200 from the initial 2,200 raise from Chad. Sorry, 2,800 raise from Chad. I wonder if this is a spot where Kerry is thinking of 3-bet folding, something like pocket nines. Or maybe 3-bet calling off, depending on how his opponent acts.
Oh.
Instead, he got flatted.
Heads up.
So Kerry's going to act first in this pot. Ace-9-7. Kerry was 24,000 in chips. Those pinks are 1Ks. He has a 5K card protector going on right now as well. So that's an orange chip.
Bet 6,600.
He's bet 6,600.
All in.
Chad has announced all in, basically representing the ace.
Call.
And Kerry calls. Expect Kerry to show up with ace-king here a lot. Did Chad go all in with jacks on the flop? Wow. Wow. So
okay.
Chad jamming on the flop with jacks. For what reason, I don't know. He turns his jacks into a bluff. And I'm not a big fan of that play because if you're wrong, you're only drawing to 2 outs. There's no reason to just pay the guy off when he outflops you.
Right.
You can accomplish a lot more by just calling and taking the pot away on future streets in case your opponent doesn't have an ace. Either way, Kerry flopping the ace with ace-queen and getting in all the chips on the flop. I think if you're going to go with your hand, you should just go with it pre-flop in that spot. And Kerry might fold the ace-queen. He might 3-bet fold ace-queen. Double up for Kerry. So we see a couple of the stronger players at the table getting chips here already. Kerry doubling up. Taylor with a lot of chips. And a big hit for Chad. Not the biggest of his. He still has around 90,000 behind. Action to Taylor. He's in the small blind. Looks like he's got some mischief on his mind.
2,900.
Made it 2,900. That's going to get rid of David. Shows a hand. Must have been a big one. So I'm reading some exciting news online about both the Rams and Raiders looking to return to Southern California.
Yeah, I would love that.
Oh, if the Raiders came back? Oh, my God.
I'd rather have the Rams.
Of course.
Four in the hand. Check in the dirt. Check.
Four-way pot here. 9-8 these two clubs. A little bit of a wet board. This is the type of flop that multiple players will hit in flopping straight draws, flush draws, pairs.
Bet 4,300.
Tristan betting a little bit over 1/3 pot. Taylor, who's on the button.
Taylor folds.
And the bet is through.
Good bet by Tristan there. Nice little pot.
And he probably had something there. It's a tough flop to really bluff at, especially in a four-way pot.
Right.
Taylor stacking some chips. We haven't seen him win too many pots on this feature table, so hopefully things are going in the right direction for our DSPT Pro.
Yeah. Definitely the action is picked up from the last table we had.
Yeah.
It's kind of some flat action on that one.
Well, that's also a product of the blinds going up. Now that there's more to play for, people are going to get more aggressive. But I do agree. I think we have a lot more aggressive players at this table than the last table we had.
Absolutely.
But no Mikey.
No Mikey.
For everyone who loves the grind, tweet #LoveTheGrind at the DeepStacks Poker Tour.
Definitely
Twitter
nice
account.
shirts. I'm not just saying that because
they are nice.
They're
shirts.
nice shirts actually. They feel comfortable and they're nice. The basketball games must be over because Mataso has not. I haven't.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, they're over.
The broken shirt, the shirt that should have the blow-ups behind.
Well, maybe it's like, maybe it's a sick shirt where when he's blowing up, the blow-ups come above it.
Gotcha. So maybe it's intended to be that way.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Raise 2,600. All in.
There's an all-in. Tristan raised. Sheila goes all in.
jams.
This is going to be a math decision for Tristan when it gets back to him.
11,700.
It's an 11,700 all in. David thinking of making the call here. This is going to concern Tristan a lot more than Sheila's all in. Because David might have a hand like 2 jacks. Or pocket queens. Maybe even ace king. And it looks like Dan is now interested in the pot as well. No, he folds. It's too many of his chips. He has to go all in or fold there. And Tristan's going to get out of the way.
Heads up, let's see him.
So
Pair of eights.
Oh, pocket
That's-
eights.
Pair of queens.
it's Patrick and Sheila, I think.
Yeah.
Eights versus queens.
Yeah, a little bit of a suspect call by Patrick.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to be calling with pocket eights. That's actually really light. And the reason for
Good hand by
that
Sheila.
is the reason why it's a light call is if Sheila is going all in with something like ace king, ace queen, king queen suited, she's coin flipping against eights. And when she
Right.
has a bigger pair, she has you crushed.
Right.
I don't think Sheila's the type of player that's going to throw it in with pocket fives. And even then, if that's in her range, it's such a small part of her range that I'm just folding pocket eights. Also because I'm not closing the action. Tristan can come back over the top.
Right.
Tristan could have pocket aces for all I know and just crush me.
Good hand by Sheila. She's doubled up. I
Yeah.
don't like that call by Patrick, though. Eights, though. I don't know.
Yeah, and for the reasons I just went
Yeah.
down. And Sheila's been waiting for that pot. Look how excited she is. She can't hold back that smile.
Raise 2,700.
Sylvia raising it up. Still maintaining aggression despite her shorter stack. And let's see how Patrick responds. He's lost a couple pots now.
Are you still noshing on that steak and french fries? That
Steak's gone.
That thing's 4 hours old.
Probably older. Probably 6 hours old.
Heads up.
Honestly, it's a barbecue sauce.
Their barbecue sauce is really good here.
Yeah, it's a very original recipe. I mean, it for all I care, it could be carrot sticks, but I just
It's
want
the
that
sauce.
barbecue sauce. Yeah, I want the sugar in the sauce. Oh man. This pot's been checked down so far. Both players content to go to showdown. Sylvia shows pocket sixes. It looks like the winner. Patrick with ace jack. Probably should have taken a shot at the pot at some point. If I was Patrick there and I had ace jack and it's been checked to me on that flop, I would bet.
The fire, yeah.
Yeah. You have a gut shot, you have a draw at the nuts, and your opponent has shown weakness. And they do have a shorter stack. It's a pot that you can take away from your opponent. The DeepStacks Poker Tour is going to be in Alberta, Canada later this year.
Yeah.
Have those dates been announced?
Yes, September 22nd to the 29th in
Okay.
Grey Eagle Casino.
So if I'm in the running, I can plan my trip out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There will be no live stream in Alberta because gaming regulations don't allow it, but we'll be doing some live reporting, and definitely the race will be heating up.
Yeah, Cheetah Pants. So it'll be
Cheetah Pants will be there.
Should be live.
Absolutely.
live
Cheetah Pants will be there. Mataso's blow-up T-shirts will be there.
Heads-up action here between Sheila and Patrick.
Back to back.
Looks like Patrick had limped the hijack, and Sheila just checks the big blind. Patrick looking a little bit frustrated. He's lost a few big pots at this table. It hasn't been a kind run of cards coming back from dinner break. He lost a big pot to Taylor.
There you go. Sheila wins again.
He lost a pot to Sheila. He just lost another pot.
Yeah.
And Patrick is doing all he can to not blow up here.
I think it's safe to say that Sheila is owning a little bit right now. 3 hands, I would say.
Well, Sheila's she's won a couple pots. Sylvia won the last pot, though. So it went Sheila, Sylvia, Sheila.
So she's 2 out of 3.
Yes, but
Gotcha.
the 2 girls at our table, they're owning everyone else.
It's about time.
There's Carrie, who got the big double up with his ace queen against Chad's jacks. Action to Dan. Dan in the hijack, looking to raise it up.
Raise 3,300.
Chad getting out of the way. Tristan following the button. Sheila as well. And Dan's raise is going to get through. So, our very own Janine Deeb, she went around the city yesterday, and she filmed her day in the area, and the footage is up right now on the DeepStacks website.
Yes.
So you guys can log on, see what's around Lincoln City, what's around this wonderful casino resort. It includes the brewery, a glass blowing factory or something.
Yeah, when we brought Janine on, we told her we don't want to do live reporting of just chips and cards all the time. We want to make it exciting for people to know a little bit more about us. So she goes out there and she does the whole tourist thing. She does, the interactive stuff. So she'll participate. We're in Panama. She was climbing trees and, rappelling and all that stuff. So it was pretty cool.
She's basically having the fun while you guys work.
Yeah, while we're setting up and we're working and I'm dealing with, casino management and all that, she's out there having a good time. But in all seriousness, she does a really good job. And, the casinos like the fact that, we're spotlighting the cities that they're in.
Yeah.
Because they want people to come,
brings
obviously.
an incentive for them to.
Yeah. But not just come to the
there.
casino, but enjoy the city. Because if you enjoy the city, you're going to come to the casino.
Yeah.
One
of the best tournament stops I've been to was in Punta Cana.
Dominican.
Yeah. And there was so much to do in the resort there. It was a all-inclusive resort. And, I went horse riding by the beach.
Oh, nice. Tough life, dude.
I went snorkeling in the coral reef over there. Fun stuff.
Just enjoy the...
yeah.
You got to enjoy the areas that you're in, Unfortunately for some of us, we have to stay in the casinos and and all that. But listen.
Well, I busted the tournament early on, which is why it happened.
Right.
So somewhere like mid-day 2, I busted the tournament, but made the most out of it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and she went up to or she went down to Newport at the aquarium, and then she stumbled upon the Rogue Brewery down there.
Yeah.
I mean, how sick is that? You
Yeah,
know, have you ever had a Rogue beer?
No, I don't think so.
It's really good, really, really good. And it's all local,
It's fresh too.
Yeah. Tristan raising a 2.6.
Action to carry.
Correction, 2.5.
Carry just calling. Both players in that awkward stack size where they both have medium stacks. They aren't big stacks and they aren't short stacks, and they both have an incentive to protect their chips right now. Whereas a big stack has a bigger incentive to really attack pots, and a short stack's looking to preserve. Tristan with a nice sized bet, a little bit less than half the pot. Just putting carry to decision. The more decisions you put your opponent to, the more likely they are to make mistakes.
Right.
Raise 6,500.
Carry raising, maybe playing a little bit of a leveling game here. He's saying that flop probably didn't connect with you, Tristan. Unless you have an overpair or some big flush draw, you don't like this flop.
Well, Tristan's calling.
King of diamonds on the turn.
Tristan is definitely locked in here. Interesting check by Kerry.
Yeah, if Kerry raised with a complete airball, or maybe even hand like ace-3 or ace-5, he's going to slow down here on the turn because the turn can go check-check, as it did. So Kerry can still realize his equity with a hand like ace-3 or ace-5.
Do you take the check here if you're Tristan?
It really depends what hand he has. If he
Yeah.
has something like pocket ace, pocket nines, yeah, I'm checking back. Any hand with decent showdown value, I'm checking back. And when I assume when he called the check raise, he
8,000.
He called with some showdown value. It's like a thin bet by Tristan. Kerry really thinking through what hands can I beat and what hands beat me.
Good bet by Tristan. Tristan takes down 28K pot. Tristan's now back up over 81K. I'm kind of a homer. I'm rooting for the
for your boys.
For my guys.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone that's ever met him always falls in love with him and then consistently roots for him. There are people we've met 4 or 5 years ago.
Nice.
At other, casinos.
Yeah.
And they'll see, they'll always talk about him,
I wonder if the
They always
girls on
root for him.
Tinder feel the same way.
It's definitely nice to hear about, people's experiences with him,
Yeah, he's actually a really nice guy. There's a shot of Patrick. Dan in seat 8. Chad in seat 9.
And Shauna in the dealer's box.
Shauna, the dealer. She's really nice. She came up to me during break, and she's talking to me.
Yep. She runs, she runs a tight ship.
Yeah, she's afraid she's messing up too much. And I said, you're doing fine.
You're doing
she's
fine.
like, no, you should see me in the games downstairs. I do much better. I wonder if that 2-6 spread limit stud game ever ran.
Right.
There's actually a board for it.
wonder how our contest for the
the
Love the Grind.
Love the Grind T-shirt.
I think the hashtagging is stopped. We may have to pick a winner soon.
We'll have the contest run through the end of the level. And
Perfect.
We'll announce it after the break.
Perfect.
David showing Ace King. Taking down this pot.
David's been quiet the last several hands.
He's been a tighter player. Even
He's picking his spots, though. It's working
yeah.
for him. But like you said, he's staying out of danger. You know, he's not really putting himself in harm's way.
A lot of no blow-ups tweets in my Twitter feed too.
I know. They want that blow-up shirt.
We'll have more of those to give away later on in the weekend.
Yeah, Mike brought a whole box of those, so we're definitely going to give some away. Chad raised, and we got a call from Patrick.
Patrick has lost quite a few pots in the last hour. He might be steaming a little bit. A little frustration when you lose those type of chips. This is a good pot for Chad to continue aggression on. There's not much that any real hand could connect with. 9-4-3. You don't really put your opponent on a 4 or a 3 that often. But it looks like Patrick has raised.
Oh.
Raised 16,100.
Yeah, if I'm Chad, I'm folding this. Last time Patrick showed any aggression, he showed a full house. So
right.
I'm just getting out of his way. I made a C-bet. And it didn't work. That's okay. Go on to the next hand. Thanks to everyone tuning in to our DSPT Oregon main event here at Chinook Wins Casino Resort in Lincoln City. Did I get that right?
I love the way you enunciate that always.
Chinook Wins.
Chinook. Chinook.
Chinook Wins.
It definitely lives up to its name of being windy here. Holy cow.
Really beautiful weather.
Yeah, oh, man. It's gorgeous up here.
This is the
Have you ever
land.
been to Portland?
No, this is my first time.
You should really make it a point to come to Portland on a weekend or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some really cheap flights that come out of LAX and a PDX, and Portland's a fun little city, man.
Yeah, a lot of cities in this area. I've been to Vancouver and
BC.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a beautiful city.
I've heard Vancouver often compared to Portland and Seattle.
Yeah.
And obviously to us in Southern Californians, it's kind of like, oh, Portland, Seattle, Vancouver. But to people from Seattle, they're like, oh, we're nothing like Portland. Or people in Vancouver, we're nothing like Seattle.
I know. But definitely Portland is a people that come to Portland love it, and definitely think about moving here.
Yeah, there's even that show Portlandia. Have you heard of that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I've heard of
it's
it.
It's hilarious.
I've never watched it. Is it really good?
Yeah, Janine did a skit called "Put a Patch on It," which was
Okay.
similar to like "Put a Bird on It." They had an episode where it was like, "Put a bird on anything and it'll make it hip," you know. So she did a spoof on it, but yeah, Portlandia is but it's very accurate. It's a very accurate example of,
Yeah.
the hipster lifestyle in Portland. But it's a very cool city.
I was actually telling Janine she should put a patch on her thigh. And then she mentioned the skit. She's like, "Oh, I did a skit, put a patch on it."
Yeah, she was putting a patch on everything.
There we go. We should have a patch right there.
There we go. On the cheetah pants.
Yeah.
Tristan on the big blind this hand. Action over to Carey. Folds.
It looks like everyone giving Tristan some respect in the big blind. Even Dan's folding the
Yeah,
button.
wow.
No one wants to mess with him.
It's good. Very.
Even Chad getting out of the way, who limp called 10-8 offsuit last time.
Tristan is definitely
spot.
pleased to see that.
Yeah, of course. You want to
Absolutely.
lock. You want to show a profit by just getting dealt cards, and that's what happened. The DeepStacks Poker Tour showing every hand from the start of this tournament to the end.
Yeah.
Really a treat to watch the entire grind of a tournament, the nuts and bolts, to see how every hand is played.
Builds a storyline, man. Builds some anticipation for a final table.
Yeah.
You know. And this is our first time actually doing RFID live streaming.
Yeah.
So we're pretty excited about that, showing hole cards and when the technology works, but tomorrow.
I was gonna say, how's that working?
How's that working out for us?
Yeah, how's that working out, buddy?
We'll have to get with the producers on that and figure out what happened there. I heard something about cutting open the table or something, and I started getting nervous. So.
Yeah, there's actually a magic show next week here that's doing the same thing.
Maybe they can fix the hole cards.
Yeah. Tristan's
calling.
Yeah. Looks like he considered raising for a second, but decided to call. 3 ways to the flop. Tristan's going to be first act. Sylvia was under the gun when she raised. So I'm assuming she raises with some strength there.
It's the battle of the elbows on the table.
Yeah.
The pyramid stance. Check,
Everyone
check.
checks. I really would have liked a bet from Sylvia.
I would have liked to seen a bet there, too. I think it's super strong if she bets in that spot.
I think she's just got to bet 4,000 with her entire range, even ace king, ace queen. You have to have a plan for when you miss the flop. And you can't just say, I'm going to check down ace king and always bet my aces. If you always play one hand one way and another hand the other way, your opponents will be able to read you.
Right.
Just take pots away. And that looks like a lady that has missed with ace king.
Yeah.
And she looks frustrated.
Yeah.
But I feel like if she had shown some aggression.
I think a C-bet there wins the pot for her.
And you don't even have to C-bet that much. Just 4K into 10K.
Yeah.
Even 3,800.
Yep.
That's
like we said earlier, you accomplish the same with less.
Yeah, and you're giving yourself a good price to win the pot, too. But, as it were, Patrick taking the pot down. This is day 1A of our tournament. Day 1B is Saturday. And
today kind of feels like Saturday, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
You know? Dan's
2,900.
Dan raising it up.
yeah.
Fold.
Tristan on the button. Tristan folds over to Sheila. Sheila's shooting some laser beams over at Dan.
Fold.
And fold.
Fold.
Sylvia shows her hand. 3-4. That's what she folds in the big blind. Dan takes it down. No one has messed with Dan every time he opens. Everyone just folds.
Yeah.
And it looks like Dan is one of the tighter players at the table. We only have a few more minutes left in our Love the Grind contest.
Yeah, this level's coming to an end. You only have a choice of one color, though. This isn't like, you know.
Yeah, this isn't Kmart.
Yeah,
guys.
this isn't Kmart or like the Macy's or something. You get one color, one size, figure it out.
We don't care if it's too big for you. Then
Yeah.
put it on your dog.
Yeah, put on your dog or shrink it.
Raise to 3,000.
Chad raising it up.
Tristan with 78K right now.
Call.
Calls in the cutoff.
Fold.
The betting is 600, 1,200. The betting limits. So last hand before break. So if you guys haven't already tweeted at DeepStacks, hashtag Love the Grind.
We'll pick a winner when we
Re-raise
get
has
back.
been announced. Yeah, we're going to pick the winner live on the air after the break, which is going to come right after this hand.
Yeah.
Taylor is squeezing from the big blind. I think this hand is it looks to be a strong one because of the two players that he is 3-betting.
Yeah.
He's 3-betting Chad, who has a lot of chips, and he's 3-betting Tristan, who has a lot of chips.
Yep.
Re-raise. 24,000.
Wow.
And Chad putting in the 4-bet. That's probably going to get rid of Tristan. And action back to Taylor. So Chad earlier did not 4-bet with jacks. And this is going through Taylor's head right now.
Right.
Because of that, I think his 4-bet range is very polarized and is probably more likely to be nutted, meaning aces or kings, or maybe even ace-king.
Taylor asking how much is it?
Especially the timing of it. Chad did it fairly quickly. And that's probably why, going back to that whole shot clock discussion,
Right.
better players time down even when they know they're going to 4-bet
Exactly.
to disguise the timing tell. But I'm putting Chad on a very strong hand here. And Taylor might as well. Oh, Taylor with the 5-bet.
Wow.
Wow. This is getting interesting. This is a hand that looks like aces. And Chad thinking about it. I think I'm folding queens in Chad's
Yeah,
spot.
Chad's got to have kings here. He's probably just figuring out if he really believes Taylor. He called.
Two players.
Jack 7-3, 2 spades. Really a nothing
Wow.
flop. Taylor checking. And Chad deciding Is Taylor checking to trap me, or is he checking to give up?
Right.
Check.
Check, check. Wow.
6. This card's essentially a blank. None of this range should hit anyone.
Players all in. Fold.
Taylor announcing all in.
Chad
and
folds.
Chad insta-folds.
Big pot.
So Taylor probably was trapping on the flop.
All right, well, we'll see you guys on the backside of the break.
Yeah, well, what a big hand to lead us off into break.
Yeah, great.
Tweet at Love the Grind. You have about 10 more minutes. And we're going to announce the winner when we get back. Thanks, guys.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Don't crochet, darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
How long? Okay.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Ois Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina. How's it going, Chris?
Awesome.
We're still here on day 1A of the DSPT main event here at Chinook Winds.
Right.
Let's go away to the table, and Chris can continue to laugh at me. This table is right now 7-handed. It's 8-handed, I guess. One player away from the table.
Yeah, Taylor's.
Yeah,
late
Taylor,
getting back.
who just won that big pot. You know, you can take 1 or 2 off.
Yeah.
1 or 2 hands off. You won the big pot. TSPT main event. It's a great tournament out here at $150K guaranteed main event. It's ready for the for the initials. It's the DSPT GPI POY tourney.
Tourney. Timbay.
Yeah. Meaning it's a qualification for the DeepStacks Poker Tour Global Poker Index Player of the Year competition.
Yep.
You can learn more about that at DeepStacks.com. In a nutshell, the winner becomes a 2015 DeepStacks Pro.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Playing all the DeepStacks 1100 or above events. And who knows? It could be you. You could be living the dream next year. The
You'd be
dream
sitting
of
at these
traveling
tables.
the world with Mike Mataso.
That's right.
Yeah.
Having dinner with Mike Mataso.
Hey, A lot of us play poker for experiences, and that's
Right.
the type of experience that you can take with for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. We have a
Speaking of experiences, we have a giveaway, right?
Yeah, we do.
A
We
Love
do.
the Grind giveaway.
Yeah. My iPad's charging, so you're going to have to do this one.
Ah.
Always.
iPad is charging. Well, you need to.
I will use my phone.
Got it. You'll use
there
your
we
phone
go. Boom.
to get the Twitter account.
Love technology. Let's see what we got here.
This is for the Love the Grind T-shirt.
Yeah, Love the Grind.
Apparently, we need to advertise our creative tweet.
I know no one came back with
competition.
any their
Yeah.
version of a
We got-
creative poker
we
phrase.
We got 0 entries.
Zero
if you had
entries
just
for-
said, "This is my creative tweet," you would have won.
Yeah, that's it. This is how creative is.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's brain's functioning right now
Yeah.
to do something like that. So we got right now. Let's see what we got here. 7.
7. Wow. Number 6.
Number 6?
Yeah.
All right. Let's figure out who that is. Stand by. Of course, internet's slow. Still sifting through the no blow-ups tweets.
That was a popular one.
Oh, big time. Everybody wants to own a piece of Mikey memorabilia, that's for sure. Okay, number 6 is Daryl Baravian. Daryl Baravian.
All right. Does Daryl follow DeepStacks?
Let's see. I believe he does. Yes, he does.
All right. Congratulations, Daryl.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I consider the grand prize of swag, if we can get a shot of it. This is Mike Matisow's autobiography, Check Raising the Devil. It's, Check Raising the Devil. We're going to have Mike sign a copy.
Love it.
Now, since this is such a big piece of swag, we're going to start the contest right now, but we're going to let it run through the night, and we're going to announce our winner tomorrow.
I like that idea. You're a wealth of great ideas right
Yeah.
now, dude.
Thanks. So tweet hashtag check raise the devil. Should we go check raising or check raise? I think
Check raise the devil.
Yeah, check raise the devil.
Yeah.
At DeepStacks. Must follow the account.
Yep.
You guys know the gig. A signed copy of Mike Massow's autobiography, which he wrote how many words of? We don't know. He probably mumbled a bunch of things into a voice recorder, and somehow it got read.
He definitely had a ghostwriter. Or
They're credited on the cover.
Absolutely.
Hold. Raise. 24.
See a raise?
Excuse me, it is 32.
Sheila raised to 3.2K.
Call. Fold. Fold.
And David called.
Well, it's important to note that the blinds have gone up to 800, 1600, so it's a mid-raise.
Call. 3 players. Check. Check. Bet. 5,000. Some color.
Orange.
Call. Heads up.
All right. David bet 5K and Sheila called.
And it looks like David's making his move. He's grabbing a big bet now. He's putting Sheila to the test.
Yep.
Sheila gets out of the way. Solid, aggressive two-barreling by David. And I think Sheila, with her stack size, should understand what she's going to do on a lot of turns. Whether she's going to go all in or fold. And if she's folding, she should just be folding flop.
Right.
But she needs to figure, if she wants to call that flop, she needs to find more ways to win the pot. Maybe call flop and go all in on the turn or something. But if she's going to just be bullied off her hand too often, it's probably better not to bleed those chips on the flop. $800, $1,600 is a limit. 200 ante.
Sheila's raising to 3.2.
Min raise from Sheila. And it gets through. So win one, lose one, right?
Yep.
There's Tristan on his phone. He's constantly on his phone, that guy.
Well, he's listening to music right now. So Tristan gets in the zone. He's probably listening to The Weeknd or Drake or some other artist.
Taylor raising it up. So it's been a fun event here so far. I'm still thinking about that free dinner provided to the players. Oh, the roast beef, man. Ooh, that's some good. You know what? That's some good quality beef. It wasn't just what the dish was. It was
It was just. It was good.
It
Yeah.
was nice and soft.
They have some good food. I'm telling you, you need at some point you need to go to the
Yeah.
Chinook's grill. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
it's
100%.
It's already on my bucket list. And I'll cross it off sometime this weekend.
Perfect.
Chad 3-betting the button here, raising it to 10,000. Tristan thinking about what to do. So Taylor raised, Chad 3-bet, and it looks like Tristan has woken up with a hand. He's really thinking this one through. I think every decision is going through his mind.
Yeah.
Calling, raising, and folding.
The gears are definitely in motion.
And maybe giving off a little bit that if I'm at the table, and this is my read, I'm not putting Tristan on aces here.
Definitely.
I'm not putting him on kings either. Just the way he's looking, it looked like he's analyzing the situation more than really what his cards were.
More just figuring it out, trying to break it down.
Yeah, and maybe even making a thin fold, like maybe he had pocket tens, and he's just like, okay, I'm going to get out of the
We'll let
way.
it go here.
It's a thin spot. It's a big
Taylor's
hand.
all in.
Taylor all in. So we're going to find out if Chad actually had a hand.
And Chad calls.
Wow, so an
Here
all
we
in
go.
pot.
Tens.
Oh, there is a 10.
There's the ten. There are the tens versus ace king.
So classic coin flip. I
Okay.
really wonder what Tristan folded. Jack 6 deuce. Chad needs an ace or a king.
And the 4.
And Chad is going to bust out. He went from chip leader at our table
Yeah.
to a quick bust out. Wow.
I think that hand right before the break there, I think really took a lot of steam out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got 50K in pre-flop that hand.
Now Taylor is well over 150,000 at this point.
Wow, we said no blow-ups, but wow, that was... I mean, Chad had over 120K an hour ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was still steaming from the hand.
Yeah, I
before
don't know
break
what
for
he
sure.
had, but...
Yeah. Taylor's
he-
definitely going to be tough with almost 200,000 in chips.
Taylor, the new chip leader. And I wonder what Tristan folded.
I wonder what Brian's thinking right now. He's probably looking at
Yeah.
Taylor like you just got 50K chips handed to you. Not really handed to you, but
Brian, who's Brian? Huh? Oh, you mean David?
I meant
Sorry,
David,
yeah. Yeah, David's like, hey, you
You miss-
grinding all day,
I know.
and you get the chips.
4 and 5. 3 players. Players all in.
Sylvia's all in versus Taylor and Tristan. Fold, fold.
Thank you.
You getting good tweets over there?
I got a random tweet saying, I'd lay you 1.2 to 1 fave and roll you in any game versus Mikey up to 100K. What? I'm sure a random guy on Twitter is going to give me 100K, right?
Fold, fold.
Actions on Dan. He hasn't been real active.
Raise. 43.
The way Dan, his mannerisms at the poker table, always just exudes strength.
Yeah.
You don't want to play a pot against him because you just think he has a strong hand.
He looks tough.
Small blind.
Action to Patrick under the gun. 1,600 is a big blind.
I'm digging that look.
Yeah.
I'm digging the look.
The price of poker has gone up.
Raise. 36.
Patrick with about 40 big blinds to start this hand. This is how deep this tournament is.
Yeah.
You still have a ton of big blinds to play with. Any stack size you can really maneuver. A starting stack is still over 15 big blinds. And That's plenty in a poker tournament.
Gives you a lot of flexibility.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Dan saying something about monkeying cards? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just feeling the felt.
So do you do any sports betting, Chris?
No.
No. So you're the exact opposite of Mike.
Yeah, I keep it.
You just watch the sports. You don't.
Yeah.
Bet.
I mean, I'll do the occasional, Super Bowl, what everyone else does, but.
Fold. Fold.
Tristan raising it up to 3,500.
Tristan charming the table.
Yeah. David calls out.
David or Brian.
Yeah.
Brian,
yeah, whatever name you want to make up for him right now.
The guy to the left of Taylor.
Yeah, that dude.
Good bet by Tristan.
Yeah, he's just always betting 1/3 pot there with his entire range. I don't know what hand he'd ever check back there.
Right.
Maybe something like 2 blackjacks. There are very few hands that he's going to check back there with his range. Even 2 blackjacks, I think he's going to bet out with. And the reason is that, the main reason is David's a tighter player. You're putting him on a decision. It's very likely he's going to fold if he doesn't have a heart in his hand.
Right.
And it's allowing yourself a good price at taking the pot down. And if he calls, you can reevaluate on the turn, and you probably can improve. Tristan raising it up again. Taylor calling in the cutoff. Yeah. And Tristan is okay.
Did Patrick call there? I think Patrick called there, too.
Yeah, Patrick is called as well. Tristan is okay playing pots with anyone but Taylor right now because Taylor is the only guy that can bust him.
Right.
And Taylor is, out of all the other players at the table, the best one.
Mm.
But so far, Taylor has given Tristan respect as well.
Yeah, definitely.
But now Taylor has chips, so we're going to see what he's going to do with them. Action to Patrick. He sees a bet and a call. It's a dry flop, Jack 5-6, no flush draw. Looks like Patrick is making the call as well.
Interesting.
So 3 players see the turn now. Turn is a 4. Someone had down here.
Check.
He does. Taylor checks as well.
Interesting.
Yet Taylor might have called behind with a hand like pocket ace or pocket nines because he put Tristan on a continuation bet. But once Patrick calls, they're putting Patrick on at least a jack. And everything Patrick called with got there. If Patrick called with something like 7-8, that got there as well.
Yeah,
if Patrick called with a set.
Did you show a 6 there?
Yeah, he showed a 6.
Maybe ace-6 in that spot.
Yeah.
Nice pot.
Yeah, it's a nice size pot. Patrick finally taking a pot down. I might have considered checking the river because just in the language of poker, I think he was the favorite to take that pot down once Taylor checked back on the button on the turn. It's kind of like a really higher level read if you follow my logic there.
Right.
A big part of the game is hand rating and understanding what kind of hands your opponents have, even when you have the best hand.
Sure.
So
what they're capable of playing. And
yeah, and what they're capable of calling your best with,
sure.
too. And these two are going to have to war with each other all night now.
Yeah.
This table is 7-handed. So they're going to...
Taylor has a pretty good handle on what he wants to do right now. You know, he's playing well, and I think, you know, it's definitely going to be a...
Hey, that could be your future player of the year. Sheila in the big blind. 800, 1600.
You know, it's not easy being these dealers sitting in that box all day. You know? Got to hand.
Fold. Fold. Players all in.
All in and out.
Sheila's all in.
Action to David.
$21,300.
It's a big all in. I like the aggression by Sheila.
Yeah, got David the fold.
Yeah, she's in that 15 big blind range. It looks like she has an understanding of the fact that she needs to win chips.
Mm-hmm. Long day there, partner.
Yeah.
We're both yawning here.
But thanks for joining us on the live stream here at the DSPT Oregon main event.
Yeah.
Here in Chinook wins.
That'll be the running joke the whole weekend.
But Chinook wins.
35.
Beautiful casino resort in Lincoln City.
Absolutely.
Actually convinced my old roommate from college to come out here.
Oh, yeah?
He lives in Portland. And,
oh, nice.
He said he's going to come visit tomorrow.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And he's never been out here?
No, he's never been out here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So he said he's going to drive out here from Portland, and on the way he's going to go wine tasting. So
very underrated wine scene. That's true.
It's going to take half an hour just to get over there. See Tristan taking down the pot by raising the button.
Tristan's sitting at almost 80K, so he's got a very healthy stack.
Yeah, a lot of these players have very healthy stacks. No one is really short. No one has to get the chips in. Dan, the short stack at the table. Dan, Sylvia, and Sheila, all a little bit shy of 30,000. But that's still more than 15 big blinds and under 20. Patrick limping. A little bit of an odd play. You don't really see a lot of limps at this level.
Yeah.
Taylor checks his big blind.
He's done some really funky stuff.
Yeah.
But it's worked, you know? He's definitely playing well.
Except for that one hand where he got an ace-10 against king.
Yeah, that was an auto fold on that.
Yeah.
In that spot, but he definitely battled back. He was almost ground down for a while there, but definitely battled back. Got his moxie back, smiling, chatting it up. It's been a long day.
It has.
A long day. We're pushing 11 p.m. Pacific. players have 2 more levels or get to 8, and we call it a day.
Action to Tristan in the hijack. Raises it up. David in the big blind, and he's going to fold.
As a poker player, you must love hands like that. You just open, fold.
Actually, as a poker commentator, I love them a lot more. And Tristan raises, and everyone folds. Yeah.
Tristan gets the pot. Now on to the buffet.
Yeah, yeah, great action. Actually, I love the 3-bet, 4-bet hands. Those are the most fun.
That 5-bet hand right before break.
There's just I just can't even think of another hand that he'd 5-bet in that spot. That's the moment that you wish you had the whole cards, right?
Oh, yeah.
You want to see what...
I know, we should...
what Chad had.
Yeah.
You know, Chad probably had, like, Queen 9 offsuit or something.
I know. The one day our whole card system isn't working.
Yeah, exactly. We see the 5-bet.
I know.
I'm sure we're going to see that tomorrow as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, I got word on break that Mike Massow busted.
Yeah, he busted.
So we might see him tomorrow.
Yeah, he's actually texting me right now saying that he's going to rebuy tomorrow.
And what about Randall? Will he be rebuying? Do you know?
More than likely.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out here,
It's
might
good.
as well.
Listen, the tournament's got good value, you know?
And if they win, they can get on that Player of the Year leaderboard.
And become a pro anyway.
A DSPT pro, yeah. Hey, you never know. I mean,
you never know.
If their contract expires in 2014.
You never know.
Yeah.
The casinos that host these events that we run don't have, in some cases, a lot of poker staff, so they sub it out. And there are a group of traveling poker dealers that travel the country just dealing, specific tournaments. These are hardworking people.
I actually recognize some of them.
Yeah, they've dealt, L.A., they've dealt in Hard Rocks in Florida. So it is definitely, they are definitely the unsung worker bees of this tournament. They work very hard.
Oh, we have an all-in by Dan.
Oh, here we go. And fold. Yeah, if Dan was moving in there on that spot, that's Dan's pretty solid, tight.
Yeah, I don't even know if Dan's doing that with a hand like pocket sixes. He might be a little bit too tight for that with his current chip stack. I mean, he had 12 to 15 blinds. I wasn't exactly sure what his stack size was. But some players, tired players, are folding sixes in that spot.
Yeah. Him and Sylvia have the lowest VIP.
Yeah, the VPIP.
VPIP.
The VPIP is our voluntarily put in pot percentage. Action to Taylor, and looks like he's starting to decide to really run over this table. He's starting to open a lot of pots. He's a chip leader of the tournament. He's going to look to accumulate as much as he can. This is something that Ms. Rocky is really good at.
Yeah, that's one of the most interesting parts of his game, man. He has zero fear. You know?
Not at all.
Yeah.
No fear at all.
No fear.
Because he's seen it all and done it all.
Yeah, man. He's been in every spot. I mean, it's been amazing. I watched him play a cash game. I sat behind him playing just a small 2-5 game, coincidentally at Turlock. And no lie, within the hour and a half to 2 hours I watched him, I learned more. I mean, just what he was doing.
Really?
And he left. He went back to his room, and he's like, "Hey, you want to go hang out?" And I said, "I'm gonna stay and play," because I was like,
"Yeah,
I just watched this."
You got pumped.
Yeah, I got pumped, and I ended up winning 1,300 in that same game. But it's not always going to work, obviously, right? But the things he was doing was just just no fear, man. This guy will put anything in the middle at any time. You know?
Yeah, that's really what it takes. To
Yeah. I'm sure you've done that.
Yeah,
You know, I'm sure you play. I mean, you can't be a bracelet winner no matter if it's
a
mixed game or whatever. You can't be as successful as you are and have been without having fear.
Yeah.
Without having no fear, rather.
I actually jammed 4 high in Brian Rast's face at the 50K final table. That hand aired on ESPN. Got to fold an ace pre-flop. Rejamming 4 high.
Wow.
I had predetermined that I was gonna jam the big blind if Rast raised the button. He raised the button, and I said to myself, "Okay,
here it comes.
Here it comes." So I looked down at my whole cards. They 4-3 offsuit. For a moment, I think, "Holy shit, am I really gonna do this?" Looks like Patrick has bet. We have a pot going right now. Taylor doesn't look too happy with this bet. He's sighing. I think that's a sign of him folding. Look at that body language. That's just he's gonna fold.
Showed him one. At the king ball.
Yeah, Patrick shows the king. And look down on 4-3 offsuit. And for a split second, I say, "Holy shit, am I really just going to jam 4-3?
Right.
Like, well, got to go with the plan. So I announce all in. And Brian stares at me, and he keeps staring at me. And I'm like, holy shit. You know,
right.
And when Rast stares at you, it really seems like he's staring at the back of your skull. Like, just through your eyes, through your brain, he knows everything you're thinking.
Right.
Back of the skull. And he's like sitting there tanking, just staring at me. And I say, oh, holy shit. Okay, I have to look as comfortable as possible here. So it portrays of a big hand. So I actually had a cherry Coke in a drink stand right next to me that I had ordered, and it was in a little plastic cup, and it had a cherry in it. So I pick up the cherry Coke, I drink it, and I pick the cherry out, and I eat it. Because what's more comfortable than a guy eating a cherry? And then right after I eat the cherry, Wrath folds. It's hilarious. It's just like, it's like right on cue. It's like, oh, this guy's...
There's no way he's eating a cherry here stressed out.
Yeah, this guy's not, you know...
He's an amazing player.
Yeah.
He is amazing.
But yeah, I guess the moral of the story, putting it in when you think you need to.
Yeah.
And, it was a decision I made based on game flow because I knew Rast was raising my button 90% of the time. And I had maybe 16 big blinds, but Brian only had 30 big blinds. So I knew he couldn't call me that light. And he had ace-7, and he couldn't call me that light. He folded an ace. And we talked about that hand later, and he said he's probably definitely folding up to ace-9, and even ace-10 he'd have to think about.
Really?
Yeah, because even if I have a hand like king-queen, and he has me not dominate, but he's a favorite.
Right.
It's over half his stack at that point. So it's not an easy call.
It's interesting, the metagame and the psychological part that's going through your head.
Yeah.
Before the cards are even there, you're just making up your mind that this is what I'm going to do, and then he does what he's doing, and all this.
Yeah.
All these things are happening.
Yeah, a player like Brian isn't going to give a lot off based on tells, so you have to really get into the chess game that he's playing in his head and the moves he's making on the table. And that's where you're going to try to outplay a player like that.
Right.
Not by, hey, I picked up this twitch on his eyebrow.
Yeah.
And we were four-handed on the final table. So Min life holding it under the gun. And Brian's on the button, and I'm the big blind. Brian's always going to raise a button because Helmuth was in the small blind. And Helmuth doesn't 3-bet a lot. And we all knew that Phil wanted to make it heads up to try and win the bracelet. So Phil was kind of in a lockdown mode. So Brian has so much incentive to raise a button because he's essentially always getting Phil to fold, and it's always going to be my decision. And that's why I knew that if Brian raises, I just got jamming on him because he's stealing so wide, and so many of his hands that he's raising with, he's going to fold.
Right.
He's raising 90% of hands, and about 90% of the hands that he raises, he's going to fold.
Interesting.
So that's really what went into that decision.
And you made that up by not just paying attention to Brian, but also what Phil was doing or wasn't doing. See, that's why poker's so beautiful.
Yeah, and I knew Brian knew that as well.
That's what makes it so great.
It's what I call like a game flow decision. It's
kind of a feel thing, right?
Yeah, where you're essentially just predicting
the
moves that a player's going to make at a higher level because he understands things that you're understanding.
Right.
That, maybe someone who doesn't know what's going on might not understand it. Taylor is scooping another pot there.
Taylor's definitely in the zone right now. Wonder how our contest is doing.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting a lot of retweets on this, on my initial tweet. We need Mike to retweet it.
Let me.
And then we're gonna really get some.
Then we're gonna start kicking some ass.
Yeah, but we're gonna let this one run overnight.
Yeah, we're gonna let this thing simmer a little bit.
Yeah.
Let it marinate.
After the amount of popularity of no blow-ups.
I know.
Dan raising under the gun. Tristan calling. And now action to Patrick in the big blind. Patrick building a chip tower there. Really interested to see what kind of hand Tristan is flatted with here, given how tight Dan is. Queen 10-9 flop. Wrist Tristan. Action to Patrick, he checks. Dan checks as well. Tristan thinking about this. He's bet 5,500.
Just had Mikey retweet it.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Call. Call.
Tristan bet 5.5K. He's got an interesting hand brewing here with Dan and Patrick.
Check.
Both pros check to Tristan again.
Tristan is one of the most underrated players.
Bet 10,000, 11,000.
Tristan with a second barrel on this turn in this three-way pot. It's a good size. He's really going to define his opponent's hands here. He's going to see where Patrick's at. seeing Patrick react to this card. And now with Patrick calling, I'm putting him on, at best, a weak queen. River is a 7. 51K pot here. 52K.
Big pot.
Action to Patrick.
I don't think Patrick knew it was on.
But it looks like Tristan has significant showdown value. He's wondering, can I value bet and get called by worse? In tournaments, a chip earned is worth less than a chip lost. And Tristan's thinking about whether or not he can convincingly value bet and get Patrick to call off with a weak queen or maybe a 10.
Check.
Now he checks
check,
back.
check.
Queens and 9s with the 10. With the king.
Yeah, Tristan with king queen.
Good job, T-Wiz, as he's affectionately known. T-Bone.
I think he could have fired out like 10K on that river with that hand.
And got called for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're looking specifically to get called by something like Queen Jack.
Queen 10.
Well, Queen 10 beats him.
Oh, what did Patrick have there?
Just a queen.
Just a queen.
Yeah.
Sorry, the 10
so
was on
even
the flop.
like Queen
Yeah.
7 or Queen
Right.
Queen 8, something like that.
Raise 3,500.
So Tristan getting 2 streets of value. He flopped top pair with a gut shot.
Call.
You know, it's like it's an interesting perspective to watch a tournament.
Yeah, versus being at the table and playing.
Yeah.
Because you really you look at the game above the game. You look at the body language. You don't
Yeah.
even look at cards.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you're playing, you look at cards and base your decision on your cards.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
Absolutely.
well, I have this, and this probably beats, I fold. Whereas other players are, a player like Tristan, you know, he's looking at hand reading what the other guy has,
Right.
whether or
Right.
not he can push him off a hand, whether or not he can value bet. I think Tristan missed a value bet. I think he could have easily gotten 10K out of the guy on the river. But there's nothing wrong with checking back in a tournament. Just the whole theory that I said, a bet earned is worth less than a bet lost. Because let's say Tristan had 50K on that river. He bets 10K and he loses it. Now he's down 40K. That's 20% of his stack. If you bets 10K and wins 10K more, that's not a 20% increase. Losing that 10K changes a lot of how much you can 3-bet and how many pots you can play versus winning that 10K. It really doesn't change a whole lot.
That's a great way to analyze that. That's a great analysis there.
Yeah, and that's probably the reason why Tristan checked back. I think in a cash game, he's always betting. Because in a cash game, it doesn't matter.
Right, sure.
You're down to whatever 40 big blinds. You're going to reload.
Reload,
it doesn't
yeah.
matter. Yeah. It's like David bets and Tristan gets out of the way.
Tristan at 118K right now.
Yeah, and kind of smooth sailing for him so far. He really isn't looking to run these players over in big pots. He's trying to play small to medium pots, and he's choosing when to play the big pots. And I think that's the mark of a good player. We saw him in a big pot when he had relative to his opponents, a bigger hand. He had the better queen against Patrick. He played a big pot there. Other than that, he's playing these small single-raise pots. He's taking them down on flops. He's check folding a lot out of out of the big blind when he doesn't connect. He's not trying to fight over every pot. He's not doing what we call FPS, fancy play syndrome. Which,
FPS. That's funny.
Which a lot of players are known to do.
The usual suspects are going to be in this hand again.
Yeah, Taylor with the chips. Patrick calling in the cutoff, and Tristan calling out of the small blind. The blinds have gone up. They're 1K, 2K.
Check. Bet 6,500.
Taylor with a continuation bet. And Patrick is what I call a sticky customer. When he catches a piece, he does not like to fold.
I agree with that. That's definitely accurate.
He's the type of guy that you want to go for value. For value against and bluff less often.
Call.
Taylor check calls. Interesting line. He probably has a jack.
Check.
So the big pot here, 45,000. If Patrick wins this pot at Showdown, it's almost going to double him up. That's how big of a pot this is.
Bet.
There's Taylor.
20,200.
Taylor did not
Big
like that.
bet. Big bet by Patrick. Based off of what I've seen of Patrick, he makes bets like that when he's pretty nutted. Taylor giving his squinty, I don't like it face. He's probably going to end up folding. Flicking us off. The
Forget you in your commentary.
Yeah.
Monster pot here.
Taylor really thinking about it. And looks like he's going to fold.
Wow.
Show
Big
us,
pot.
Patrick. Show us.
Show us.
Show us.
He wants to, but he won't.
Well, Patrick taking a nice size pot.
Yeah. That'll get him over 140,000.
I don't think 140.
No?
Yeah, probably. He probably has it around 100 right now. Thanks to everyone joining us here at the DSPT Oregon main event. We're here live on day 1A. I'm Oasis Ahmed, joined here by Chris Turina. This is a $150,000 guaranteed main event. A DSPT GPI POY tourney.
Just acronyms.
Find more info at DeepStacks.com. Tristan raising the button and Sheila jamming the small blind. You can find more about the DeepStacks events coming up at the website, DeepStacks.com. And if you want a free copy of Check Raising the Devil, the autobiography by DeepStacks Pro Mike the Mouse Matasow. Can tweet at DeepStacks, hashtag #CheckRaiseTheDevil.
Big blind, please.
You must follow the DeepStacks Twitter account as well.
Big blind.
The Check Raise the Devil campaign promotion has definitely exceeded the Love the Grind one. The popularity of Matasow right now is at an all-time.
Yeah. A free book? I'm not paying for that.
I'm not paying that.
I love Twitter. You get the
Twitter's the best.
It's
It's so
the
funny.
most random ones. It's interesting to me when people just favorite my tweet and don't respond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think favoriting a tweet is the sly way of saying, I'm here, but I don't want everyone else to know that I'm here and I like what you tweeted.
Yeah, I guess.
You know?
Spot check to the river. We see both of the better players at the table choosing not to play a big pot against each other. Tristan just letting a pair of fours get to showdown. Taylor winning that pot. There's an entire live reporting team here.
Yeah.
On the DeepStacks Poker Tour.
Janine
and
heading the way.
And the new guy, what's his name?
We have Janine, Will, and Daryl Dyer.
Daryl Dyer, yes.
Yeah.
He introduced himself to me.
Yeah. He's kicking ass.
Yeah.
It's his first time.
Yeah, he came and told me, oh, it's my first time. I said, it's mine too. He's like, haha, no, it's not. I'm like, well, it is for DeepStacks. He's like, oh, yeah, but.
Good point.
He's like, I used to watch you on live at the bike. He's like, awesome.
Yeah.
Raise 4,000. Oh, heads up.
We love to keep this interactive. You can tweet at me, at OE Rockets. You can tweet at Chris Tarina, or tweet at DeepStacks. Let us know your thoughts, your prayers, your hopes, your dreams, and questions, comments. And
all are invited.
Yeah. And come on, let's be honest, it's the internet. The criticisms are going to come.
All in.
Wow, we have a bet, raise, and an all-in.
Wow.
David does not like this. David, one of the tightest players at the table. He raised a flop, and I hope he didn't raise it with a hand like King Jack and is now put to that decision, because he should almost never be raising King Jack on the flop. I feel like a lot of players fall into the trap of raise to see where you're at. Taylor shows, show one, show all.
It looked like the 4-6.
Was it? It looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah.
I saw some red cards, a diamond. It could have been a set of fours. Maybe ace 4. Well, it looks like the live reporting team caught the hand.
Perfect.
So we'll find out what it was on DeepStacks.com.
There we go. Nice throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just started doing our own live reporting end of last year.
Raise 6,000. Fold. 6,000.
Sheila raising up to 6,000. Blinds are 1K, 2K.
Oh, interesting. She didn't like just.
She didn't just jam.
Oh yeah, open jam.
Yeah, I think with her stack size, I was jammed. Especially with a sticky big blind like Patrick.
Good flop for her ace queen there.
Well, it really depends on her holding.
Yeah. Oh.
But in general, that flop should hit her range. Looks like she checks back. She doesn't like the ace.
She does not like any of that.
And with David checking her, that's a green light for Patrick.
Yeah, for sure.
Bet 6,000.
Unless Sheila was trapping. Is she trapping the trapper? Ing. Yes, folks, we've been commentating for hours on end.
She's just calling her.
Cracking ourselves up here.
Patrick
Sheila
did not
just
like-
flatting.
I know. Interesting.
River brings in the front door flush draw. Patrick asking for a chip count. So he's counting out some chips.
I can't count any chips behind.
14-3. I know I don't have to do it. I'm just trying to be nice. Because I like his hat.
What happened?
I think he's trying to get a count on Sheila's chips.
Yeah. Well, what if he just
There we go.
announced
He's
all
putting her
in?
in.
Bet
Yeah.
14,300. All in.
Sheila
Oh,
snap
Sheila
called.
just put it
She
right
already
there.
called before.
He's like, oh, man.
Pair of eights for a set ace.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she got set of eights, yeah.
That explains the check back. She flopped so strong, she wanted to trap her opponents.
Good play by Sheila.
And the hand must be shown because it's
Jack
all
10.
in. Wow, so
Wow.
Patrick picked up significant equity on that turn. He picked up a flush draw, a heart flush draw, and he had the double
gut shot.
Wow.
Wow.
And Sheila avoiding the world, basically.
Wow.
And kudos to Sheila.
Yeah,
Nice
well
double
played.
up.
Well played. Patrick did not seem happy about losing that hand. Patrick's down to 55K.
Yeah, Patrick's stack has really been fluctuating.
So he just basically swapped positions with Sheila, or got even with Sheila at that point.
Yeah, his loose style, we've seen him get up to over 120K, down
Yep.
to 30, and he's sitting at 50 right now.
Definitely a roller coaster day for him.
Yeah. And
Well played by
sometimes-
Sheila. Well played.
Sometimes that's how poker tournaments are.
Yeah.
Just up and down, up and down.
Got a raise of 4,000. Fold.
Sylvia very quiet lately.
Good luck, everyone.
We have a dealer change. There is your favorite dealer.
Shauna Fittipaldi. Sounds like a race car driver's name. Shauna Fittipaldi. Well played by Sheila. Sheila is at over 60K.
Yeah.
Well played. Sylvia and Dan are going to have to make a move here, always, at some point.
Well, Dan has been whittling down.
Yep, 16-6, and Sylvia 17-4.
Dan sitting at around 8 big blinds. He's going to get in there soon. Make sure to join DeepStacks at the next stop, the Turlock Poker Room and Casino in Central California.
Yeah, DSPT Central CA. Central Cali. 1K.
More of those, no, what's it called? Acronyms? Is that the word?
Yeah.
No, is it acronyms? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that a DSPT GPI POI tournament? Or what?
Yes, it is. YES.
And the 2013 DSPT World Championship TV show begins airing on the NESN, the New England Sports
NESN.
Network, on DirecTV beginning April 12th.
Yeah.
Check your local listings.
Yeah, it airs.
Are you also going to be putting that online?
Yeah, we actually have the 2012 National Championship on the front page of our website right now. Definitely a cool opening. You're kind of a hip-hop fan. You definitely like the opening of the show.
Who did the opening? I put Chris on the spot. He's like, "Oh, don't ask me that."
You're talking about the announcing?
No. You said the hip hop.
Oh, the hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a track. We laid a hip hop track.
Oh, you guys did in house.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah.
I thought it was like you guys maybe got a rapper for it.
Oh, I tried.
Yeah. Instead it was you and Mike Madison. Patrick raised Tristan 3-betting from the button. And because of now Patrick's awkward stack size,
yeah,
he's in the position where that raise really leverages a lot of Patrick's stack.
I like that. Leveraging.
Yeah.
I like that.
Kind of reminds me of, did you ever hear the Macho Man Randy Savage's rap album?
No, but I've heard of it.
Dude, that is the greatest thing of all time.
That sounds epic.
Yeah, it really is.
The Randy Macho Man Savage.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, brother.
Yeah, but he'd be like, "Oh yeah, go Hulk Hogan! I'm calling you out at WrestleMania," and stuff like that. It's
That's
just
funny.
I wonder. You should just somehow get the rights to that. I'm sure they're like it's not that much.
We'll have the Randy Macho Man Savage rap open the 2014.
Yeah, just have like DSPT videos intercut to
to that.
To that, yeah.
Well, we were talking about the WWF earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It all comes back in full circle.
Oh man, doesn't everything?
If you keep watching for 30 more minutes, we'll get back. We'll get Eric Pikowski back into the conversation, right?
Yeah. Some random small forwards from the University of Nebraska.
Yeah. Hey, that man could hit some threes, though.
His 3-point percentage was definitely high.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Folds to Tristan on the button.
Raise.
Tristan raises.
4,500.
Yeah, Dan really needs to start thinking about playing some pots here.
There's
and
Sylvia.
Sylvia thinks about playing some pots
And
too.
Tristan obviously called. 2 5s. Okay.
Ace Jack. It's a coin flip. I don't know who has which hand. I think Tristan
I think
has
Tristan
a
has
five.
ace. You think so? I think he had ace
well,
jack.
let's look at the reactions. Oh, maybe he did have the ace jack because she's shaking her head.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he had the 5s. She's
Yeah.
not getting up, so.
Yep.
Yep.
It's the way she put it in the hands. I think she put Tristan's to the right.
Gotcha.
Hers to the left. But anyway, good double ups for Sylvia. Sylvia, don't call me Platt.
Okay. I was like, wait, you can't just take money out of her stack. I could just chip some of this off.
Shauna chatting it up.
Yeah. $1K, $2K is the limit. David under the gun. Dan on the short stack. He's really got to start.
He's got to make a
playing some
move
pots.
somewhere. Tristan raises.
Sometimes it's difficult without cards. But when you're that short,
Yeah.
you need to make moves without cards. Wow, Sylvia 3-betting.
Sylvia. Wow.
Yeah, this looks so strong that Tristan's probably going to fold. Anything that's not a super strong hand. Action to Tristan. He's really thinking about this. And he knows this is an all-in or fold spot because he's not calling the 11th out. Oh,
he calls. Wow.
It's interesting. Maybe Tristan has a hand like ace-queen and wants to play a pot in position. From Sylvia, I like an all-in with her entire range. Even if she had king-queen and missed, just having the 2 overs and the amount of times she takes the pot down is worth the move.
Yep.
She goes all in. I'm a big fan of this play. Looks like Tristan's not too happy with it. I think Tristan has a medium pair right now. Or he might be on the super sickle level and thinking of making a call with like ace jack high.
Wow.
If he had a 10, I think he would have put his money in, but this looks like pocket sevens. Tristan doesn't like it, and that's really why I didn't like his flat pre-flop, because I think Sylvia's just jamming any flop. She's it's a stopping going away.
Right.
It's a even if she has ace king or ace queen and she doesn't connect, she's got the overs.
Right.
And the amount of times she takes the pot down, it's at too high of a frequency. Action to Tristan.
45.
Yeah, consistently just raising the blind, trying to take down what's in the middle. Taylor yawning. If I happen to be yawning at that point, I'd raise. Because the yawn raise looks so strong. Oh my god. Can you imagine the yawn raise? Like, yeah, the yawn raise and then turn around and eat a cherry.
Raise.
You're like, what the heck?
What the heck just happened?
Yeah.
What the hell?
The best is eating your salad raise. Like you're like eating a salad at the table or a sandwich. You just look at your chips and or look at your hand and just raise.
Nice.
You're like, oh my god, he's got a hand. Because the guy that's eating, whenever he raises, he's got to have a hand. Dan finally making his move. Good job, Dan. Did who won the shirt? The Love the Grind. Was it
Daryl.
Oh, it's Daryl.
But he hasn't got back to us.
Ah, okay. Well, Leonard Schifo responds saying would be honored to have a copy. Is it an honor? Would be an honor.
I'd be honored.
Would be whatever.
Right.
And then he tweets no blow ups. It's hashtag check raise the devil. At Vin's dad. Hashtag check raise the devil. For those that don't know what we're talking about, tweet hashtag check raise the devil to at DeepStacks to be entered into our drawing to win a signed copy of Check Raising the Devil by Mike Basso.
Yeah, that's it.
We're going to let this contest simmer overnight. Luckily for all you guys, Chris is the nicest poker tour CEO out there and wants to give away everything he possibly can. This man has no shareholders to respond to. There's no IPO. It's all Chris.
It's
throwing
all,
money out of his
let's
pocket.
Go. It's all giving back to the fans. Well, might as well, if we can't ship it back to the office, then might as well just give it away here.
So a little raised re-raise dynamic going on between Tristan and Taylor.
Hey Brian, do you know how long before break?
Action to Sheila.
Raise to 6,000.
She raises to 6,000 under the gun.
Fold. Fold.
Looks like Dan. He's got a hand. Oh, we might see it go in.
Oh, here
Dan
it
is all in. And Sheila is grabbing her chips in college. She
Whoa,
can't help herself.
she can't help herself.
Yeah.
She's
Tristan,
ready to put it in.
Don't look at him. Look at the look at her behind you, Tristan. She's like, what's going on?
There he is.
She's like,
like, yep,
wait,
I'm
what? Okay, yeah, I'm calling. Of course I'm calling. Let me see the hands.
Tens?
And
Kings.
Kings for Sheila.
Wow,
No wonder she
was
help
ready
herself.
to jump out of her seat on that one.
A little bit of a cooler for Dan. He picks up tens.
Wow.
And Sheila with a flush draw, too. Dan only has 110 in the deck.
That's all for Dan.
Yeah, Sheila flopping the royal flush draw. No wonder she's like...
She was ready.
And Tristan's like looking the other way.
I know.
Yeah.
Turn around. Look.
Another one bites the dust. Thanks for playing, Dan. A little bit of a cooler. And what a gentleman. Shaking hands
Shaking
with
everyone.
Sheila.
Yeah.
We hope to see
Nice
you back
guy.
here, Dan. Come back tomorrow. You can join Mike Massow and the other bust outs.
Raise to 6,000. Fold, 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 fold.
Sylvia raising under the gun and getting everyone to fold. So it's interesting to see how some of the stacks have changed.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was just looking at Sylvia's chip stack.
And we're down to
And Sheila.
a 6-handed table now.
Yeah.
And because of this, the blinds are going to come around a lot quicker. People are going to be faced with a lot more decisions. And they're going to be forced to play a lot more marginal pots. There's no more folding around in a full ring table. And if you do fold around a lot, you're going to start to lose a lot more chips because you're playing the big blind a lot more.
Fold.
Tristan Way continuing to be very active.
Fold. 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 Raise to 6,000.
Yeah.
Sylvia raising it
Sylvia,
to 6,000.
and then staring.
Taylor quickly calling. He's not going to have any of it.
No.
Heads up.
Ace 10-8, 2 spades.
Check.
Flop goes check, check. Sylvia putting out a bet. Perhaps slow playing her ace on the flop. Perhaps trying to trap Taylor into a bet.
Call.
Either way, she's going to get action. Nine of hearts, it doesn't really complete a lot of hands. Queen Jack, maybe, but I'm not putting Taylor on Queen Jack in this spot. I would have expected him to bet Queen Jack on the flop. A double gut shot draw to the nuts in position against the check. I would have expected him to bet. This looks like a 10 now that Taylor is really thinking about it. We've seen Taylor make that face a few times tonight.
Right.
Each time he's folded. He's really thinking about this.
Fold.
And he folds. Good play by Sylvia.
Yeah, she is on the rise. The ladies have made a comeback there.
Yeah,
always.
they really have. Who says women
roaring
can't?
roaring back.
Who says women can't be poker players? You might have to sign a new female pro. Yeah, Sheila and Sylvia in the running.
Yeah, right.
And look at Tristan.
Look at Tristan
mingling it up.
Yeah, he is definitely. He knows that the women are back up on the upswing with the chips.
Well, you didn't mention that Tristan's single. And maybe he's trying to get some poker advice from Sheila.
I don't know.
How do you do it, lady? How do you get kings?
I know. Sheila's trying to teach him. Patrick is open to 6K.
Raise.
3-bet.
Yeah, Taylor with a 3-bet. It's from the small blind, and it's not that big. This is, to me, this hand screams strength.
Strength.
Yeah, he's 3-betting for value, 3-betting to bloat the pot. It's not that much more. It's a very appealing price.
It kind of induces Patrick to maybe spew here or maybe just...
Yeah, it's a hand that you're very comfortable playing a 30K pot out of position with, which is what's going to happen most of the time. It's only 9K more. It's out of the small blind, too. Generally, when a player 3-bets out of the small blind against the under-the-gun raise, albeit a 6-handed table, it's still an under-the-gun raise. I feel like it's always a strong hand. Patrick calls.
Just calls.
And probably the worst thing for Patrick is if he flops one pair.
Right.
And has to commit himself. Or feels like he has
now
to.
Remember, they have history together with Ace-10 versus the...
versus the Pocket Kings.
Yeah, Pocket Kings.
Queen, Queen, 7 on the flop.
Bet 15,000?
Taylor bets 15,000, half pot. And Patrick, he has, it looks to be 50-something thousand behind.
Yeah.
Those pink chips are 1Ks, and he has a stack of 500 chips behind that. You can see the purples. He can't just call 15,000 with like 35 behind.
He either folds or moves in here.
Yeah, I mean, he could make the call, but calling and folding turn is such a big leak.
Right.
It's just going to cost him way too many chips. And he calls.
And he just calls. Wow.
And maybe he's calling to induce. Maybe he flop really big, too. So the turn is a 7. If Patrick had a queen
Taylor's
or a 7,
all in.
He has a boat now. Taylor has announced all in. He's putting Patrick to the test. Big decision for Patrick here.
This is his tournament right here.
Patrick with about 30,000 and change behind. So if we go back through the action, we put Taylor on a big hand, 3-betting out of the small blind.
Small 3-betting.
Yeah. And betting half pot on the flop, and now going all in on the turn. Ooh. Patrick almost put it in. You can see he wanted to. Either way, this is a good play by Taylor.
Yeah.
He's really putting Patrick to the test. When calling and folding seem equally as appealing, you know you made a good play. Patrick doesn't know what to do. You might as well flip a coin. Calling and folding has gone through his mind so many times in the past minute. Patrick may have a hand like pocket 9s, where he says, okay, I beat ace-king. This guy's jamming on me with ace-king. I do beat that hand. He's asked the dealer to spread the pot. The pot's easy to count.
Yeah.
15,000 pre-flop, 15,000 on the flop. They're nice round numbers. Each player putting 15,000 on each street there. So it's over 60,000 going into this turn, and Taylor goes all in. Patrick talking to Taylor, maybe asking, will you show if I fold? Something to that effect. Boy, we always get a big hand right before break.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
puts
he
it in.
did it.
Let's see the hands.
Tens.
Taylor was tens. Patrick was jacks.
Wow. Wow.
Oh.
Queen's full.
Yeah, both players with queens full.
Wow, that was a big pot. Big pot. Taylor did not want to see that.
Yeah.
He did not want to see that one.
It's interesting because I said if Patrick had nines, he had Taylor had one notch better and Patrick had one notch better. It was interesting pot. It's one for the ages.
One for the ages. That was definitely the pot of the day. The
Yeah,
biggest pot of the day, that's for sure.
Huge call by Patrick for his tournament life.
Wow.
It was the right call. He calls with pocket jacks. He knows.
Gotta hand it to Patrick.
Yeah.
Great, definitely a great call on that
He
one.
went with his gut.
He thought about it. He almost folded.
He said, okay, there are really only three hands that beat me here.
Right.
Aces, kings, and queens. Those are the three hands.
That's it.
And queens, it's tough for him to have queens. So I'm only beat by aces or kings.
Right.
And that's what he asked himself. Does this guy have aces?
Taylor is not happy
kings?
right now.
Patrick on that roller coaster. Now the chip leader.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
He may be the chip leader of the tournament. There's only one other tournament table going on right now.
I'm pretty sure Patrick is pushing the 200K mark and chip leading.
Call. Two players. Check.
Thanks to everyone tuning in to the DSPT Oregon main event.
Call.
Oh, that got my blood moving right there on that hand.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
And we felt it, and
Yeah.
the reason we actually felt it more is we didn't know the whole card.
Yeah.
We're saying, "Wow, what is this guy? What does this guy have?"
Right.
And you know when's the best time to try to bet a player off a hand? When he's still stacking chips.
Yeah. And he wins another one off of
Yeah,
Taylor.
he's going on that mini heater.
Patrick
Taylor's
now
shutting
over
down.
200,000.
And
Taylor
not that,
is definitely stressed out right now.
And not that Tristan is rooting for anyone other than himself, but he's probably happy to see that. He's happy to see a good player in position against him lose chips.
Right.
You'd rather have chips to your right than to your left.
Good point. Good point.
Sheila and Sylvia already have built stacks, so the best thing is the players to his left losing chips.
Now you could just see the pain on Taylor right now. He is definitely slightly tilted on that one.
How he bounces back is going to be
Yeah.
really key. These are the moments
Yeah.
that define you as a player. Patrick as well in the pot. The usual three suspects. Patrick leading into both players.
Call.
Tristan makes a call.
Fold.
Heads up to the turn.
2 players.
There is a 4 of diamonds. Very wet turn card.
That's 4,000.
Patrick bets again.
Call.
Interesting calls.
Bet is 4,000. Call.
There's a straight on the board. Patrick bets. Interesting calls. Looks like a chop pot. I'd like to see their hands if